chance to play around the ball or anything, and they're shouting.
CSGO has been a juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
We had a day off, but now we are back in business. Hello and welcome to the VP Academy League Season 3, Day 1 of the Gauntlet. My name is Heko. I shall be your guide. I shall be your driver when it comes to this stream. When it comes to our brains, of course, there will be MOUZ, Nick, and Pimp, our lovely 2 analysts.
I'm just here for the ride. Heku, you're going to drive us through this gauntlet stage. It's going to be good. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious, fast and furious. Are you about family, Pimp? Are you like Dom Toretto?
No.
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 Okay, no. No family.
No.
Not a family man.
No.
Not quite.
No.
Okay.
Anything else?
I mean, you have some family that are going to be playing today. Some Danish talent.
It's true. They're going to play. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they will be playing today. I'm afraid they won't play tomorrow, and that's the biggest problem for
okay, spoiler.
But yeah. Spoiler alert in that regard. But you're right. There's a couple of Danes joining the server. I'm just still baffled by the fact that you insinuated that we had brains. Heko, I don't know where you get that from.
Yeah, seriously.
No, you're big brain. I know that. You're just being humble and stuff. I mean, on the first day, like, Mao was like, yeah, I'm so good. Like, he had a big ego, and now all of a sudden,
oh my God,
true.
no,
I remember that.
This didn't even happen. Go through the VODs, everybody. This didn't happen.
I remember that, yeah.
Oh my God.
See, we have.
I'm just being gaslit here. Okay, it's like we're gonna keep up the driving metaphors. Get gas. Okay, all right. Look, all right. You know what? I'm gonna say this. My predictions, Pimp, are they're gonna be better than yours. I'm gonna say that. We picked a lot of the same teams.
We have the same predictions,
but we picked different maps on things, so different map totals. So we're do a big brain challenge. We'll do a big brain challenge.
But before we get to your predictions,
yeah, of course.
Before we get to your predictions, we'll just maybe talk about what actually happened a few days ago. It was not yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. Before we had like a break, we actually had like our final games of Group B, and. I guess like nothing super unexpected happened here because our first series was between FURIA Academy, I guess Eternal Fire Academy, and they took away 2 maps.
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't really that big of a surprise that Spirit Academy were able to beat Eternal Fire. What was a little bit of a surprise to me was the fact that Eternal Fire didn't put up more of a fight. I think that was a little bit disappointing. They came off a victory 2-0 against VP.Prodigy, which, I mean, put them on the map and made us believe that, okay, Eternal Fire may be a team that Spirit Academy could struggle a little bit against, but I think we saw the limitations when it comes to Eternal Fire. It's very one-dimensional. If their 4-1 ghost doesn't work, if the Wolfpack mentality doesn't work, they don't really have any strats to fall back on, they don't really have any, good systems in terms of forcing any rotations or anything like that. So a little bit too one-dimensional for my taste, and honestly, a bit of a disappointing performance coming out of Eternal Fire.
Even some of the executes that Eternal Fire threw out just weren't really too strong, but gotta give a little bit of credit to Spirit Academy because a couple players really popped off for them. Sotfik had a really sick highlight round that we just saw earlier in this package, the one with the Scout, for example. Chiron once again stole the show, but this time actually I'd say that Zontix actually contributed pretty well, especially when we swapped over to Nuke. This guy was finding a lot of impact on the T side, which is always going to be the tougher side of Nuke. When they were going down into that lower bomb site, for example, Zontic was the one that was getting multiple kills. But I mean, there was some life being shown by Eternal Fire on Nuke, but I kind of feel like it was more of a symptom of the fact that this is a CT-sided map, and almost any team, even with just limited experience, can put together a couple rounds due to their players' individual ability.
I'm a huge Chiron fan, but when it comes to Eternal Fire Academy, those guys, they have such nice personalities because whenever we actually hear their voice comms, they switch to English, they try to entertain us, just like explain like what is happening and just showing their character.
Yeah, I think they've been a nice team to follow. We didn't know what to expect coming into the tournament. In terms of Eternal Fire, could they be competitive? Could they potentially qualify for the LAN finals? I guess we'll have to wait and see the next couple of days whether or not that's still the case. But I think you're right, Heko, when you're saying that there's been a positive influence in the league so far. So I'm happy of the fact that we get to see them play more.
Yeah, but our second series of the day, which was not yesterday, but the day before, was between MOUZ NXT and VP.Prodigy. And this was an incredibly important series, not only for MOUZ and VP.Prodigy, it was also incredibly important for Spirit Academy, because this match would decide if they get a direct invite to the LAN, if they'll have to play a tiebreaker, or if they get the second place.
Right, and the thing about this match is that it was always going to be a tough one for VP.Prodigy, but they put themselves in consistently solid positions to start these games. I think the first game, they were up, I mean, we can see right there that they were up 0-4. I think they might have even done better than that on the second map. Either way, they had some really good starts to these maps, but they just could never keep the momentum going. And that's kind of a credit to MOUZ NXT for being able to battle back in these maps consistently, despite the fact that VP.Prodigy, really, they satisfied one of their win conditions in every one of these maps. They started off strong. But MOUZ NXT, they're the championship favorites of this league for a reason. They are consistently able to bring themselves back into games. They're always going to have adaptations, and that's just really so much credit to all of those players, because we heard from Exertion in the post-game interview that they have no coach right now, that they're all just chiming in with different ideas round after round. So it maybe is hurting them in terms of individual ability, but they're finding so many ways to make the other teams in this league look like a cut beneath them.
Yeah, I think that's the main takeaway from this game for me as well. The fact that they reassured us that they are still the best team in the league. They're still the favorites coming into the LAN finals. The way they manhandled VP.Prodigy without at any point feeling, you know, out of control was just very nice to see, because after the loss against Spirit Academy in the group stage as well, they did lose that one game on Mirage 16-8 or 16-7, I believe, and you kind of thought, okay, so you can beat MOUZ. Are they to be rattled this season, or is it just, you know, a one-off? And I think the conclusion must be, after we've seen MOUZ play 8 maps in the group stage, that they are still, you know, they're still the best team in the league, and they're still very, very solid. As you said, Maui, it's just a team that brings so many different aspects to the game. They control the games, they have the individuals that can step up from time to time, they have the foundation built up already. I think they have a nice variation of the defaults in terms of strats, etc., etc. So there's so many positive things to be said about MOUZ NXT that it's hard not to claim them to be the absolute biggest favorite of the WePlay Academy League season again in Season 3.
Yeah, I feel it was pretty unfortunate for VP.Prodigy, because they had a really good start in their first 2 series. They managed to win 3 maps out of 4, so we had high hopes. And afterwards they just couldn't get a single map when it comes to Eternal Fire Academy and MOUZ NXT. When it comes to our Gauntlet A bracket, we see that today we'll have Astralis Talent against fnatic Rising. In their previous season, in their previous series, they, I think, won 1 map each. So this might be like a really close series.
It may be. That was at the time where fnatic Rising were not looking good. I think fnatic Rising have elevated their level a little bit, so they should be able to put up a good fight against Astralis. Same could be said for VP.Prodigy. You said it, Hego, yourself. They got off to a really, really good start. Now, the last 4 games have been very disappointing, but I do feel that when you look at FURIA and VP.Prodigy, there's a clear favorite in that one as well. So you have both the matchups on your screen right here, and with all due respect to both Astralis Talent and FURIA Academy, I think both those lineups right now are fighting again not to be last. In Season 1, they finished in last position. Season 2, they finished in last position. And there's a world today where they, for a 3rd season in a row, will finish last at the WePlay Academy League Season 3. So we have to hope that either Astralis or FURIA can pull up an upset, but there's 2 clear favorites in my mind here.
And the story of these favorites is very different. For fnatic Rising, as their name implies, they're actually getting better right now. It looks like they're improving as the season progresses. VP.Prodigy, on their other hand, they started off really strong. They gave us some reasons to believe in them. And as the tournament went on further, I mean, they just seem to get worse and worse and worse. I mean, losing to Eternal Fire 2-0, that's a result that coming into the season, seeing them after the first couple days, I would never have expected something like that to happen to them. And I have to draw into question, is maybe the boot camp that they're in, did that just give them a little bit of a honeymoon period that had them overperforming for those first couple days, and then reality may have set in for them? So I still would peg VP.Prodigy and fnatic Rising to be the favorites in those matchups, but I think one has just, I think fnatic are just heavier favorites than VP are in theirs.
Yeah, well, Maui, I would like to see your predictions for the Gauntlet, because apparently you prepared something.
We got a bracket. I think
we do have a bracket.
We got a
exactly.
bracket. We got a bracket where this is my predictions for what's going to happen in the Group A side of the gauntlet. I think that fnatic Rising, like I said, they're powering up. I think they're going to 2-0 Astralis. Even though Astralis beat them pretty badly last time on Vertigo, I don't think the same fate is going to await fnatic this time. And I think fnatic is actually going to charge through that second place game as well, taking down NAVI Jr. Although I do think it will be a close one at that. And in the grand finals of this side of the bracket, I think Young Ninjas, they're my favorites to make it out of this group. They were my favorites coming into the season for making it at the top of the group. They've disappointed me so far, not actually just winning the group outright, but they're going to get a second chance at it. And I don't think they're going to make a mistake once again.
And what's your prediction for Group B?
Group B, okay, yeah, like I said, VP.Prodigy, they just seem like they're on the downswing right now. FURIA Academy, I think that they have a little bit more firepower than maybe VP.Prodigy is going to be ready for, but I still think VP is going to handle it. And I think that motivation, that kind of confidence is actually going to move VP.Prodigy to ascend once again and pass Eternal Fire going into the grand final. But the thing is, one of the strongest, most surprising teams of the season awaits them. That's Team Spirit Academy, and I think that Team Spirit is going to 2-0 them. Chiron, he's just devastating. Art Frost, I mean, you can't touch this guy. Some of those guys are just so good. So I think Spirit's going to make it to the LAN.
So you're predicting Team Spirit, and it was
Young Ninjas.
Young Ninjas and Spirit. Yeah.
What about you, Pimp?
Yeah, without having to basically reiterate everything you just said right there, I think our predictions are somewhat the same. We can have a look at it. I do believe in a lot of more 2-0s, though, than you do.
Okay.
I do think Astralis Talent will get it handed to them today. Map pool-wise, you know, in terms of going in against fnatic Rising, who, as you said as well, are getting better game by game. That should be a clear one for fnatic Rising. I think NAVI Jr. have been very, very inconsistent so far this league, and I think they've been saved a lot by Hetrick playing a fantastic tournament.
Yes.
Can they do that in a best-of-3 against fnatic Rising, who are getting better and better game by game? I don't think so. Young Ninjas and fnatic Rising, that's sort of like a derby we've had a lot of times in the WePlay Academy League season so far. I think that's a close one. I think Young Ninjas have been disappointing so far. I think the fact that they're having a bit of a break now, not playing until Sunday, is not going to do them any good either. So I think that could be a close game, but I also have Young Ninjas to go through from this group. Looking at the B bracket right here, FURIA Academy, same for VP.Prodigy. Yes, VP.Prodigy have been disappointing so far. The fact that they've lost 4 maps in a row is not good enough, and especially they lost to Eternal Fire was not okay. They will still beat FURIA Academy, because I do consider FURIA Academy to be the worst team in this league as of right now. Unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to make the progress I would have hoped for. In the second game, it could be a close one. Eternal Fire, I think the playstyle is what's going to give them one map. You know, it could be Brawly, it could be a Mirage being picked by Eternal Fire, or maybe even Dust 2. And I'm not sure if VP.Prodigy are too much up for that. So they're going to win it, but it could be a close one. And then, yes, Spirit Academy, I have them to go through as well. But I think when we get into this all or nothing matchup where our land spot is at stake, we will see some of these Academy League teams show inconsistency. So I think in both of the final games, we're going to have a 2-1 that's going to go back and forth. But I also do believe that the better team will win at the end, which in this case will be Team Spirit.
Yeah, maybe in the end of the day, Virtus.Pro will actually surprise us. We don't know yet, because they are kind of starting in the bottom. They will have to go through, and they'll not have like a lot of time to actually prepare. But you guys in the beginning of the season also predicted some players, like the guys that we should keep an eye on, like, you know, maybe those X factors and stuff, like, or maybe like you can kind of say like your bold predictions, the guys
actually Heko, before we go to that,
yeah.
could we hear, do you have any differences in your side of the predictions there? Would you have changed anything about our brackets? Because we just picked the same teams for all of those. But do you think there's going to be any upsets from our perspective?
No, I mean, I will not explain like the whole bracket. I will just like say like about the ending. I am expecting Spirit Academy, and I'm expecting Young Ninjas, because like with Young Ninjas, it's most like. But I was thinking like, maybe there's a chance it will be against NAVI, maybe, because like if NAVI wins against fnatic Rising, there is a possibility. But I don't think that right now NAVI is actually stronger than Young Ninjas, because like those guys have been playing together for such a long time. I think it's just like all to like about their mindset. Like, Young Ninjas, they're just like kind of in a slope right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got the same first place teams, but maybe the second place teams could be a little different there. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could get into the other part now.
The other part that one I talked about is the players that you predicted in the beginning of the season. Like you said, like those are the players that like you should expect to do like maybe flashy plays or be like in the top of the board. Maui, you predicted You had like one guy that is actually not
Yes, yeah.
not playing this season. You can explain who it is and why he's not here.
Right. So FURIA I have in the middle there. I thought he was going to be playing for FURIA Academy. I'll say this, I don't think they could have played much worse if they had him. And so FURIA would have been a nice little lifeline, a little bit of nitrous if we're keeping up the driving metaphors here, a little NOS to get them going, because he's such an explosive entry fragger in some of the other seasons, and he was such a wild card player. I would have liked to see him play. He wasn't there. I'd say the other three players, FUZI, Hedrick, Exertion, they all did pretty well. Hedrick definitely overperformed by my expectations. FUZI, maybe a little bit of an underperformance. But I think the one guy on the rightmost, Fesser, I think he might be a product of the system that is Astralis Talent. It feels like in a lot of rounds he has to overextend, try to do too much, play outside of himself, and it's getting him caught off guard. And I really thought that Fesser would have done it better in this league regardless of the situation that he was in. But, you know, you can only be so good if your teammates are as unfortunately unreliable as they have been on his team.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, Pimp, you had like a similar prediction, but it had like a small change.
Yeah, I had a couple of guys that are different. Fesser, of course, obviously on my list as well. I had Aqua and Lumic on that list as well. FUZI have been okay. He hasn't been the best AWP in the league so far, I think. At least not clearly, which I expected. So that's a bit of a disappointment. As he said himself in an interview, he knows he can do better, and I believe that as well. Fesser, I agree. That being said, though, he has been disappointing to me, because I think it's the same could be said for Hedrick. His team is not a good team either, and Hedrick have yet been able to elevate himself way above the rest of his team. Fesser lacks that little bit of explosiveness, lacks that bit of I'm going to take charge of this game and I'm going to change the dynamic and I'm going to win it for my team. Maybe he's not allowed to do that in the system. That's why maybe he's a little bit limited in the way Astralis want to play. I don't know. For Exertion, no need to be mentioned. He's having another great season as we expected. Aqua, we talked about Season 1 Aqua. Could he come back, or would it be more of Season 2 Aqua? I think he's been okay. I think he's been performing well. I think Big Omen Academy as a team has been performing well. They played a lot of close games, 16-14, 16-14. So his rating at 1.12 as a rifler, coming back after a horrible Season 2, I think is a positive story. So I'm glad to see him playing well. As for Lumic, he's doing all right. You know, he's not bad. He's not good. He needs to step up for VP.Prodigy if they want to go anywhere.
I think with Lumic, it's just nice to see that he's reached consistency. Even though he switched off of the op, he's been on the rifle for the last couple seasons, and I think that right now for me when I go into a VP.Prodigy game, I kind of feel like I know what I'm going to get out of him, and that's a welcome sight, because for Academy League level players, you always want to see consistency, and even if the consistency doesn't reach the tip top of the mountain like Exertions does, it's still he's a force in every game. He's going to probably drop between 16 to 22 kills, and that's honestly always going to give VP.Prodigy just a solid amount of firepower.
Yeah, but you're talking about consistency. A team that is very consistent in picking the same map is Astralis Talent. And we are going to see them play right now against fnatic Rising. Should we expect something unusual from the veto?
That's a good question, actually. Like, do you think Astralis would pick Vertigo? Because I don't. I don't think they'll pick it against fnatic Rising. I think that would be a gamble. fnatic Rising have played it a lot. They lost 16-14 and they lost in overtime against NAVI Junior, which of course is 2 losses. But as I argued throughout that entire game, they should have won both. They also beat Young Ninjas on the map, so I don't think Astralis can afford to pick Vertigo as a punish pick. The problem for Astralis Talent, and the reason why that may happen regardless, is the other pick they could go with would be Overpass, a map they like to play and have liked to play, despite them not winning on the map. It's one of the maps they've been trying to force in. So if you're Astralis, where can you even go? That's why I have them losing this matchup. There's no way you can punish fnatic Rising in this veto, at least not that we're aware of, because fnatic's map pool is okay, and Astralis Talent, well, they've only shown us, you know, a little bit of Inferno, a little bit of Overpass, and a hell of a lot of Vertigo.
I think just look at the maps that fnatic Rising have played. They've played all 7 maps in the last 3 months. On the other side, when we were looking at Astralis Talent, they had 0 maps played on 3 of the maps in the pool. That's a map puddle. That's not a pool. And if we keep moving forward and think about the implications to what this game could be, it means that fnatic Rising have an option here to punish pick in multiple directions. Astralis have no experience as a 5-man unit in officials on 3 different maps. That's an awful sight. And if I'm Keve right now, my mouth is watering at the chance to try to beat Astralis Talent in the veto. If they pick Vertigo, I'm going to be sorely disappointed with their preparation, because I think they should beat them. I think fnatic should think they should beat Astralis on Vertigo, but it's just that why would you go to the one map that Astralis Talent have all of their experience on?
And they lost to them 16-6 on this map. So, like, do you want to, I don't know, get revenge, or is there a point of risking?
Yeah, you don't want to do that if you're Fnatic Rising, and that's the trap for Astralis Talent as well, because if you're Astralis, you're thinking to yourself, okay, throughout the group stage, we only had 2 wins, and one of them came against Fnatic Rising in a very convincing fashion. It was a good game by Astralis Talent on Vertigo, but that's a trap. Like, you don't want to go into the same map that you already beaten them on once. We talked about it so many times that when you lose a map against a certain opponent, you have so much more to learn, so much more stuff you can change, whereas if you're winning, you're thinking to yourself, almost as per default, we're just going to do the same thing, this worked, that strat was good, yada, 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 but that's where all the preparation, all the changes come in for Fnatic Rising. So I would really be disappointed in Astralis Talent as well if they were to pick Vertigo, because it would say 2 things. Either they don't respect the fact that you don't play the same map against the same opponent after you already beat them once in the league, and or it's them being forced to do it because the map pool is so goddamn weak they can't pick anything else. And either way, it's a loss case for Astralis Talent. So don't pick Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they'll not pick Vertigo when it comes to Fnatic. They decide to ban Dust2. Their permaban is Mirage, but the permaban of Astralis Talent is also Mirage. So, like, they're not expecting to get punished for this. So there will be no Dust2. There will be no Mirage from Astralis Talent, which means we still have quite a lot of maps. Ancient is open. Yeah. That is possible because we...
Ooh, let's go.
There we go.
All right, yeah, that's
you.
a great pick from Fnatic. I mean, Astralis don't play this map. They probably never even played it as 5. I would be surprised if they even have been scrimming this map, actually. But Fnatic Rising, they've played it a handful of times. We've seen them in prior seasons try to go for this as a punish pick. I remember last season, I think they went and tried to do this against NAVI Jr. I don't think that worked out for them, actually, but they have practiced it. They have practiced this map. They are going to be more experienced, and that, for me, is a huge pick for them. I'm very glad Keve did this. Good job, Keve. I celebrate your pick here on
Good job, Astralis.
Oh,
picking
wow.
Nuke,
Let's go.
Steering away from Vertigo. I love that. And Nuke is a map we haven't seen them play so far in the league, if I'm not mistaken. And a map that I highlighted in Season 2, and especially in Season 1, they were actually competitive on Nuke. I remember in Season 1 playing against MOUZ NXT in the very last group stage game where it was a 16-13 or something along the lines, where it felt like Astralis Talent actually should have won that game on Nuke. So we know Astralis and we know Danish teams in general can play Nuke at a high level. So I'm happy to see that they were able to pick it and force this into the veto. This gives me hope that this could be a 1-1.
This is a really interesting veto. Also, Fnatic, they don't go for the handshake on Vertigo. They just ban it outright. They didn't like the results that they saw last time around. And now Astralis, they have that option. They tried playing Overpass against Fnatic before, didn't quite work out for them. And if they go to Inferno, I think Inferno is actually probably Fnatic's best overall map. It's not a punish pick here for Fnatic, but it's one that I would have a lot of confidence seeing. Probably, I think either map actually between Overpass and Inferno are going to favor Fnatic. So it's a very tough decision for Astralis Talent here. Their back feels like it's really against the wall.
I fully agree with that. Yeah, and that's the problem for Astralis. There's no good outcome right here. I think getting Nuke into the map pool was good, well done by Astralis, but ending up with Overpass and Ancient, that's a tough veto regardless.
This is really tough. I mean, not only has Fnatic beaten Astralis on Overpass before, but in their ESEA Advanced season recently, they 16-0'd a team on an Overpass, Entropic Prague. Like, this is a map that they're really comfortable on, and I think the odds show that they are definitely the favorites for going into map number 1.
Yeah, the odds for Fnatic Rising is 138. The odds for Astralis Talent is 2.9, which means that Fnatic are the favorites. What I want to say about Overpass, we saw those 2 teams play against each other, and there was actually an overtime.
That's true.
So, like, technically, it might actually be a really close series. You know, like, one team wins, for example, Fnatic Rising wins Ancient, Astralis Talent wins Nuke, and then an Overpass, we get triple overtimes, and we have like a super long day.
Yeah, perhaps. I think with this veto, it gives me a little bit more hope that we get a competitive match. I think Astralis have a good chance of perhaps winning Nuke, or at least making it very competitive on that map. Ancient should be rough, you know, but then again, Fnatic gets to start on the T side, Astralis Talent on the strong CT side on the Ancient, so you cannot really count them out. It is a map they've played once, as you can see right here, and they've won it as well, so Astralis probably have a little bit of experience on it, you know, not a lot. I will say, though, that the thing for me is that the potential of Fnatic Rising is still not unleashed. We haven't seen Regali play well, or as well as we expect him to, at any point so far in this season. If he's starting to wake up slowly but surely coming into playoff, I don't see Astralis being able to elevate their level enough to match him, right? So even though Fnatic Rising is in a bit of a slump, not looking too good, it's still happening while Regali is not playing well. So if he just steps it up 5, 10, 15%, who's going to match him on the server? I don't see the answer to him, and that could be a problem, especially considering we have 3 very AWP-heavy maps as well.
If you go player to player down the list on this one, there's not many places where Astralis come up over fnatic Rising. I think the only one that I would say is a clear favorite is that Vigo is probably just a better individual player than Keve is, IGL versus IGL. Other than that, I think that at fnatic Rising, they have a lot of weapons. Even players that I didn't expect to come up in this season did. They surprised me. Banjo, their highest rated player right now, I mean, he had a massive game last time we watched them, and KST was a guy that I thought had a lot of weaknesses in Season 1, but has been slowly and steadily improving his game. That's exactly what we want to see from Academy League level player, because he's making the most out of this opportunity. I'm going to definitely keep with my prediction. I think that fnatic are going to take this one. I think that they have too many win conditions, and I also think that Keve just dominated this veto. I think he did a really good job with it.
Fully agree, fully agree. I'm happy Astralis steered away from picking into Vertigo. I will give them the credit for actually trying to give themselves a good chance of making the game competitive. But as you said, when you put the players up against each other, when you put the two teams up against each other and the way they've been performing so far, there's not a lot of signs and tells that steer the direction of Astralis. So I'm going to stick with my prediction as well. I think fnatic is going to win 2-0, to be completely honest, but I think Astralis will be competitive on both maps and we have a good series at hand.
Well, the good news is that we are going to have our first Ancient of the whole season. I'm looking forward to see that, and I'm sure that Hugo and Harry are also super excited. Let's go.
You're damn right we're excited, Heku. This is the veto of our dreams. Ancient into Nuke into Overpass.
It feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe a 3-mapper, Harry, if we get the way we want. We'll have to wait and see whether Astralis are up to the task today. BO3s, though, this is where things really get pretty cutthroat. Single a limb, no second chances, no dilly-dallying, no slow starts, and everything on the line for those LAN finals, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's going to be really, really hype. I love the format as well. I love how, you know, where you place, how you do in the in kind of the group stage, I guess you would say, actually plays like a huge role in the gauntlet and what kind of position you're in. You know, Young Ninjas, for example, these guys, they could do it in just one series win, right? But for fnatic Rising or Astralis Talent, the journey starts now. Let's talk map pool, though. Okay. Ancient, already super exciting. We haven't had any of those yet. Second map, a nuke. Oh, that makes me happy, right? I like that Astralis Talent didn't just go for the Vertigo pick again, showing to me that maybe they've got some tricks up their sleeve. And then an Overpass third. That's also huge.
Yeah, just to jump on that Vertigo point as well. Right, keep in mind, right, fnatic picked it against them in that last series, and the last time we saw Astralis play Vertigo, they won that game. So it would have been very easy to fall back into that same, you know, same situation where we could just go, yeah, let's pick it again. Let's find this win. I think, unfortunately for Astralis today, the only way to win the series is to 2-0. And so we've got to hope that they've been putting in work on Ancient behind the scenes, because as Maui said on the desk, for fnatic, this is a map that they've, you know, maybe they've not played this season, no one has, but last season they were all over it. They played it 4 times in Season 2. They played it in the Season 1 finals as well. And back in Season 2, yeah, it was 50-50 split. They won 2, they lost 2. There was a close 16-14 loss to Big there as well. So I'm confident for fnatic, especially if this goes all 3, but they need to come out of the gate swinging today.
Oh, yeah. Play us in. This is good.
Wait, where? What? That's not in the map pool. Hang on a moment. Wait. Oh, hang on.
Oh, man.
I miss Train 2, Pim.
We all miss it. We all miss it. You know, you don't know what you have till it's gone.
Yeah. Gone too soon. But Ancient, I'm happy it's here. I'm happy we finally get some here in the Gauntlet stage and those BO3s. And we prophesize this a little bit. We were wondering if teams are maybe saving this map for picks when we hit BO3s, when, you know, you can't just get that triple, quadruple ban. And everyone seemingly got rid of it in that first ban stage once we had BO1s or BO2s, if you want to frame it like that. But here we go. CT-sided map, fnatic Rising. A lot of teams have struggled with T-side this event. Winning a pistol round would really negate that, give them that strong start that they so desperately desire. Astralis Talent fully land up right now, when it matters, everyone together. And I love to see it. Fast peek up Bido and Banjo, highest rated player for fnatic Rising. He's on the board.
Oh, they flashed through the CT smoke, and yeah, the results just aren't going to be there on a flash play like that. Ultex will remove one through the smoke. Double cave setup as well has been in play this entire time for Astralis Talent, just hasn't been spotted yet, but you have had this smoked off, so you know, you might be suspicious. There you go, with the dual Berettas, Breeze has got some as well. And in comes that first pair, already gone. Second pair's dinked down low. And wow, dude, dual Beretta's pretty sick.
I actually love that pistol for Fnatic, right? It's so often that the teams will just go for standard XX where they run a short, long smoke. You know, in a pistol, maybe it is appealing as well. The danger of that is spam through smokes, especially when the CTs have rifles, but also players just running through with flashbangs. You don't get a lot of room. You need to cover that plant. It can be very hard. But right there, Fnatic changed the game completely. They cut those cave players off, trapping them in. They cut off CT, even though Haltix gets that smoke shot. And then Fnatic have so much room in that post plant to play the square, to play the short, long side. Parry match odds right now favoring Fnatic, as they definitely should. And if you are trying to bet, if you are trying to put your money where your mouth is, click the banner below for that 100% deposit bonus. 18 plus only. But yeah, already Fnatic, you know, we wonder whether they've been putting in the work in this map. And an execute like that in a pistol round really shows me that they have. What more have they got up their sleeve?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's already a super cool idea right out of the gate. Little mid-push, bit of a classic. Keve hasn't checked beneath him. They don't know about Breezer, but KST's got that info. And even regains control of the Galil. It's still, you know, a little more costly than perhaps you would have liked. Fnatic Rising, they should be delivered this second round. And just have to hunt down that pesky Altex, who has taken his silencer off in typical Astralis Talent fashion.
Loud and proud. I like it. But even though Fnatic, yeah, they're not ready for the full USP stack mid. I like a late mid lurk on this map, especially if your first contact's coming from ledge. KST just peeks in and everyone has their back turned there for Astralis. So it was always meant to be a freebie for Fnatic. If anything, it's a good round for Astralis to get 2 kills out of it. Now the buy comes in and they got everything they need and more, except that orb will be delayed a little bit. I think the question for me on the CT side is like how much do Astralis want to be playmakers, right? Do they want to be taking space? Are we going to see those, maybe not in the first gun round with limited util, but lane takes, how many mid, already starting off strong on the middle area. They got 3 guys throwing in util, making sure they lock Fnatic out in the early round. But this is a very decisive bonus for Fnatic. They're speeding out A main with smokes.
Yeah, in they come, spamming Donut, bringing this first rotate out of the round already. Well, Astralis Talent will start to pour through the CT smoke, spamming it as they do. Now they've got the advantage. You can just set up to play retake here. It gets pretty uncomfortable for Fnatic Rising. They're feeling like they have to try and take Temple away. Gali set up and Pepsaw to try and bait them in. KST spotting over this smoke, but he's just dropped off. Maybe had a bit of a rough timing there. Player let loose into the bomb site, and that's going to force Pepsaw and Regali to have to take away Temple, and then they'll take the round. Wonderful shots for Regali. Goes on a bit of a tear there, and that's a really nice bonus out of Fnatic Rising.
It's a sick bait. So many players won't play it like that. Like Pepsaw knows that they're not going to clear Regali if their eyes are on him. All he does is take one little peek to that Temple guy, get the spot. Suddenly that player is obsessed with Pepsaw. He's never going to clear the corner, and Regali's just unchecked. Gets away with 3 frags in the post bomb. Beautiful stuff. Regali, a player that we, you know, I feel like we've really put on a pedestal after Season 1, after seeing how explosive this guy was. Definitely had troubles in the second season, but if this were the time for him to come alive and start making a run in the gauntlet, Fnatic, they're definitely a team you've got to, you know, consider to make a run here. You know, with Navi waiting in the wings as well. And then Young Ninjas right at the end, the final boss. So that's good form out of Regali. Let's see if Fnatic can keep it up. It's a little pistol armor. Fnatic look like they want to pummel B, but Vigo might come to them before the execute's in. Nice shot. He does connect, and the 50-50 angle is not checked. It's Breezer with one more. Equal trading is good for Astralis. They're going to try and move into cave, set up position, try and get that AK-47, and Pepsaw's deeged out. Despicable shot by Fessor. 2 on 3 now, and it's getting orky.
Yeah, Vigo's even pushing. Going aggressive with this scavenged rifle. Has just missed the timing on KST crossing with the bomb. With him and Fessor still inside of B. This is going to be tricky for Fnatic Rising. This was only pistols in the beginning. But now they've armed themselves.
there's really no doubt on whether Fnatic is still here, especially when you're getting away with spam shots. Got to win your 1v1s right now. This is the bomb. This is the round, and Vigo might have just won it. Now that rotate can come in, and it only gets harder for Banjo without the time to play this. Vigo does have a flash, but I don't think Astralis need to be playmakers in this position. They've got everything they need, and this might even just be forcing the save. Banjo's too low to give it a go, and Astralis Talent come in with Dig armor, and they get out with a round and armed well. I wonder if Altex is surprised he's not coming to B to grab an AK. There are weapons everywhere, but instead just trying to get this final exit. It won't be presented. Banjo away in spawn. And it is, again, it is really nice to see Astralis land up. You know, we've had, that was a question on the desk, like VP.Prodigy. They started with their LAN bootcamp. They've been a team who have just been bootcamping season after season. And we saw the same for Astralis as well in previous. But this looks like a new room.
I was going to say, yeah, it does look different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Rate the new drip, Hugo.
Yeah,
I like
nice.
it.
Blue room is pretty cool. But yeah, that's going to have so much positive effect when it comes to communication and just being on the same page. And I'm sure there's plenty of support from the Astralis organization side as well. So can't wait to see if that has any major effect. You can see that util down B scares off the AWPer. Regali leaves, and maybe he should have, maybe Pepsor should have as well, because he's been trapped by a smoke. Flash dodged, Mr. Spam's out, but he's got support. Vigo comes in off of Cave, a nice decisive take. There's the aggression that we questioned whether it would come through for Astralis.
Oh, Breezer and Donut with the AWP as well. See, this actually feels like a position made for this guy. He's very, very good at hitting these flicky, finicky shots, the flashy ones, right? So I do like this idea of having the AWP there. I feel like it could get away with a lot of damage. Think about, Season 1, Monacy in this position for NAVI was... it was a bit of a meme, man. Like, he would get 3 every round from here. They're going to leave mid. They're going to try to take lane back. They kind of need to.
No way.
Trying to get out of there.
No ammo. He had to make that play.
Mr. It to run for the hills, and now the backstab's in. Missed shots from Keve's Deagle. The rest of the boys for Fnatic Rising attempting to get in towards this B site, but Fess is already here. He hoped he could win that out.
Nice
with KST trading favorably, he's on for a 1v2, an ace if he wants to win this round.
Oh,
and well, now he's on for the ace, one away from it, and just the aforementioned Breezer left to beat.
This is lovely. KST's just tucked in as well. He could be anywhere. It's an open plant. Still could be a long time. It could be a cave. Breeze has got to check it all. And the timing peak just out of nowhere. KST dodges the shot, ducks the AWP. No more util now. Breezer forces the fight. And KST with the ace for Fnatic Rising. That is despicable.
Little ace 1v3 to open up the day for KST.
Oh, Fnatic are feeling it. And that was after, Kevin comes in with that. He has so many eyes on him, CT, in that round, right? Because, Astralis have taken lane and they have so much room. Keve has everyone for Astralis looking at him. And still, even though Fnatic force him to rotate B when Mr. gets traded, he misses all his shots on the flank. You think that's a dead round for Fnatic.
I want to echo something that was mentioned on the desk, and that's that Season 1, KST really, for my money, looked like the weakest player in Fnatic Rising. But he has improved consistently from season to season, and is now like I would argue almost the backbone of this team. It feels like he puts up such consistent numbers, and it's the improvement and the fact that over time you can tell he's just been putting a lot of effort in, a lot of work in, a lot of hard work, and man, the results are there. It's so impressive to me. It's one thing to have talent, it's another to have potential and then refine that potential. And KST very much the latter. Really, really promising, though, for this guy.
Absolutely. I think the other guy that, we've been talking about a lot this season is Banjo as the highest rated player. Like, this guy, comes in for Process, remember, who was on Fnatic, now on Big Omen Academy. That was a cool storyline going into Season 2. But, when we saw Fnatic struggle after losing Process, there were questions drawn, like, how much impact did this guy have? Was this guy... is the loss of this guy going to hurt Fnatic? And, the more time they've had with Banjo, the better they've looked. So, yeah, I'm Fnatic Rising right now, making a name for themselves in this game. Yeah,
I think there have been a couple of players who came in and had a really, really good debut season and then kind of disappear. Or maybe not disappear, but, it just feels like a flash in the pan.
Yeah.
That's what makes KST's story so cool, is that his is one of, you know, constantly getting better.
This is a
little
lovely
A split. Yeah, mate. They leave that B side of the map, sending in that front man of Keve. Now they've got A, they've got the bomb down, and even though Altex is here, deeper than they're ready for, it's a little ugly. And well, he will get away with the kill at least. That's something. KST's tucked in this corner. Same corner, Regali ruined them all from, and he's going to get away with a lot of damage. Pepsor keeps it in the advantage of Fnatic Rising, and it's only Altex left.
Yeah, they have no idea where, or he has no idea where they are exactly. He's going to try and gamble donut, but that's all it is, a bit of a gamble. Peek out for Regali, he's going to tap again. He's read it well. Pepsor not falling for it though, the time is out, the time is low, and Altex not sticking the bomb. He's already lost the round, kill comes in, but it does not matter. Won't even survive this bomb either. It's going to be a 5th for Fnatic. Just want to draw back to that execute. There were 2 kills coming in that round where players were playing ahead of smokes or Molotovs, and everyone was getting caught off guard. Triple B setup for Astralis Talent. Mister probably pissed her after that round because his team were not covering him, mainly because there was a cave molly and a player just runs right through it, gets the entry, plus a double smoke into B, drew all of Astralis Talent except Breezer out the site, and Regali just domed him. That was the key kill that gave Fnatic the room to win the round. Just in the A site with enough time to plant, and even though Banjo couldn't get up into the tree spot, it did not stop Fnatic from finding a 5th. More pistols, but this is the only round Astralis have won, the Deeg armor. So there's always hope.
Oh, double up in the little box cubby.
Grimy.
Pretty ballsy, man. Kind of terrifying, but you know you're only up against pistols. So it's all well and good for now. Little double cave set up again. Maybe going to have a bait and switch here, right? Not too uncommon to have someone, you know, where Vigo is right now, fighting on that, like, jiggle spot between cave and ramp. Then you have a player tucked in. You go, this is mine and yours favorite. We got the synergy here. We got that synergy, baby. Do they have it on Astralis Talent? Let's see.
Will it matter? Because Fnatic don't look like they're going B. They've thrown in some nades to cave, and now they're taking top mid. They've also got this smoke and CT spawn that you can see on the map that cuts off this rotate. And so for Astralis, who have already seen a lot of weird smokes this game, they don't know what to expect. They've been faked out before. Keve gets the entry out CT. Breezer overwhelmed on the A site. And at this point, you're expecting Fnatic to keep this one fairly clean. Vessel, I thought he was going to go through there. He decides to run back. Vigo with 1 Deeg, but that is all that's mustered in that round for Fnatic, or for Astralis rather. Fnatic 6-1, looking like a lovely T-side right now on a traditionally CT-sided map in a tournament where T-sides have had trouble. This is proving to be a bit disastrous for Astralis to start the day.
Yeah, man, this kind of links back into this idea of, look, dude, you might have practiced some of these maps, you might have put some time in, but it does matter having that time in officials, you know, really just to figure out what works, what responses are to some of the protocols, some of the ideas you have. And I mean, we've seen something new out of Fnatic Rising in every one of these rounds, it feels like.
They've had a great game plan. Oh, big
aggro.
Oh, no.
Flash countered, they've run in with the Mac-10, and as they try to trade,
he got it.
It will end up being this little 4-on-3 thanks to that crossfire in cave. Now coming up through the ramp, Fessa dead on default.
How was that a double?
Player cleared out as well.
Just 1 spray, just got 2 kills, like nothing.
I really didn't realize the cave guy died as well till after the fact.
Oh, just lined up.
That's crazy.
I mean, that was a pretty desperate
double AWP, mate, as well.
Yeah, it's just because they saw the double cave and they knew they had like max 1 guy sights. So Fnatic, I don't know if they initially wanted to just rush that ramp, but the call came in, and hey, if Keve calls it, you believe it. Just storm that B site. And that's, again, a pace that Fnatic have really not shown in this T side since the pistol. Otherwise, it's been, you know, taking middle, a lot of fakery, B smokes into A pops, climbing back up ledge late. They've not made it very obvious for Astralis what to expect. And Astralis are probably calling, yeah, okay, just, you know, default spread out, call this slow round, let's see what they do. And then Fnatic just run you down in the opening 20 seconds. So like you said, something new every round, and this one's no exception. It looks a bit ugly in cave, but KST recovers well. Look at this. Yeah.
All right, I didn't think KST realized he got them both either.
That molly did a lot of damage in cave initially to the back player who was low, so it was only 1 body shot.
Also, I'm not entirely sure. Well, in a moment, look at those parry match odds, massively in favor, 1.05 to 8.5 in favor of Fnatic Rising. Also, go to the banner down below. Look up that 100% deposit bonus, only for ages 18 plus. But, you know, this broadcast may as well be 18 plus right now with the, you know, straight pounding that's being dealt to Astralis Talent. This is pretty brutal thus far.
World Star. Oh, push in front of the Molotov. Pepsil's anti-flash.
Dude, it's a little awkward, right? Because you're trying this aggression. You keep thinking, maybe this is how you stem the bleeding. It might just make it worse, though. There is this double up at ramp, however, the AWP hasn't found anything yet and is even dinked on that peak. We'll take one out with him. Or make it a double for Breezer. All right, this is a nice little AWP hold. He's been low the whole damn time. Still not able to make it a third. And now the bomb makes it into the site, but you can't get it planted yet. Maybe not at all. The way to winning this might be through fighting.
Yeah, but they don't know about the second AWP. They found out the hard way, and Fnatic just flank round the back while both players fight. Regali is on one right now. Like, he has not AWP'd this T-half. He is just insta-headshotting on peaks. That looked so good for a moment for Astralis. But you know what? Fnatic was so poised, Harry, for the ramp take. Regali was sitting outside doors holding a flash. Pepsil was anti. The second they hear anything go down ramp like a Molotov, Regali lobs a flash over the wall and Fnatic double swing the ramp push. Astralis thought they had a number on them, but Fnatic were one step ahead the whole time. And even though the double AWP seemingly caught them off guard, didn't really, did it?
I'm not sure if they have been throwing it, but they've been able to blind these cave players. There's like a little cave pop flash you can throw through a hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
It's a weird lineup, but it looks like they know it. Here's a little A play, and already besting that first Eagle. They don't know about Altex. And after spotting Breezy, you're not ready for him, but he's really bungled the opportunity, even though one Deeg will come out. How many more can it get before this round slips by the wayside?
I would have just loved some patience there for Altex, was it? Because, you know, his teammate insta dies A main. That just sells your position so well. Even though, like, yeah, he bungled it. He had a chance. No one was actually looking when he peaked. And that's obviously, those are the hardest shots to hit for sure, when no one knows you're there. And you just got to, like, line up with a Deagle and hit headshots because you can't spam anymore. But if he didn't do anything, eventually they would have to cross the plant. As long as he communicates to his team saying, guys, just don't peek, just give me the room. Fnatic are going to fall for that. I think they're not going to check that box because they've already got the A pick. And so that really could have been like, you know, wait for the plant, kill the plant, to follow up, then your team move in off the back. Instead, it's just a bit disjointed for Astralis Talent. Only Deagles, yeah, sure, but could have been a better opportunity.
Yeah, you know, I understand wanting to take it just in case anyone is going up above like the big box or something.
It's a lost round.
To give it a look in, but yeah, man, it does just feel a little rough, doesn't it?
Could have been so much more. Nice Teague from the 1 HP Breezer. Does get an AK out at least and hands that over to buy up the AWP. No armor on it. He's focused on nades. We have mid Molotov. The full cave set, or full top mid set rather. Breeze is going to try and smoke it, get some control back. Fnatic scared of the ramp take again, but that's fine. They're patient. They at least give away that ramp control and the lane fully taken. This is what worked for Astralis last time, the double lane push. But this time the flash is again perfect for Regali. Astralis cannot get comfortable in the B lane. They just get blinded the second they take any space. And so that question on aggression, well, it's been answered and it's been silenced time after time. Fnatic, yeah, no need to end B. They've got a double opener. They've got all the time in the world. Even more sweaty smokes over the A site into the temple area, and now Breezer needs a round.
He tries his best, right? Does have support here.
They're traded.
It's traded so nicely by Fnatic. Every kill going punished right away. Gonna try and push around this temple smoke, try to get an angle into the site. Fessa really needs a 1v1, and he gets it, but Regali's going to win that out. And man, yeah, keep him off the AWP for now, dude. Guy is straight doming people.
I need some headshot percentages. I need to see the scoreboard before this game ends, because Regali, I don't think I've seen him body shot yet. It has just been headshots this game. And like you said, no need. Get it out on the CT side if there are even enough rounds. And that's a question in and of itself. 10-1, sheer domination.
On the T side.
On the T side. And it's not like this has been cheese for Fnatic at all. I don't smell any gorgonzola. This has been very well put together. You know, Maui credited Kevin for the veto. I'm crediting him for the calling, because whatever the game plan here today, it has worked out like a dream.
Yeah, I love how they have so many A executes from mid for that rotation, for like the get kills at lane, end on A, but we still have like a full smoke setup that we're able to throw on the run. It is really, really nifty, and it shows that there has been clearly a lot of attention to detail here from the Fnatic boys on this map. And this is why, you know, if you're Astralis, maybe you're regretting that you hadn't tested the waters of your map pool a little earlier. I think Maui called it a map puddle, and that's kind of a sentiment I can get behind.
Yeah, I think, you know, no matter how much more you spread out your work, you were never going to be ready for a game like this. This is the best T side we've seen all tournament. Just in terms of individuals, in terms of prep, in terms of executes, in terms of dealing with the answers that Astralis think they have. Because in a certain sense, you can argue like, oh yeah, Astralis have had like good ideas in what to do and how to deal with Fnatic, but Fnatic like know which rounds Astralis are going to get aggressive. The rounds that they have are the rounds Fnatic give up door, and then they just pop over into lane. So finally a 5-on-4, but it's in a round again with little to work with. Altex, some D shots need to connect. He's very blind. They have seen him. Molly comes down. He's going to have to smoke it. They're running at him, jumping out through the smoke. That's good. Playing a retake round here is fine. You don't have a kit, but you do have that manpower.
Oh, they're coming through.
Oh,
that's pretty ballsy. And it will lead to them getting cut down. I really don't like the smoke push there. Only Vigo left hiding out inside of this site smoke, but they're in no rush to plant. They're looking for him, and they find him, locking in that 11th round. And you know, for Astralis Talent, I get it. You only have Deagles. You don't want to let that bomb go down. You feel like if they plant, right, and suddenly you're the ones on the clock, that's how that gets away from you. But I don't know if one by one pushing the donut smoke was the way. It wasn't even so much of a flood of Astralis players. It really was like first guy through, second guy through, and it felt almost too easy for the guys holding that smoke.
Well, 11-1, and how do you come back from this? Double up for Astralis. You know, Breeze has hit some shots when he's been in the right positions, but we've not really had anything to rely on this CT side.
Something I want to say, and this links into the idea of Fnatic having a lot of ideas here. Their protocols clearly stand up, because the moment they lost that player to the B lane push, you saw the response. They stopped fighting for middle. Everyone instantly ran back and grouped and went for the A play. That is clearly something that's been discussed. That in a round like that, if we lose our player over towards B, if we lose that lurk to aggression, we're just going to respond immediately with an A play. Mahone actually made a really good video recently explaining NAVI's protocols when they go a man down on Inferno, and I kind of saw glimmers of that here in how decisive that decision was out of Fnatic Rising. It felt like that was all planned, baby, and it looked really, really good. Admittedly, made a little easier, right, by the smoke push, but now we have the reinvestment coming in. Breezer and Altex AWPing. It feels like that AWP, that secondary AWP, is floating around on anyone who can afford it right now. Let's see, maybe the Altex AWP is the answer.
Yeah, that last time he had it was that 2-on-2 where he got wrapped by Keve on long side. Pepsor with an opener to Fessor. One AWP sat back and relaxing. Breezer still on this deep angle, boosted up. But the sad part is, Harry, the one round he does this after a lot of ramp takes, Fnatic, this is even presuming they're going to go B, they're all in cave. They're all cave bound. So it might not matter. He's going to have to fall off the boost. Resmokes come in again. It's a B execute fake into the A play. And look at the minimap. Look at how Astralis have yet again been pulled off of the site. And you can't blame them. These executes have been great fakes for Fnatic. We need a hero. Vigo could be that man. First pick, he might just go through. It's his only option. Flash over, and of course they're ready for it. It's all Astralis have done on this CT side. Pop through smokes. Blinded KST with a kill. Breezer catches Banjo in temple, but it's a 2-on-3 and Fnatic lean back.
Oh, Damn, well, now Just Breeze is up. Losing the man at the front. He's going to go ahead and trade that out. He needs the multi-kill potential of the A1S. He needs that ability to fight, and they wait for him to leave.
They're not
He's
even
just
peeking.
trying to get out with the AWP at that point.
They could have easily just run in and killed him at any point in that round, but they wait so long until they hear him escape. This is brutality. And again, when you have, I feel like on Ancient, because you're floating so often on this map, because, you know, Tees can just get that rush up B off of a pick, and we've seen Fnatic win rounds like that. Fnatic get a B pick, Astralis peel out of A because they see an execute on B after the kill. And then, yeah, of course, Fnatic just run that mid to donut that has been so good to them in this T side. They know the right rounds to not commit on the back of their picks. Another push down ramp. Oh, Banjo still spraying. Free-firing the second man through, and Pepsor helps out. Breezer lets them go by, but he still will get traded. There's just no comfortability. There's always a trade available, even when Breezer makes a sick play like that and allows him to walk past him. The trigger discipline was cool, but now it's all on Altex and his Deeg. He's getting split in middle. Regali coming in from the bottom, and there it is. Another headshot for Regali. Keep count, because they're racking up. So are the rounds. 13-1 for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah.
So new.
Man, yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you're Astralis, there's probably a part of your mind now that's just going, okay, maybe it wasn't meant to be here on Ancient, right? Not
Just
really
unlucky.
one we've lent into too much. They've clearly got ideas. You know, this is where you're probably thinking, let's just bring our best faces to Nuke. We can try save some face here.
Small rounds to play, though. There's a chance to save your soul. Another double K push, but the flashes again. Running through Regali. Finally lives inside of the Molotov. A double ramp push, but it's a little late. If that came through just seconds earlier, it could have combined with the play through Cave. Maybe they got flashed off when they went for it. Either way, it's just freestyle right now. It's just DM in the server. We've got
Bombs
player
going
taking
A.
space on A, but right now Regali's just drawing them in at B. He lives, and he might just tell the tale, but Altex, he's read his book, autobiography, and it doesn't matter. Regali, well-versed, another headshot, and 3-on-1. What can you say?
Now, I am monumentally impressed with what we've had out of Fnatic Rising here. Vesa winning that first, you know, tipping the scales a tiny bit more from the 1v3, the impossible odds of it, to a 1v2, and with both players at the big box, Vesa, will you even ever consider that? They're just fighting. They're just swinging him. No respect, no room. And that's 14-1 on the half.
Let's check these numbers, Harry. There's numbers.
Percentages.
87 for Regali.
87%.
The AWPA, by the way.
While he's sat, what, 16-5, third on his team, third highest in the server.
Unreal stuff.
That's a king right there. That's a king.
Yeah.
Regali, welcome back. It's an honor to have him in the server looking like this.
Yeah. And although Regali is like playing out of his mind, it's not a one-man show by any means, right? Like, yeah, massive props to Keve on this T calling. Pepsor's 19-8. KST is right up there with Regali as well. And just something new every round for Fnatic. Even though Astralis attempted solutions, nothing worked. A Deagle round is all they had.
I mean, Hugo, look, you can appreciate this. You know me. I'm a guy who loves headshots.
Yeah, there's a Harry Russell headshot numbers.
I love headshot numbers, but that's not even the thing that's stealing the show for me right now. It's very much the cooling that we just had that's blowing me away more so than the individual.
Oh, it's blown Astralis away as well. Like they are flustered, they are discombobulated, and they are just 2 rounds away from their map pick in this series. That's at least positive, right? Danes on Nuke could be something to marvel at, but you've got to really keep your head in the game. That's where maybe being all together in the same building will have some benefit to Astralis. I'm really scratching for reasons to believe, but I don't want to call this series off after one dominant map. We presume Fnatic will be well versed on this one. They are. And so, you know, Astralis, if they can get into a nice little team huddle when this one's all over, try and reset. It's that ability to be able to reset after a map that separates good players from great players, good teams from the best. And yeah, I mean, the odds have closed up, but they probably don't need to. 1.11 to 5.8. And yeah, 100% deposit bonus on the banner below. So right now, 14-1, and it's pistol or bust.
little A play from the get-go. Smokes rain over very, very early here. Kind of telegraphing this one, but as the Glocks get closer, okay, Regali with the opener, trying to stick around and fight for this this temple control, and it's very restricting. Now that's a nice flashbang. That's going to get you a couple over here in Donut, but in comes Regali and Banjo. Blink of an eye, mate. The rest of the team are dead, and it was all on to Vigo. Yeah, I don't know. If
full blind Julie bomb denial.
This isn't even season 1 Regali, because he's not doing it with the AWP. This is like
he's not going to have the AWP parry. He will never play the AWP because there's not enough rounds. Also, Regali 3 headshots in the pistol. That's over 90% now, no doubt about it. Put some respect on the name. fnatic rising, bringing the pain. Little VP-esque smoke down the B ramp. And maybe some aggression for Astralis, for fnatic. Why not?
Don't really have many more options here. They're all in. They're buying till the end of the game, which, you know, might not be very long as it stands.
Yeah, those wood walls are so easy to spam through, right?
Oh, Vigo's hurt, man.
Eats a nade. Gotta watch out for even just pocket spam here. It's where he's playing. Going to have to move out, go back towards ramp. Altex is climbing up. He'll be on late cave duty. So this can still go... Oh, no! Oh, he just walked into the wall or something. Completely with smoke that was meant to cut off someone here. Now fnatic have all the room in the world. The cave player needs to kill something here. Altex has got it. Keve's trapped. This could be a route for a round for Astralis Talent. I don't know.
Oh, there's the first. Now they know about the cave player. Dear. Timing hit here up through short. A 2v2 from the 2v4 it once was. They're going to go looking for Keve, and he gets another 1v1. Mister, the man to beat. Flash over, tries to get him off the angle, and the SMG chases him down.
GG.
Defuse going to come on in, and even though it's close, that's fnatic rising, locking it in at 16-1.
2-on-4 to close it as well. I love how fnatic just manipulate those players as they try and chase down the CT rifle of Regali. Keve activates, then Regali activates, and it's just the push and pull, the tug of war for fnatic. That was the best T side in the tournament so far.
Hands down. I mean, it kind of goes without saying, right? When you 14-1 them, you know, it's a very, very good feeling. T side Ancient, really, you know, I don't even want to touch on Astralis Talent. I think they were so caught off guard by what we just witnessed. I want to home in on fnatic Rising. This was a phenomenal game out of them. They have so many ideas, and I bet they're really happy with that because they didn't even have to reveal anything about their CT side, even though they did just give teams a wealth of their T side knowledge. So really, really nice stuff for them.
I mean, that shakes up vetoes for the future as well. Suddenly you're looking at that game and you're going, wait, we
do not want to play them on that.
Isn't Ancient? Maybe it should be. Maybe we need to watch out because fnatic is sitting up there in style. So we'll be throwing over for a short death segment, and then we'll be back with Nuke to see if Astralis Talent can turn this series around. Stay with us.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
fnatic Rising win the first map, and I mean, I'm not surprised by the fact that they won. I'm just surprised in what fashion they won it, because, I mean, this kind of explains why all the teams just kept on banning Ancient against them.
Yeah, I was completely wrong in my prediction, saying that I thought it was going to be a close victory for fnatic Rising. This game was not close at all. Like, that was a very, very dominant performance coming out of fnatic Rising. Not a doubt in the way they played. They played very, very assertive. You know, it felt like Keve had a plan from start to finish. And then, of course, when everything is working out and you're winning your duels, you're winning the rounds, everything just clicks and you makes it look easy. But it felt like Keve had a good idea of how he wanted to approach the game. And Astralis Talent, they get to start on the CT side on probably one of the most heavy CT-sided maps in the map pool right now, and they didn't get anything done whatsoever. That was another disappointing performance from Astralis Talent. Whereas for Fnatic Rising, I mean, if you just judge them by the last 3 or 4 games they played, they're looking like one of the best teams in the league right now.
They do. They look exceptional. That was a jolt to the system for Astralis Talent. They didn't know what just hit them. Some of those rounds, I mean, the pace changes that Keve called. I think the one thing that I disliked about Fnatic throughout the regular season is probably how slow so many of their T-side rounds went. And they were, I guess that's probably a symptom of the fact that they had to play Vertigo so many times. But this one was so exciting because there was different types of executes. There were A hits, B hits, mid splits. Sometimes they would take B lane control, route back to mid, catch Astralis in rotation. There were so many different looks that Keve and Fnatic Rising threw out here, and it was seriously just so quick. I mean, we were talking about Fast and the Furious, Heku driving us through the gauntlet. I mean, I think Keve took over the wheel, and he also just took his hands off the wheel too, and he just plowed through every single person on Astralis. Like, this was seriously one of the most exceptional T-sides. It is the best T-side we have seen so far this season.
It is definitely the best T-side, and one of the reasons why it was so dominant was, of course, Regale, who is their main opper. But in this series on T-side, I don't even recall if he had an opper single time. We just kept on seeing he win an AK, and he was so good at it.
All his kills were headshots, more or less. We see the highlights right here as well. Regale coming up big time. We saw KST as well, finding a lot of impact. Of course, when you're winning 16-1, as you can see by the scoreboard right here as well, a lot of the players had a field day. You know, when Kev is going 13-11 and he's winning 16-1, that's the best possible outcome. Whereas on the Astralis side, well, there was no one really stepping up. You could argue that Vigo did his best. 96 ADR is decent, but there was nothing that could match the firepower, that could match Pepsor, Regale, KST, Banjo for that matter as well. Everyone from Fnatic Rising had moments in this game where they were the difference maker in the round. So overall, you know, it's hard to talk too much about it. It's a 16-1. It's a blowout. It's I guess a punch straight in the stomach for Astralis Talent. Obviously, doesn't mean they're out of the season just yet. They need to lose one more map, but it's very hard to believe that they can fight back from this. Because as said, there was nothing in that game that suggested that they were any close to fighting a way back or any close to be able to match Fnatic Rising.
One stat that I was kind of looking at before we started this series today was the T-side win rate for both of these teams. Astralis Talent coming into this series had the worst T-side win percentage in the entire league. Fnatic was actually the second worst. After this game, I'm incredibly worried for other teams' futures against Fnatic Rising. If they can have T-sides like this, then it completely changes the dynamic of where this gauntlet can lead us. Because right now, Fnatic actually has one of the best CT sides. It's why they're able to win some of the games that they had victories on, because players like Banjo and Pepsor were able to uplift them, despite the fact that Keve wasn't really calling good offenses throughout the regular season. This is exactly why I was hyping up Keve in previous seasons. I can tell that the way that they took their approach on Inferno, he has now somehow brought that to the approach that they have on Ancient. It's a more dynamic style than we get from a lot of the other teams. The fact that they don't have to just default every round, or they don't have to just exec every round, or they don't have to 4-1, make it super basic CS. Like, this was actually a really joyful to watch T-side, and I really hope that going into Nuke that Astralis puts up some kind of fight. But the stat I just cited earlier says that everything indicates that they should not. I have very poor hopes in terms of whether Astralis can even do damage to Fnatic in this upcoming map.
Yeah, by seeing this result on Ancient, I'm actually thinking maybe Astralis Talent should not have banned Mirage. It is their perma-ban, but it is also the perma-ban of Fnatic Rising. In the series, when we saw them clash against each other, we just saw like that map, it would just not get picked, it would not get banned, and maybe it would be like left out even here, like, or maybe they would ban like somewhere, like maybe instead of a Vertigo or an Inferno. I don't know, like, I just giving that Ancient maybe a mistake.
Yeah, I guess the silver lining in that one is that didn't we just see the map distribution from Fnatic? They have played it once, you know, which suggests that they have been practicing it just a little bit. Maybe there's the permaban as you're saying here, Hiko, but if you're Astralis Talent, do you want to risk that, you know, going into a map that you potentially haven't touched at all? You don't know where the players are playing, you don't have any strats or any foundation whatsoever. So I think Astralis kind of had to, given that Fnatic, you know, showed us that they have played all 7 maps.
Yeah, this is when Astralis Talent's map pool just worked completely against them. There was almost no right answer there. This veto was won before it even began because Fnatic just had a deeper pool. Keve had gone over more maps with his team. The team is stuck together for now 2 seasons straight. They have experience on a multitude of maps, and Astralis Talent, they just put this roster together. This season is the first time that this 5 is playing together. They played with almost 4 of the players prior to the season, but the first official experience that they're getting is in Season 3, and we saw how, I think this was a criticism we had throughout the entire season, is that they just kept going to Vertigo repeatedly, and Pimp wanted it to change, I wanted it to change, I'm pretty sure the viewers wanted it to change too, and it really just put Astralis in such a position where the only, I would say, comfort map they had was Vertigo, and they weren't even good on it. They never got to diversify their map pool. They never got to experiment with it. That's the whole point of a group stage that doesn't actually punish you for losing it. If you have a chance always at the end of the day to play BO3s, you should be trying things out in the group stage. It shouldn't just to be, okay, wait, Vertigo. Like, it didn't even work. So what do you have to show for that? Nothing.
Nothing. I mean, right now they will show us Nuke. The odds for Fnatic Rising is 155. 235 for Astralis Talent. As I mentioned, like Nuke, we did not see these two teams play Nuke during this season, so we don't really know what to expect.
We don't know what to expect, that's true. I think Astralis Talent have practiced a decent amount of Nuke. They maybe not in a position where they feel it's one of their comfort maps or where they feel that was one of the maps they wanted to prioritize instead of Vertigo. But I know that most Danish teams, especially in the grassroots level, you know, they love Nuke. They like to play it. They have a good understanding of how to play it as well. We have great role models in Heroic and Astralis who at certain points in their careers obviously have been the best in the world on Nuke. So there's a lot to be learned from that. So I'm not worried in that sense. But I think the more I see Astralis Talent play, the more I start to question whether or not they actually have the firepower to match some of these teams. Because when I look at Fnatic Rising, firepower-wise, I wouldn't say they're top 3 team in this league at all. And yet Astralis Talent looked like they were completely outmatched. And that can't be the case, right? I want to see more from Fessa. I want to see more from Altix. I remember Altix in Season 1 playing well on Nuke as one of the few maps. So maybe that's a silver lining. But I'm really trying to grasp it right now. There's not a lot of positives to be said about the way Astralis Talent have conducted themselves in this Season 3. As you said, too much Vertigo, a 16-1 loss here in the Gauntlet. They're playing for their life right now, and nothing, absolutely nothing gives me confidence that they can fight back. Maybe the silver lining is that it is Nuke and Fnatic Rising may not be as good on it, but that's playing into the weakness of your opponent and not your own strength. And I would like to think that Astralis Talent can win game on their own terms, which I don't think is the case right now.
It's really tough for me to point to any strengths for Astralis Talent, so I won't. I'm just going to talk about Fnatic Rising a little bit more, because I think that right now I actually really like the switch up that they made with Regali in the previous map. The question I have about it, and I'll just explain, he just rifled. He just rifled on the last map. He wasn't trying to force the op on the T side, and that's something where we saw him get kind of hung up on some of the rounds. He wasn't clutching out some of those late round situations with the op, which made it look like the best gun ever, I mean, in Counter-Strike. It's just that he was frequently just rifle second in, first in on hits like that. Like, it was a sick performance from this guy. 85 headshot percentage, that on 20 kills, that's 17 headshots. That's a damn lot of headshots for Regali right there. Something that I'm not usually praising him for because he's usually on the op, but I think this is an incredibly pragmatic approach from Fnatic, that they're just switching him off of the op on T side, putting him on the rifle. The question I have, though, moving into Nuke, though, is that because they're starting on the CT side, he's supposed to be the opper for them. And if he's not feeling as confident with his op, if he believes in his rifle more, I think it's so important to have an op presence on Nuke. You need that guy that's going to rotate around, get those free kills. I do trust Regali's positioning, but right now I don't know if he believes entirely in his own abilities with the op. But I hope he carries the confidence over from map 1 to map 2, because that was a sight to behold.
Yeah, Astralis Talent will start on the T side, and we saw their Scandinavian brothers also starting on T side, losing with the score of 14-16. But the start was I think they lost 10 rounds in a row. It was a 10-0 against WePlay Academy. And right now, when it comes to Astralis Talent, I feel they need to try to not have a slow start and not lose just too many rounds on that T side.
Yeah, getting a slow start could be the death punch for Astralis Talent. I also think there's something to be said about the confidence levels within that camp right now. Getting absolutely destroyed 16-1 to begin with, knowing that you played a season where everything hasn't really clicked. I will still argue till this day that I think Astralis Talent is better than they're showing us right now, but you get to a point where you got to stop believing, right? And they got to start showing it on the server. So I think some of these players right now are also feeling that the confidence aren't too high. And as you said, Heko, if you're down 5-0 T side, Nuke, and you're basically 10 rounds away from exiting the tournament for the 3rd season in a row in a last place without at any point having played well or looked, like a proper team, then confidence-wise, I think they're rock bottom right now. So I'll turn it around, and say if Astralis Talent can find that, resilience and perhaps win Nuke and make this a competitive series, and who knows, win the game, then that could be the turnaround. That could be the start of something new for Astralis Talent. But again, that's me really grasping for it. I don't believe it. I wish I could say that I believed that Astralis Talent will win this game, but I think if they get 10 or 11 rounds, that's a success in itself, and that's just sad when they're on the way to go out.
I will probably have to question how much these moves did, because I thought that Breezer coming in was looking good in the first series. I thought that Fesser was going to be a big upgrade also. I thought Trace coming in as a veteran CS legend, trying to help out this roster, was going to do a lot. But it doesn't look like any of these moves have actually helped Astralis do any better than they did in previous seasons. And that really hurts, because it clearly looked on paper like they were trying to make some upgrades on this roster. But like Pim said, we just have to see it in the server. And right now, Astralis just need to show us a competitive game. I don't think I need them to beat Fnatic, but like Pim said, if they get double-digit rounds, I'll be impressed. If they can have a T side that gets at least 6 or 7 rounds, then I think Astralis at least showed something. They didn't go out with a whimper. If they just fall again flat like they did on Ancient, then honestly, I'm having a lot of questions about where the direction of this team is going and where is the talent that's supposed to be on it.
But isn't that incredibly sad, right?
Yeah.
That we're sitting and discussing and saying that in an elimination game, if they were to lose Nuke, they're out of the tournament, they'll finish last for the 3rd season in a row, and we're happy if they get 11 rounds. That's the level of anticipation we have when it comes to Astralis Talent right now. So they are in deep shit, to be completely blunt, where they're at right now, and they have to fight their way out of it. They have to do something about it. This could be a game changer for them, but again, we need to see it on the server, Heko. We can talk about it from now until next New Year's Eve, but it has to happen now for Astralis Talent. Otherwise, it'll be another season where it's just unleashed.
Yeah, well, I really want this map to be really competitive, like maybe 11 rounds, maybe they'll end up winning and we'll actually have a 3rd map. We'll see. We have not seen those 2 teams on Nuke yet, so let's give the wheel to Hugo and Harry.
Oh, we're spinning it. We're spinning it in all directions, clockwise, counterclockwise.
Spin the wheel.
Those are the only directions, but here we are. I'm trying to remain positive in the sense that, Oki's right, we haven't seen this map. We haven't seen this from Astralis, and maybe that was a danger for them back on Ancient because we knew Fnatic had prepped it, but now it's their pick. It's their time to shine, and it's them on the T side, which, hasn't been great, but if there were any game to come into and have a wealth of T side strategy, to have some depth, and to, fight when your back is up against the wall, it's right now. It's that or another series of nothingness for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, I think, it kind of speaks volumes as to how Pimp and Maui were addressing, we'll call it the Astralis problem here.
Yeah.
No one's talking about it positively. Like, this is their map pick, even though, like, when Fnatic pick Ancient, it gets us all excited and we go, oh, what have they been prepping? Well, Astralis pick Nuke and we all go, hopefully they've got some magic up their sleeve.
It's better than Vertigo, maybe.
It's damn terrifying in my eyes. It really is. Astralis Talent, I don't know how much more energy this roster's got if it's another last place finish again for the Astralis organization. Here we go. Pimp chilling out, doing what he does best, just having a nice time, and then suddenly loads of stress. And here we go. That's Pimp's life for you.
Nuke is in, and Denmark's home ground in many a year gone by, as Pimp said, you've at least got rosters to look up to in the main Astralis team in years of history, and Heroic as well, the great Nuke teams that Astralis Talent could certainly get stuff from. Let's see though, because CT-sided start on Nuke can be very, very nice indeed for Fnatic Rising. We have Pepsol with a little dual Berettas, a pop. They may be going down the vents with that little smoke, and that's a lovely shot for Vigo to open up. Banjo double blind shot through smoke. That's not okay. Keve finishes what he started, and a tap for Banjo. If only he was on for the ace, if only he could finish his meal. Max 4 in this round, but no complaints here from Fnatic Rising. Banjo was a player that, while we know to be seriously full of firepower, we didn't really need to see last map, so that's one way to start. We'll get dinked, and we'll likely not have to fight, as his team are going to swoop in to shut down this round. There it is. Keve with a one-tap, and those were some beautiful headshots. But, you know, for Astralis, can't really catch a break. They get that excellent entry on Hut Roof, don't they? And then they all get smoke spammed.
Dude, imagine what that does as well. Like, you're coming into Nuke and you're going, all right, boys, look, Ancient might have been bad, but we weren't warmed up. Now we're ready. This is our map. Let's do it. You get the opener. And for 1 second, there's a feeling of like, there it is, boys. Let's go. And and then triple kill through the smoke, trying to vent push. It all goes downhill very, very quickly. Look at those parry match odds as well, you know, slipping in favor of Fnatic Rising. Ever so slightly more so than they were a moment ago, 1.35 to 3.05. And there's also 100% deposit bonus. You can get more info of that from the banner down below.
Yes, indeed. And they go back to it. The vent doesn't do them any more favors. Spam through it. Oh, nice entry.
All right.
The dry run
was not ready for the dry run at red.
Yeah. Just speedy Bojangles outside for Astralis Talent. They get down to B, but they're not the only one here. Banjo harbored inside of the site with KST trying to draw attention from ramp. He's carrying the lurk. Banjo's going to drop in. That's bonkers play from Banjo. And yeah, I mean, it would look stylish if it worked, but now he just looks like a fool. KST gets cleared, and Vigo is the hero of this round. Double entry to get them into the B bomb site. Fnatic, they're armed for it, but that might be the very same reason they give up the round. So out of position. And yeah, maybe it would have worked for Banjo if they were moving out the door, but they were in no hurry after swinging it wide. Just waiting with their guns.
Yeah, little sad for old mate Banjo, right? Normally when that smoke comes out, you're thinking they're going to be running into it to try and plant. You know, he wanted to take a chance at frags while he had them, potentially catch a player with the bomb out, trying to get a cheeky bomb plant. And, you know, suddenly the ramifications of getting that bomb planted in the pistol shine through for Astralis Talent, right? They're able to... oh, yeah, a little close there on the save at the end, but they're all good. Suddenly they're able to get this force buy-in. You know, Fnatic, they weren't ready for that much outside aggression so quickly. And winning a round like that, that's a nice little confidence booster for Astralis Talent. Maybe getting a little more hyped in the squad now. Let's listen in. Let's find out.
Er du bare ude på den og læst udenfor, eller?
Ja, bare del udenfor. Jeg kan se, du holder bag blå for.
Jeg være secret.
Ja. Hvor ikke en secret.
Bag rød.
Holder bag rød. Jeg lægger først pres ramt.
Holder bag rød her. Nej, smukket.
Jeg mangler etteren, sorry.
Flashet en hot, tror jeg.
Flasher lige rundt højre.
Og lige klar på, at de ikke flasher igennem mates.
En warehouse, M4.
Banget en warehouse lige nu, så.
Hold det, secret.
Jeg ved.
Secret.
Jeg ved
Der er
også.
ikke noget secret.
Du er alene nede fra.
En eller anden bare sidder lidt langt væk. Kan vi gå rundt høj? Smuk
En
det,
rampe.
gå rundt høj nu, gutter.
Ja, jeg kan
Bag
godt
mig
center, de skubber center.
Skal vi ikke bare under?
Gå under, så.
Der er 2 rampe nu, de løber under for rampe.
Flasher rundt.
Bare løb ned, Mikkel.
Jeg muller vend den. Jeg går ved.
De kommer ned rampe.
Skal vi svinge ud?
Jeg låser venstre, 2. Vent. Låser nu, kom.
De kan godt være ude.
Højre,
Tæt op foran glas, tæt op foran glas.
Oppe.
Op på.
Der er 2 nede. En
mere tæt.
Op på
hittevinkel. Der er 2. Der er en hver.
Sidste tagget rampe, tror jeg.
Jeg planter north.
Jeg gør det. Jeg holder højre hæk nu.
Han saver. Ja, han løber center. Der ligger M4 nede på side.
Vores center.
M4 nede på side.
Vores center, eller hvad?
M4 nede side, Benjamin. Nede bag silos.
Du er iskold, Victor. Fuck, det der kurve. Det er virkelig en kurvevinkel, det der. Bare lige afventet, så jeg skulle tage ham til, tror jeg.
Du skød ham?
Nå ja, men så har vi ikke været døde, tror jeg. Er det ikke dem, skød han ikke?
Nej, det gør han ikke. Det var en oppe på siloen, der skød.
Seeing some very positive signs here, though, from Astralis, right? You can notice Vessel spotted the silencer of Keve here on ramp, but he spammed as that smoke came in. Good timing. Vigo also, in both of these B rounds, has now double opened every time. So massive entries from this guy to get Astralis on the board. And this is what we wanted. Some T-side rounds, a better start. And despite Fnatic getting that pistol win and shocking everyone, with the smoke spam. Astralis have not let that fluster them. One gun saved. Regali going to be boosted up outside, but it's a quick A play, and with USPs, even with the surprise at Hut Roof, you're never going to catch anyone off guard. Good flash to blind Keve mid-fight. And yeah, Regali should be already thinking about double save.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's just a little save round. You know, you employ the boost outside, hope they feed it. If they don't, you save an M4, or at least that's the idea. Don't imagine they find Regali, but they could if they go out main.
Yeah, little dink, little this and that. Nothing to worry about, though. Lovely round out of Astralis Talent, and 5 alive is only going to do you favors when it comes to the long run.
This is the real test, though.
Yeah.
I'm also curious to see if we get, you know, even like a glass cannon early AWP. Going to be weird because obviously you won the pistol, you lost the 4, so it's going to be, you know, pretty tight in terms of the old money, and I don't even think they could have bought one out. So this round, you know, just the flat rifles for the Fnatic Rising squad. That's all well and good. Don't have an AWP to go up against on the other side just yet either. Made some flashes outside, and a lot of ground taken by Pepzor early on. He's going to catch them lining up over on the roof of T roof. Ooh, fast into A. And in trying to get in, they will get shut down. What? Trades for Fessa are plenty, but he's very, very low. And, KST was meant to have that locked in. Instead, Fessa knocks out all 5. And the M4, the lack of head armor on those CTs, he lights them up like it's an AK. That is a phenomenal round.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, that comes out of nowhere from him as well. Dude, an ancient guy looked lost. You know, head in his hands a lot of the time, having a really, really rough moment. Also, someone the desk highlighted who we all had big expectations for. And mate, then he comes out with this round. That third kill, like Regali's super low. Can't blame him. It's these last 2, the closers, while he's on 11 points of health and they know where he is. Maybe overconfidence gets the better of Fnatic Rising there. They try to swing him, try to deal with him. Hell, it's a guy with 11 points of health, they say. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, Regali triple traded out of heaven, and still the show is stolen by Fessor. Altix will die, missed a good escape as well. He hears him take it with numbers, and he goes, you know what? If I die here, we lose a round, so I need to bomb back out. Let's take it to B instead. And with smokes out in main, there's nothing Fnatic can do with pistols. Banjo could consider event rotation, but he needs to go now, and he goes through the smoke instead. Vigo with a double. Regali with a dig, and Pepzor dead at B will only tempt Astralis back down lower, you'd think. Although they go stone cold, wrapping heaven while they have a bit of time. And unlike this call for Astralis, just slowing it down. They know they have plenty on the clock, and they're trying to see if Fnatic get aggressive, and that they will. KST walks into the AWP, and Regali, while he's found a gun, they know where he was. So again, grouping back down B. And the initial game plan for Astralis is in fact where they end. Regali also can't drop vent if this AWP stays on the angle. So might just have to be another save for Regali. That'll go ramp and give it a go, but no, he's playing the long game as well. Not a bad call. Pepzor's money is not fantastic. But we're seeing a good game out of Astralis right now, and that's what we needed.
I'm almost going to be deeply saddened if this whole time Astralis were actually a sick nuke team, because these rounds have been legit so far. You know, you're not like fluking your way to the 5-1. It's not like you can say, oh, Fnatic Rising, they've dropped the ball here. You know, like, I think the CT side's been just going through the motions of a CT side so far, trying to keep it pretty standard. You know, even having moments where they've had good reads, like the round the A-pop comes in, they have 3 players there, they have fast rotates. And still, you know, it comes up in favor of Astralis Talent.
Yeah, that was off of Pepzor's deep outside
Exactly,
control.
right?
Got a dink, and he got all the info.
This is a super legit T side.
How upsetting with that.
And if they were sat on this the whole damn time while we had to cast 8 Virgos, whoo! Oh.
Well, they're the ones who are going to pay the price, Harry, not us. Our job here is done. at least on the Vertigo side of things. Astralis have got to keep this up, though, right? We've got a full buy now from fnatic with that saved AK. AWP for Regali. First AWP in the series coming through in the second map. And
for Regali,
obviously. Yeah, well, that's why I said AWP for Regali.
I know, I'm just stipulating, just making sure.
Don't worry, I'll put Regali before and after this episode.
Exactly.
So for Regali, it's his first AWP.
For Regali, yes.
Good to clarify. Nice nade as well. Bonks Keve on the head. He gets double naded over roof. I love that. You know you're going to, if you throw it early, you catch the timing of a player jumping silo to hut roof. So Keve has not even seen anyone. And him and KST, who are both hut roof and silo, are damaged heavily. This is going to tempt you into that A take. We've got a wall of smokes outside. It's down to fnatic on whether they want to risk getting the info from those smokes. It doesn't look like they've made a play to do so. There it is, a flash. Pepsil's cleared yard. Now he goes back to A. And Astralis Talent, they think they're about to surprise you with a little A pop. That's nothing of the sort.
Yeah, last time they had the info, it still wasn't enough. But it was one man to do it all, right? Yeah. Can Fessa do that again? Will he even need to? Will they be able to get into A? They've thrown all the util, but it's grinded to a halt. So not the A-pop is my guess. Or maybe just a late recommitment to it. But if they give that a go, only one Molotov and one smoke to make it happen. Already Vigo's dead. They see a bunch of players in Heart, and that's where Keve gets ready. Even dropping in. That's pretty ballsy out of Keve. It's given Astralis a reason to keep playing this round out. Both Altex and Breezer are tagged up. That molly, they're hoping, causes the swing from main. Breezer's currently on the angle, but he's lost his teammate now, and so the pressure's on. There's Banjo to close it. From up top the rafters, that will be a second for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, see, I don't mind the play there for Astralis. I'm not sure what made them decide to not commit. Maybe there was a molly outdoor, because as said, Fnatic had that outside info. They knew it had to be ramp or A. And after Astralis don't commit to the A-pop with their util, you actually notice that Banjo goes and supports Regali at ramp. We had a double ramp, and then Astralis wait far too long on the recommit, and by that point, Banjo's already back in the site. So yeah, a little scuff there for Astralis, but a nice idea at least. It's just a shame that info was grabbed. Let's listen into Fnatic now as we get into a gun round.
Flash now.
Flashing. Boom. Smokes outside.
Outside, yes.
I'm flashing
Two outside.
Flashing
Two outside.
Boom.
One side, I think.
I'm coming now.
They're scared. They're scared. They're not pushing.
I'm close, man.
Can you come back?
Yes.
Okay, I'm coming.
There was up outside. He's low. They're not pushing.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Watch out, A.
Chill out in A. Freeze a bit. I'm peeking radio. Matthias, can
you come in lobby? Yeah.
I got main.
I have the peek.
And the other.
Right side. They're pushing.
Watch out, main, Kevin.
Nice, Matthias.
Radio last.
I got hell.
Yeah, all good.
He modded it. He's down B.
I can close. I'm
Down
going
B.
to close on
Down B. I'm sneaking ramp.
something.
I'm close ramp.
I'm with you, Kevin.
He's blind side. I'm flashing out.
Counting a flash. Oh, whoops.
I'm going.
Nice, take the up, please.
Because of that play yard is so fucking aggressive.
Dunk down, and yeah, that play is so aggressive, Pep. So you mad, man.
Dude.
That rush out, he does a lot of damage. He just domes the first guy. Let's talk about this, though. How the hell does Banjo and Regali, considering that first AWP shot miss, sure, Breeze is just trying to get on his teammate's head for the deep peek. Like, it's awkward timing, but Fnatic, they should not be getting away with that.
Yeah, 3 kills, like a 3 for 2 in that situation is so good.
When they were it was 3 against 2 against them.
Yeah,
so
no, really nice stuff.
Ooh.
To get that one out favorably. Hugh, I got to ask, who's been your favorite? Oh, actually, out a moment. Talking to favorites, it's actually interesting because these odds have gone right back the other way, 1.85 to 1.9. Over at Parry Match, there's also that banner down below for the 100% bonus deposit.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is that I wanted to know who's been your favorite team comms to listen into. Maybe we'll revisit it now that the outside push is coming in.
I mean, it's pretty safe that it's going to be English-speaking teams that we can get the most out of.
Nah.
So MOUZ NXT, obviously, but Eternal Fire, they've been playing up to it, and I
love
that.
the Eternal Fire guys, man.
Yeah, you just talked about how we didn't see this map for Astralis really before. Well, Heku's just coming with the stats, Harry, just coming with the goods. The 3 teams actually banned it against Astralis. Only Big left it open. So something to keep in mind. And we know Big, you know, they looked really good on this map when they defeated Young Ninjas in that 2-0 day. But still, Regali punching them with a shot of reality, a little injection of death. And there's 3. Any more? Oh, right below him. No way! How is he alive? He should not be alive. 4 kills for Regali. And yeah.
Go hunt that ace, bro. Go get it, Regali.
No chance.
He won't, because he's too much of a, you know, cerebral, safe player. But now he's in position to do it. He's in position to do it. Last shot, Regali on for the ace, and he's going to get it. All 5 from the AWP. Not just the headshot king, but also lighting it up with that AWP since it's come into play.
Yeah, you heard him in the previous round. He said, get that AWP. Get that. Make sure you get that AWP when they took down Breezer on the B site. So, well, put it to good use, didn't he? That's why he saved the big green for the big man, Regali. Rifling last map. Now back in his element. And dry fights outside with missed shots from Astralis.
My favorite moment of team comms so far, either JDC saying short is the only option, or Kenshin with the save in ladder.
Yeah.
I'm very nervous.
I hope they don't clear me.
I hope they don't clear me.
Or just how Eternal Fire say game time every time someone saves.
Yeah.
You know, they know what we like.
They got good memes, and they always switch it up to English to make sure that the wider audience can get in on the banter as well, which is really fun.
I'm a pretty wide audience. Ooh, if that hit. I mean, it did for Vigo, was it? A sick D shot and finished off through the wall. Ricardo's put on 2 health after that. Pepsor getting baited for in main, and he makes do with that double. Fessel holding onto a ramp rotate. Does it? He must know. Well, you wouldn't hold this angle unless you knew. Banjo. Ooh, he's been played like a fiddle. Dead to the AWP. Lovely shot. Now Fess is taking space. Could have gone heaven. Instead, they just want to drop B. An alternative route down lower. Leaves vent as an option for Kevin. He's got to go. KST's called it. He's got the realization. Here's those footsteps. Pitter-patter. If Kevin can buy time, KST can just win the round with a backstab, but Fessa covers single door, and now they can consider ramp.
Yeah, KST takes a little while to come in on this wrap round. Now the AWP's posted. Not playing for the swing, instead just playing around the bomb. And considering they don't have armor, I do like that. Don't want to take this early fight, have it go against you, and then suddenly you're in hot water. And Molly is going to split them up forcibly. Tap on the bomb. Fessa might need to be the one. Oh no, it's just been spotted from window. Altec's got the info. Fessa's not able to land the closer, but it's still a 1 round for Astralis Talent in spite of all the kills coming in for KST. Not enough to win the round, and considering that's just the Eagles there, that's a really, really nice way to find your 6.
Absolutely. You do not care that you lost everyone. It was absolutely a worthy sacrifice in a round where you came in saving 2k. That was Deagles. And sick, you know, I guess you can give the opener to Fessa. He did get it, but Vigo set him up for it. He pushed Regali off outside, and that's easier said than done, given what we just saw in the previous round from Regali towards Hell. So Fessa and Vigo really make that happen, and Fessa picking up the AWP put it to great use, cutting off every rotate. So 6-4, and Astralis, yeah, they may lose a few rounds in a row, but they immediately come in with a solution. AWP for Breezer is going to have to hit this shot. Regali is not taking the garage angle yet. Oh dear, the molly at the end ticks him down and just pushes him in to the waiting arms of Regali. Can try to flash his teammate out main side. We know Pepsor likes to be aggressive in yard. We've already seen it. Fessel has taken the AWP, and for good reason, but what we just saw. But he sat in the molly, and he didn't realize till it was too little too late. Leaning back as Regali leans forward and moves in for the kills, but it's a ramp take after all.
Oh, Banjo's going to hang around and fight.
Why not?
He doesn't know about the second man who's already deep. Oh, but he's seen him now. That's info. He's suspicious about B main as well. And after that dink, I mean, he's going to hang around. It's almost deceptive in nature when you hear that. You might think he's lower than he actually is, mate. He did 6 damage through the floor.
Come hell, I dare you.
Regali posted. There's the swing. First man dead, and Regali makes it a double. 3 in the round in total for the guy, and the response is immediate. fnatic Rising, a flawless round to find their 5th.
Yeah, see, I'm not even against going hell there in general in a 2v5 because you know just dropping B, not only is Banjo going to be able to set up and live in lower, but also you've just got so many doors and windows to worry about. You're never going to get a bump on with fnatic's rotates, but I think we really need to start seeing Astralis avoiding this AWP. They've done these dry outside runs. That cannot happen again, and now walking towards hell in that round, as said, not the end of the world, but you know where Regali's playing. He hasn't changed it up really, other than going garage or hell or heaven and sometimes AWPing ramp. So yeah, I need to see Astralis start to avoid this AWP, or at least try and deal with it with utility. Drive fights outside. Obviously this round's just eco, so there's not much they can do but rely on this Deagle, or a couple of them. But in general, that needs to be the call made here for Astralis Talent. Oh, they go uncrouch, and Regali ready for it. Good flash at least, but that was all you had in terms of utility. He's still top red, not for long. Now he's dead. Repeat from top main as well, and as they cross, this is Regali's shooting ground.
I don't want to give anything away to the Deagles, right? We've seen what happens when they have their way. So I like that a lot more effort is being made to not fight at these closer ranges. Pepsor, even though he's keeping the aggression up, it's a lot safer. And this should be a clean round. There's the lineup for Pepsor to close it. And so that little eco's brushed aside nice and cleanly. We end up at a tie game. Might have been this really hot start from Astralis that it looked like they were going to be able to recover after winning that D ground. But, you know, the responses have been immediate for fnatic Rising, trying now to leapfrog themselves up into the lead. All the while, Astralis Talent have got their money on the line still.
Yeah, this is a fine half, though, I will say, for Astralis, you know, given the context. And I think 7 will be an excellent half if they can do it. This is a team that has come in bottom, Fnatic's second bottom, on those T-side you know, wins. So, yeah, I'm liking what we have so far. And we now have a smoke wall, the first real one to get Astralis down to B, or at least imply they're going down to B. It's a double lower fake as these players look to split main instead. And with Pepsor back garage, he is in the position to stop this play. Now Keve can just be freed up to watch door. He knows he can't be split until the call comes in. And Fnatic is so ready for an A-pop right now. Look at this setup. All the nades getting thrown over. There's the spot. Oh, it's a complete whiff though, but you at least know what's going on right now. You haven't seen the second player. Keve with his back turn. Hut rush. Lovely entry from Altex. And there's the late lurk for Fessa. I love the space, the distance between him and his teammate who got seen. 4-on-2, and that's an excellent round for Astralis, one where Fnatic was set up well for, and even had that early info, but it comes off the back of Pepsor's whiff that it all comes crumbling down.
Yeah, not even that kill's really going to entice you to go for this. Will just be a save out of Fnatic.
Try and make some money here, like at a certain point, stop hunting because you need guns, and so Astralis needs to be very careful. Oh, Regali, he's just not missing a beat today. What did he put in his cereal? I need to know.
Yeah, this is like prime Season 1 Regali, like a guy who can just take control of a game.
18-4. Astralis have 7 rounds. Yeah, some saves in there, but one was a full eco save with an AK. A couple were actually, and yeah, sometimes you got to get that AWP out of there, man. Unbelievable scenes. He's been at the forefront of every one round for Fnatic.
Yeah, you know, it's a little concerning that Breezer is still so quiet, right? 2-9 on this guy. Hopefully that changes up in the second half of play when that AWP maybe becomes a bit more prominent. Because it's night and day if we're comparing AWPers here. I think that does make you have to give a bit of extra credit to this Astralis squad for being in the lead right now. But these outside pushes have been really nice, bro. Like, really, really nice. Always catching Astralis with their pants down. A little bit of ramp aggression, and Banjo's going to hang around to fight it. Now, that will give up the 4-on-4. But as they play into B, there's already 2 players here for Fnatic. Door swings as the bomb's tapped, and they've just abandoned Vigo in the bomb site. Regali in the vent is going to get bested by Fessa. Pepsor's even cleaned up on this rotate. KST in the vents, turning on a dime, and the bomb is still down in B. They're hunting this frag, and Oltex will get it. Now in the 1v1, doesn't know where Keve's gotten to. He's had some time to reposition.
Lovely.
And getting up onto the rafters proves to be the right move. Never even considered by Oltex. And so it's 7-7. fnatic still in with a chance to win out this half.
I mean, Keve, what a play to make. He tried to do that earlier, if you remember the round where Fessel picked up the AWP and went on an absolute tear with it. Keve just runs out single, and ironically, it's the Astralis plant that's coming in that he does deny. Fessel was in double, trying to take space, and that really is the be-all and end-all for Astralis. Even though they almost make it happen, just the bomb loose there is such a problem. And Mister as well, he's 1-12. He got picked in T-spawn. What does that do to your head at this point in the game?
Something else that's wild is like suddenly the impact of Regali's kills is felt hard. It's an Eco A rush. I say Eco forced by right round 15.
Bombs
Pistols
out.
and armor though, and the bomb's already been dropped. This should be a fnatic round. No ifs and or buts.
Surely, right? Regali looking for his 20th here on the A site. But there's too many CTs. Oh, he drops off. No, that's crazy.
This could get weird now,
Yeah,
though.
you've lost Heaven, but...
Like, suddenly Banjo needs to win this Heaven swing fight. Ooh. And as they feed the beast, it's only going to get worse by the second. This was rifles versus pistols. Now the game changes with that AWP in the hands of Breezer. 50 seconds, there's still time to play with as well. They're going to try and come in from 3 different positions. Main, hut/door, and Heaven as well. Banjo's holding this Heaven position, and Fessa dead right away. They lose Vigo in lobby, so it is just Breezer with this scavenged AWP left to try and do it. That shot's unreal, and now Breezer's on for the ace. One man still to find, and Keve denies the ace. That would have been unreal. The wall bang to Hut, the immediate re-peek up onto the rafters. I thought Breezer was about to have his moment.
Yeah, we've seen such nice games out of Breezer in this tournament as well, so it's it would have been a lovely way to go out with it. But even without spam from an AK that you can see traces of, he just shoots through. He knows his angles. What a lovely try from Breezer, and Keve just swings out to close the half. At the end of the day, Astralis can be happy with the T side. This has been an excellent game so far and super entertaining. But fnatic now moving over to the T half. They were very well prepped for Ancient. I wonder if that's going to be the same for Nuke. For the Paramatch odds, still favored, but obviously a lot closer. Astralis are showing us why Danes love Nuke right now. Some fast rounds. And if you're looking for some speed of your own, Harry, maybe your PC needs an upgrade, you can actually get to the next level with the Western Digital Black SSD, our latest sponsor here, the WePlay Academy League. But right now, this is neck and neck. I'm really enjoying this game. Ancient was good fun to watch, like a taste test of the T side, but this is very competitive.
Yeah, I love that we're getting such a solid game out of Fessa, right? I think there's no way of ignoring that he's been a real key to this whole scoreline so far.
I mean, most of these highlights as well are AWPs, and not just Regali, although mostly. Fessa's had his fair share of shots on the AWP. Let's see, as we go into the second half, we're going to be tuning into the Astralis comms and find out what they've got cooking up.
Ja, bare net ind i hot. Jeg er straight for døren her. Løber udenfor. Det ligner vores. De er rundt høj. Kan ikke komme ud.
Jo, kom ud af fight, kom ud af fight.
Udenfor. De søger nok bare med P250.
Jeg sidder så i uge her.
Jeg holder lige ramt.
Jeg sidder bag rød, ja.
Så Tetris.
Poker gate, kommer
de er
nok rundt.
De er nok rundt. Ja, de kommer rundt Bago. De kommer rundt Bago. Rundt Bago.
Jeg bliver bare insta-HS'et. Han er alene, tror jeg. I så kun ham.
Alene? Nej, mere nu.
Men jeg kan holde bag dig.
Jeg rammer
eller mod floor.
Jeg rammer.
Han går op høj. Han hopper op høj.
Vent lige, jeg går bag ham. Ind, sæt gate. Død.
Nej, en op høj stadig.
Jeg skyder ham op høj. Op høj, dinger mig.
Ud gate. Jeg tror begge.
Ud hot.
Jeg holder høj. Jeg prøver at komme op bag høj.
Høj, okay.
Død.
Kom igen, mand. Det er min.
Oh, that one's got to hurt for Astralis. It will leave a mark. They knew what was going on. I don't know if Pepsor, who comes out with 4 kills, by the way, made like a double jump, but you can hear crouch jumps. There's a little warning for you. Very, very quiet, but if you're listening close, game volume 1, you can maybe catch something. So Breezer knew. He called that over, but couldn't get the second kill, and it would have made all the difference as Pepsor swoops in from Heaven. And I like the Fnatic don't just wait for the Heaven guy when they know that he's been spotted. They flood in and let Pepsor come in as the last man to trade. 9-7 with a pistol for Fnatic. World is your toaster. Let's get this bread.
Yeah, I like this. You know, you did the outside smokes early. Sent Keve down. Or Kevin.
Kevathy.
Depending on if you know him on a first name basis.
Yeah.
Which I don't.
Oh.
But
so how about you stick to his nickname, Buddy?
Yeah. Kevin/Keve. Still, you know, lurking down towards B, trying to draw out rotations. You were hoping that in response to hearing players, you know, maybe crossing with those smokes, there was going to be lobby aggression. When that doesn't come through, Fnatic do start to walk out into A, and they will uncover very, very quickly that this side of the map is empty.
Sneaky.
Yeah, bomb plant going to come in over towards upper. And now it's just a matter of, you know, can you do any damage in this round with only USPs?
This is nice for Keve because he just knows that now you don't need to watch Vent. I've got B on lock, and with A clear, you know that they were going for a lower stack or something strange. Window is open. Just they creep into the hallways. Keve finds out the hard way. 1 kill and a MAC-10. You can save it, but it's just, you know, you should really be hunting in this round, trying to make some money because you're coming in with M4s in your buy. I don't think, especially on the CT side in this position, like there's any benefit to keeping the MAC-10. So they're going to try and use it. Chasing back in T-spawn. Keve, or KST rather, helped out. And Breezer, hey, he put that MAC-10 to use. He killed Vigo. So probably not what he had in mind, but he tried.
Mate,
that's all that matters.
Played versus a Finnish 5-stack. I'm sure you remember this, Hugo. They kept blowing the B door off CT side themselves when they would like play an outside player. And actually, it's kind of a cool idea that I've never really considered, like CTs preemptively, you know, removing B doors.
It just meant we couldn't plant B, basically. No, it was a cool concept. You know, you can just get swung. And it can just be a bait, like they can open decoy.com window.
No, exactly, right? It's actually a cool idea. I've never really seen anyone manipulate those B doors ahead of time.
The danger of doing that is like you're hoping that, you know, what if you try and do that and then
they go B and...
No, you get vent bomb.
Yeah, right.
And then they just sneak through to your ramp.
And you have no idea. No, there are definitely downsides. I ain't saying all teams should pick up what these random Finns were doing, but it's a cool idea.
I think they were Estonians.
I swear it was the Finns.
We played a lot of nuke recently, so I might be wrong.
Because we also, I know we matched up against an Estonian 5-stack and a Finnish 5-stack. What can I tell you?
Yeah, Finns, man, they just love a bit of nuke.
They love getting grimy, do the Finns. Yeah. That's the thing about them. Finns equal wins, Danes are pains, and Fessa. I'll remind them of that the hard way. Finns do equal wins, though. Banjo's going to have to come in huge on this little lurk out through the door.
Yeah, Astralis, I like that they don't hurry down B right now. Make it very clear they know Pepsol's here and he can't go back up without fear. Oh, that's a lovely kill. Very low. Pepsol leads the bomb back to main on what will be an A split. I'm not worried for Astralis, though. With this setup, there is no excuse. They have to win it. Pepsol lurking to make things weird. Could be a way in, but he's been spotted, and KST with the bomb dropped outside. There's just no time. Pepsol needs this kill right now. And Altex is not giving it away. I don't know why Pepsol's not looking heaven. He had a chance. Now it's gone. Now it's lost. Banjo shoots in hut to bait, but they're right above him. And 10 seconds. Pepsol fell out of heaven. I don't know what's going on. This round's a mop-up. Forget about it. Write it off. Even if it didn't look like complete garbage, Astralis had a lovely setup to deal with that. So, yeah, whatever. Go next. Buy up. And those Paramatch shards, good for Fnatic, but this game is far from done.
Yeah, I think those odds are pretty generous, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be ready to write Astralis off yet. T-sides, as we kind of touched upon, they have often been where teams have struggled, and fnatic Rising, other than Ancient, have been no exceptions to that. Little like what feels like existence style timeout, right? Everyone just waiting. You don't really have a lot to work with here. Have a bit of a discussion about how you want to approach this round that's coming up.
Very reserved investment. You could have got a 3 AK buy with Max, with Galil's.
I kind of love that I love that they don't go for it.
A lot of teams would not have ecoed this round, but yeah, it just gives you a chance to plant. They've got a game plan behind it. They're going to pop, try and get down vent with that raft of smoke. The flash is in. Breeze is blind, but it won't stop him. You try and bait with the door, with the hut play rather, and the bomb goes door, but it's not going to be a surprise to Astralis Talent.
Yeah, timing's felt a little backwards as well, right? Like, would have loved to have seen the hut players try to get out sooner and then have the vent drop. Hopefully that was going to pull this hut player away. And, well, you were hoping to, at the real bare minimum, try do some damage here. And with none coming through, it's a crystal clear round for Astralis Talent, who are now banking up CT side money, which is always a danger.
Oh, the Danes, they're full of danger, as you've said before, and here we go. A key rifle round that could make this game suddenly Astralis as the favourites if they can pick it up. Break that Fnatic bank yet again, but there's good loss. There's always that bonus plant money. Fnatic not had to play Nuke this season either, so they're also in murky water on this T-half. At the same time, definitely looks like one they've been putting prac into and putting time into. So, not going to count them out of anything. Be foolish.
Yeah, I've just been super convinced by some of these CT sides setups that, like, we have Astralis running. I think their rotates have been very, very smooth. I think they're running some really nice crossfires. It's going to take something pretty grandiose, it feels like, in terms of utility to try and break some of these apart. And Fnatic Rising, do they have that? They set up in the lobby once again, throw that early hut roof Molotov, trying to nullify this angle. And it feels like, trying to give the illusion that someone's vent dropped. There are 2 players down on B early for Astralis Talent. They're going to start to take secret control. And even though these outside smokes go over, if there's no one behind them, that's something that Astralis Talent are going to be able to figure out very, very quickly. So Fnatic, they do at least have bodies here. Molly in secret denies a peek for Vigo. It's nice so far, restricting the flow of information that Astralis have got.
This could be a lovely
I just don't think you're going to be ready for a double setup here. This is so uncommon. Now you learn about Breeze. Vigo dies right away, and Breeze has got to get out of there. They run through the Molotov. They chase him down, and that's a decision they're going to come to regret. This was a really nice start. It was a 5-on-3, super early for Fnatic Rising. And Breezer goes above and beyond with a quad hold over in secret. You saw Banjo earlier on. You know where this guy was. You know you've got that bomb down towards secret as well. And with only 30 seconds left, it feels like you'd be hard-pressed to lose this round if you're Astralis. Feels like you'd have to go out of your way to do it.
Yes, the bomb's too far, and that alone is the detail that wins around. So Banjo, just looking for damage here, could walk through a window, but if he jumps, might just die to this secret player. And Astralis may as well make the money here. They don't need to hunt this kill. It will come to them. Ace denied for now, but the round is fine. It's under the lock and key of Astralis Talent, who've now done what we said they needed to do. They've not only equaled up, but they put themselves into this game as favorites. No bomb plant money either for Fnatic Rising. I mean, it's just a bit of loss bonus. I'm like super surprised by that setup. Like, great escape from Breezer, makes the best of that. But, the fact that they're double peeking, I mean, that could have just been one player running away or even just getting traded. And if Vigo tucked in the corner, I think he gets the multi-kill that round. So set Breezer up for the win, and he gifts us the goods. For Lico. They go and get got.
Yeah, Breeze is going to have a chance to warp out. They've seen him now, but it goes both ways. He knows that Players could be at red. He's seen one on silo. He knows they're at the blue boxes. And so, should just be a bit of a chicken shoot outside. Everyone wants some of these eeks. And who can blame them? There's Astralis Talent retaking the lead at 11-10. This CT side really starting to come alive.
We like this, don't we? Now, fnatic rising, pressure's on. We don't even have the AWP. We do have the AWP, yes. Andrew buys it up for Regali. Didn't look like he was going to, but... Now, yeah, fnatic, even if they have a game plan, even if they want to run... I hate WePlay. Yeah, no, look away, look away. No one saw anything. No, those textures are fine, I promise. Even though we have, you know, some things to show for fnatic, they've got the util, they've got the outside smokes, a couple of variants of them, rather. I want to see them play around the AWP. I want to see them slow it down and let Regali run what he wants to do, and then we can see what picks are provided. First T-AWP. Breeze is also hitting his shots as well, so coming up from Secret right now, caring for event drop with the smoke. The fnatic have been running consistently almost every round of this T side through rafters into vent or next event. So, you know, if you're Astralis, you've got to consider this. You are being conditioned a bit. Breeze is going to come up from Secret. Regali is in the open. It's a freebie if he peeks out now, but Keve's coming in to close the gap. Oh, he's above red as well, so this angle is excellent for Keve. Regali knows he's freed up, and even Regali firing might bait Breezer into something. Can't go too far, though. That head's about to be given up. Oh, he sees it, and a shot missed, but that's a second chance at life for Regali.
Altex at ramp is about to be tested in a pretty big way. Early rotate down towards B as well from him and Breezer. You know, going to join up with this AWP that had played that secret rotate. While this is all going on, Regali's taking outside room, and you know you've got Vigo in heaven, still maybe considering this.
No, oh, it's so close.
Oh, the stand. Oh, the crouch, and Regali somehow wins that. Oh no, a kill in the hut. Suddenly Fessa, all alone, is cut down by Pepzor on the entry, and that's a really nice adjustment to the game plan out of fnatic Rising. It looked like originally it was destined to be that play into lower. When they take that secret control, they spot the AWP, they go, now we want no part in that. They duck on out, and Regali hits a must-win shot onto the Heaven player. Yeah. You know, if that kill doesn't come through, I don't think it's as half an ugly spot to be in. Suddenly, you know, Fessa's got help from Heaven. He's not having to worry about the potential of getting wrapped. He's not having to freak out and feel like he has to take gunfights, but instead, that's the exact spot he's left in.
And that went from ugly to beautiful very, very quickly for fnatic, as you say. And Regali is going to be sighing relief after that. Sucks for Breezer, who is in the right position all round to make a play, and he never overextends. Like, as said, he would have died to Keve top red. But as he fires off his AWP, he wants to put as much distance as he can between, you know, where fnatic just heard him and where he could be. So he reroutes ramp, and he gets faked out hard by fnatic. I think he even realized after the ramp util came in, like, no one's coming down B. There's 20 seconds. Astralis were ready for the A play, but it's just, yeah, it falls off the back of Vigo. Banjo and Pepzor with the entries, and it's a beautiful round for fnatic. I think if you replay that, Astralis probably win it, but let's see this time around. Breezer yeeted into main for the AWP shot, and there's the door nade. It's perfect, way ahead of the timing that Banjo expected, and an open door is going to catch him by surprise. Keve eats a nade. When he gets down B, this time for a change, no one's here. Altex is making that move. Breezer fills the gap on ramp, but this time they're going to be going into the AWP. It's Breezer's attempt to shine with this weapon.
Oh yeah, that's a very convincing second shot. Dropping down to lower, Vigo drops the bomb, and Breezer continues to fight for ramp. Now, they never saw Keve, but they could look to make an educated guess here. And he's also going to have to make noise at every point to try and actually get to ramp to get the bomb. And so with that having to happen before, you know, all is said and done, he feels a bit screwed here, does Keve?
Yeah, and for good reason, I'd say. Save would be really nice, just to allow a rebuy. You're not going to get as much loss as you are going to get, or as you have already in this round, so would make sense. Just going to be a 40-second bleed out. Astralis, so trading back-to-back rounds, trading rounds back and forth rather now. This is going to look really good for them. Keeping 5 alive, Keve can't afford to hunt. He can't make that risk. And Breezer finally, who's been avoided much of this half since he's had that CT orb, able to put himself in good spots to have impact. The door run boost into the ramp hold. And there was no weak hole in this round for Astralis Talent. fnatic. Now, this is like pressure's on Keve right now to call something phenomenal, because we've got another buy round for fnatic, but this game will slip away from them if they can't find success. Getting a little worried now on this T half. And I want to jump on this as well. Misses still, I think, 3-16. So at 12-11, like, you know, we always say that someone's having a bad game, but still his team's doing fine. Like, if Mister can just come in with a couple of impact kills in another rifle round, like, that's just another thing that fnatic haven't even had to think about, haven't had to deal with, and that could be huge for Astralis in shutting out their map pick and taking us to overpass. With wind in their sails, that'd be a feel-good moment.
Yeah, back towards outside for this AWP, but Vigo crouches under the crosshair of the AWP. I think they have now seen him at red, and they're actually going to spam him through the smoke. Breezer fires off with the AWP, giving up his position over towards outside. Now you know where the AWP is. Molly cleared the player off of Hot Roof, and Regali's patience gets rewarded with a swing from that CT AWP. This is shaped up nicely early on for fnatic Rising. Are they ready for another player back in the garage? You could see Regali wasn't even considering that. And so that has at least gotten rid of this AWP outside.
I love the ramp hit here. It would have been so obvious to go A, but instead they know that AWP is not going to be able to do anything if they can molly or smoke off hell. There it comes, and there they go, dropping down into B, dripping into that lower site. Fessor, he was anchoring A, and now he's got to beat the Molotov right up in front of it. Quick kill to Banjo. Oh dear, flash out. KST's also in the window, and he just gets that kill. Could have gone very wrong. 3-on-2, the AWP in decon, and Mister moving back in through the window side. Bomb's been planted, and fnatic peel back to ramp and dark. Nice wide post plants mean Altex is going to be hard pressed to find picks for the retake.
Oh, the molly's good. You hear it tagging him, and it never even forces the swing. He just elects to sit in it. Now you learn about the ramp player. Just one of them. You haven't seen them both. Smoke on the bomb. That baits the peak. Shot fires past. And now he's back on it, and this time he's sticking it. That's where Keve comes in. This guy doesn't see smokes. Both his kills in this round coming from spamming them. And it's kept fnatic in the game at 12-12.
Yeah,
it's just like going tit for tat right now. You know, back and forth is the nature of this one.
Yeah, the only reason Astralis' economy is anything in this game is because they had all these 5 alive rounds. When Astralis are coming in with rounds, they're often clean, they're often dominant because they've outread fnatic, or someone's had a massive multi-kill like Breezer's popped off with the AWP or the M4. And, you know, when fnatic win a round, they're having to grind for them. They're having to try and, you know, out-rotate this AWP. Regali does a great job of picking it this time around, or last round rather. And even though they get caught off by Altex, they avoid him. Very decisive call to go back to ramp. And we've seen them stray away from these A hits in recent time. Keve, he's going to go garage. There's no AWP here. He's actually, well, now there isn't. He's dropped it. It's back in hell, or at least it was. Now loose. Flash for another fight, sees more players, but just being alive here is drawing so much of Astralis' attention that his team can move in. Pepsor does get caught trying to split off of main roof, and this is now a lot more awkward. If Astralis just go back, they forget about Kevin, they play their spots, they can hold off on this A rush. Ooh.
Okay, little vent drop. Now you can give chase here. Banjo's holding for it, and Secret's taken. There's the kill to get you into B. You're always very, very scared about peeking ramp when it's mollied like that. It means they're just scoped up on the other angle. And so this is looking like a save for Astralis Talent. It's the only way they're going to keep the guns coming in. They're going to keep the money looking good. Yep. And I think, you know, with how much this AWP has been a cornerstone, you really need to try and bring it with you out of the round. Breezer, if I'm not mistaken, came into this second half. He was right down bottom of the board alongside Mister at like 4 kills, I believe. He's had this tremendous resurgence since bringing the CT AWP out. So you really understand the call to just commit fully to the save here. Let this one sail by. Keep that AWP in the next.
Even with the rifle as well. I think that's one thing that's super impressive for so many players in this league is that they're not one-tricks. Like, there's so much evidence that these AWPs are not one-trick players. Like, Breezer's had a capable rifle. Regardless, last map was dominating with his AK. Even someone like Lomik over in VP.Prodigy swapped off the AWP after showing a lot of value with it in Season 1. Gave it to an unarguably better AWPer.
Dougie versus as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, these players can rifle, and so that's super exciting. Just there, I love that mid-round for Keve, right? He knows having Garage means that if his team drop Vent, 2 out of 3 portions of Rotate are cut off for Astralis. They can't go outside the secret, and they can't drop Vent because Banjo's holding. And then Regali just AWPs the ramp Rotate, forcing Astralis to save. Another opener for Breezer, run boosted into Banjo, and he's going to be able to get down into B quickly. That's where fnatic will meet him.
Oh yeah, the last thing you wanted to do is feed this AWP. Even though Keve trades the vent kill out, the last thing you're ready for is this AWP coming back up for the fight. He's fired off, you might wonder why. It's to draw attention away from this secret flank. And even though Keve considers it, it's still an Astralis cleanup. You can see why they wanted to save the AWP. It nets them the opener. It gets the info about the B play and continues to thin out the herd. I love this run boost that they're doing as well to completely ruin the main nade timing. It's caught fnatic twice now. And every time it happens, you must be thinking to yourselves, like, man, this guy has the most incredible spawns over and over again. No, it's all by design for Astralis Talent.
And again, it keeps up in the narrative of when Astralis win rounds, it's because they know what fnatic are doing and they just destroy them. Like, all these Astralis rounds, almost all of these Astralis rounds have been 4-5 alive players. So, yeah, just as soon as Astralis know what's going on, they're so much more lethal. Breeze is in the right place again. Able to double up, as you said, that perfect bait for the secret flank. A second vent drop as well. After they know they kill Banjo and Door and it's a yard take to B, they go, well, the lurk in lobby is dead. You're not going to have a double lurk. So, yeah, we can just dive down vent and help out Breezer here. Anything is nice in that position. So, fnatic, you got to give Keve credit when it comes to calling, that his mid-rounding is excellent, but if Astralis can call out of the gate what fnatic are trying to do, their rotates are fantastic as well. So this is continuing to be competitive, trading rounds all half, and no certainty on who's going to win this map.
Well, truthfully, mate, if you're Astralis, you could make it very easy for yourself by winning this round, right?
Yeah.
It's a stupendously broken up buy for Fnatic Rising.
Fakes footsteps.
It's all in. Yeah, fakes the footsteps down towards Secret, and I think Vigo's fallen for it. They're trying to split through main. Faster A play. Double backside setup. This is pretty good for an element of surprise, but they run it down quickly. Heaven Rap misses his opportunity as well. Now the AWP in the hands of Pepzor. He came into this round with just a deagle. He's got a big ticket item to ride it out with. Can they find the 3-on-3? That's a scuffed main smoke. Hopefully that doesn't punish Regali.
Oh, I love this spot as well, right below Heaven with Pepzor baiting them in. They try and swing and he doubles up. He just dropped the AWP. He's like, nope, I want that combat fight. I want that multi-kill potential. And, if anything, the double backside setup is nice when one player is fighting deep and maybe they get a kill and they die and then you discount the position. But that actually went awfully for Astralis because both players, Mister and Breezer, are blocking each other. They're walking into one another and then they also get split together from Hut and Door. They don't peek early. So that really fell apart. And fnatic have got to be feeling fantastic now, ready to close this map and series.
One bit outside lobby.
I'm only on hot for you.
Garage clear, unless he's Nico.
Nothing close, I think.
Trade it clear. I'm
They
making slow.
You can drop your nades here, I can use them.
Yeah.
I smoke door.
Yes. I'll smoke main for you later.
I left
That's
side.
not a secret.
I'm picking device.
Yeah, I'm smoking main.
Device up.
Can we do some pressure
I
ramp?
can flash 1/6.
Yes.
No, yeah. Flash.
I will
get
close
it.
ramp
With you guys.
Boom.
We will do pressure ramp
I
now,
have
guys.
garage peak.
I can flash use garage. Or
I have it.
I'm
We're
flashing
gonna
again.
need to move
I'm
the
flashing
back up,
high, you
Mattias.
will be flash.
I will flash for you.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Yep.
Needs
Do it now.
Flashing now. I'm holding head. On box
Nice.
head.
Let's go down, let's go down.
I'm on internal.
Back up, back up. You went back. I'm gonna smoke single.
Just take
Yeah,
a CT,
Don't
Julia.
be, I think.
Single.
Single.
That's you can get.
Can you
One
wait?
ramp behind me, yes.
That help.
Nice.
A side one.
Okay, yeah, I have an idea. One is
I can go
ramp,
down
right?
B. I think so, I'm not sure.
Okay, I will pick from here.
And one should be down, I think.
I can do 2 smokes from A if you want. I mean from ramp.
No, just survive there, because I will pick ramp from here.
Knock down Pepe and you get to A. Julian is with you. He might be up here, just pick her.
Going up ramp.
15 seconds. You need to run now.
Come, yeah.
Peek vent. He's
Vent.
up.
That's right.
He lined up that no scope. Dear, oh dear. I think fnatic just lost track of the time. Keve, you know, not as vocal in that one as well after he gets picked outside by Breezer's blind AWP. And of course, it's Breezer who keeps Astralis breathing in this game. Mister's got to be quaking in his boots, 4 and 18 down on lower. But fnatic just spent so long trying to clear out ramp to get Pepsor on the bomb back up into heaven that it was never going to happen. That really hurts. And again, decisive for Breezer. This guy is a talent. Like, he knows there's only 5 seconds. It has to be a stick or Pepsor fakes and loses. So, yeah, he just runs him down on the plant. Really, really good round out of Astralis. But, oh, it's so uncertain right now. fnatic, broken, playing for overtime. Astralis trying to shut out this series. I love this buy for Mister. 4 and 18, this is the buy you go for. He set his team up with a rifle, and he's bought an auto shotgun, especially against Eco, playing hot roof, being able to drop vent. No meme. This is actually an excellent buy. It might not even matter. Like, he's come this far without having to do anything this half. It's been all Breezer, baby. A pick to Regali out ramp. And Banjo lurking lobby while dry outside fight comes through.
Yeah, you've heard him getting close to main as well. You know that this player might be slipping the net, and well, that means you comet across to Vigo. He's able to hold the line. The eco doesn't accomplish anything.
Get it, Mister.
Mister, come on now. Show us what the auto shotgun can do. Everyone laughs at it. Everyone says, you know, not a good gun. Well, there he is.
Who says that?
Everyone says it, mate. Everyone.
I'm not interested in the sheep.
If you change your name to, like, I use XM only, and then only use the XM, you'll get kicked.
Yeah, only, sure. I think you deserve it at that point. But 15-14...
Oh, so you're saying it's a bad gun too?
No, I'm saying it's a pretty good versatile gun in certain positions, certain moments. When you're going 4 and 18, I think buy the XM, yeah. Or maybe you're trolling, but...
Well, luckily for me, I never go 4 and 18. So.
Yeah, your scoreline's way worse. Either way, round 30,
That's a life
and there's
game in my book.
there's no AWP for Regali. And he has been the lifeblood of this T-side as much as Breezer has saved Astralis' bacon. Right now to full English, cooking a hot roof, frying some eggs. But no one up there. Keve back on his BS, lurking yard. Will he walk garage or will it just be that secret take? If he goes B, Vigo is ready. He's got a full battle util to stall out this play. Re-smoke at the door. Re-smoke missed. Wasted utility. But Vessel can use it. I mean, why not? Make the most. Vessel's had an excellent CT side as well.
I actually love that he doesn't play this. He wanted to, but it's like, if you're fnatic and you see that smoke, you're like, that's weird. That doesn't belong. And it's not something they'd plan to use either. So just, you know, chalk it up to an L. And now, double down on this little ramp hole. Flash out for KST. Even though you've taken ramp, there's only 50 seconds left. You've got to be decisive in your moves here. You got to move with purpose. And they're trying to fake it out.
What a call. If Keve can sell it as well by making noise B, if he dies, it might be a problem. But Breezer hasn't gone back to ramp. Maybe he'll get caught in the middle of two positions. He's still carrying an outside lurk. Keve's going to be that man coming back up from Secret on an A play. Breezer spots him, and now you should know 25 on the clock. Keve's dead to main, looking the wrong way. They come outdoor. Pepsor with the entry. This is for all the marbles. This is for the game. And Astralis might just hold down on this top site until KST comes alive with a double, trades from Regali, and now it's a ramp flank to keep this game going.
Yeah, in through the lobby. It's a heaven plant as well. That's important to remember as we get to these final moments. You would love to just win this fight right away, because if it comes to the 1v1, things get nerve-wracking. KST on a timing has looked away from the lobby and leaves Regali open. No! Next with the double, and KST's hung him out to dry. That's heartbreaking for Fnatic. Astralis pick up the win, 16-14, and we're going to overpass as a third.
Oh my goodness, the tiniest of margins, the smallest of timings, and KST, he doubled up. He got the entries, man. He set them up for the round. They'd never be there without him.
I'm really curious what brought him back to the site. Like, you know, Regali has heaven on lock. He believes that Hut's being covered. You could tell. He's out in the open, man. He's just standing there. Oh,
that's going to replay in your nightmares tonight for KST. Like, that's worst case scenario. I mean, GG for Astralis, well played, but I was ready for bonus play. Instead, you're going to get ready for overpass. Stick with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
Astralis Talent take the second map with a score of 16-14. It was really close, but that final round was the one that actually decided if we're going to overtime, and maybe Fnatic Rising will end up closing the series with a score of 2-0, or if we're going to a third one, which is overpass.
I have to say that I don't know where this is coming from, but Prosus might be one of the best players in this league, and people are wondering, who's Prosus? Why am I even talking about him? The difference in communication that we saw from Fnatic in Season 1 when he was on the team to what we're getting now is kind of astounding. And I think that right now, I don't think Banjo is even doing a bad job as his replacement, but I think that they have clearly lost a beat in terms of the way that they're able to play out and figure out kind of in those mid-round, late-round situations who has first contact, who's going to be taking the initiative in a round, what that initiative should even be. I think Prosus added a lot to this team. I'm disappointed in Fnatic Rising because they weren't able to get this one over the line, but I have to give Astralis a lot of credit. The CT side for them definitely helped them out a lot, and I'll say this, on their T side, winning that second round was massive. The economy boost that they got from that and the way that they were able to tear up Fnatic's economy, they did a great job, and they were in control of the money this game quite frequently.
I fully agree. I fully agree. First and foremost, credit to Astralis Talent for stepping up, you know, and playing a good game of Counter-Strike. I also do think we got to see some of the individuals shine better on a map like Nuke. Fessor had a good showing. Breezer with the AWP. I loved the way he was constantly moving around, especially on the CT side. He was yard, took a shot, then he went ramp, then he went inside. He was constantly being proactive, moving around and making it very tough for Fnatic Rising to figure out where he was present with the op. So that is definitely the positive side of it. That being said though, Fnatic Rising, we heard 2 examples of it. Clutch situations awful. In a 2v2, there's 30 seconds left. We can see from a third perspective that, dude, you have to make a move now. You just, I think it was Pepsor and Regali, one under heaven, one on ramp. Either you make the decision that you go both towards heaven or you go both towards ramp. None of them made the decision. Both of them stalled until they realized, oh, 15 seconds left. Then they start running and then they lose the 2v2. So they never even gave themselves a chance of winning that scenario, caused their communication and caused their, I guess, individual understanding of the situation was not good enough. And we saw that happen over and over and over again for Fnatic Rising, even in the last round. That was a very great example of a 2v1. They should have won 9 out of 10 times, but they still found a way to lose it. So as much credit I want to give to Astralis Talent, as much flack I want to put on towards Fnatic Rising right here, because that was a terrible, terrible performance in terms of communication, understanding Nuke and in general just making the right decisions. You're right. They lost that second round as well in the second half right here. There were so many options for fnatic Rising to win this game. Let alone talk about Mr. sitting at 4th fraction, 28 rounds into the game. If fnatic Rising can't win this game, then I don't know what game they can win. That was just terrible.
Yeah, Mr. unfortunately managed to get only 6 kills in this map, but in the end of the day, they do win it. Fessor, this is the score like I was kind of expecting to see like on every map that he played like during this whole season, because maybe I just had a kind of high expectation for someone who kind of has a FPL title next to their nickname, but of course, it all comes to the team. Like if you're not being put like in those good positions, or maybe if like overall like you're just like losing rounds, you're losing maps, you will not have those good stats.
I will say that it will come with experience, that fnatic Rising will learn from this game. They recognize that they couldn't take initiative in some of the rounds, and that came back to bite them greatly. When we look at this head-to-head, though, I do want to bring up the fact that Regali looked solid with the op. That was a question that I had coming into map number 2, and I'd say that he definitely delivered on that CT side. He was on 18 kills, but it's when he switched to the T side that once again he had a lot of struggles to get himself going. He was sitting on 18 kills for quite a long time. I think he got his first kill on the T side maybe 3 or 4 rounds into it. He was then sitting on 19 for quite a long time also. It took until the very end of the game for him to find his form on the offense. And on the other side, Fessor did a good job. I think that right now, for me, everybody on Astralis Talent is doing a solid job, except for Mr. I don't want to like single him out too much. I just think that everybody is actually doing a good job, especially in mid-rounds, to make sure that they're not overextending, overplaying their hand. That was kind of a thing with Astralis before sometimes, where they'd maybe get caught out, they wouldn't be in a tradable position. But I will say that on Nuke, it actually showed that they had prepped this map, or at least practiced it a little bit more, because they were able to play a little bit more as a unit. They had some kind of, I would say, even advanced crossfires, like just knowing high and low angles, who should be taking first contact. Those little things stood out to me. I'm glad to see Astralis win this map.
That's also somewhat what I sensed when listening into the communication in the couple of rounds we got to it, and throughout the entire tournament, to be completely honest. The comms are fine. It's not, the best of the best, but it seemed to be relatively calm, collective, and I think the information and the way they engage with each other is just fine. It's not a red flag for me at all. So, that's also one of the points I've tried to make, that I do think Astralis are yet to show the best version of themselves, because when you have comms that are working somewhat in tandem with each other, then you have potential to elevate yourself, despite maybe not having the best players on the server or the most fracking abilities. So it was good to see Astralis Talent win a game, but I'm just a little bit sad that it took fnatic Rising to bottle so many situations they should have won. I think that's why I want to, point the direction, because if we go into Overpass and we just expect, fnatic Rising to play somewhat better, then Astralis Talent will still have to find another level in order to be able to win that, and that's what I want to see now. They got themselves a shot at it, and in all fairness, fnatic Rising could finish now last in Season 3, and that would be a disaster.
Oof. Yeah, during the whole season, we had a huge question mark next to Astralis Talent map pool, because we just kept on seeing Vertigos over and over again. Right now, just seeing that they actually can play a pretty decent Nuke, I can make a conclusion like, okay, they were not playing Nuke because, first of all, it is a map that kept on getting banned against them. NAVI, the perma-ban, then also Young Ninjas banned it, and like also the remaining team, and they also played against fnatic. Also got rid of it. So the only team that actually left it open was Big Omen Academy, and we know that Big Omen Academy is also pretty good on Nuke, because they managed to win against Young Ninjas. Right now, they will play Overpass, a map that we actually saw them play against fnatic Rising, and they managed to push fnatic Rising to an overtime.
Yeah, that was a pretty surprising result, that it was that close right there. I would say that it's probably likely that Astralis Talent have been practicing Overpass, or it's a map that they've been playing throughout a couple of seasons here, even though obviously Vertigo's been their favorite in terms of play rate. Overpass has snuck in a couple of times for them. And I would say that I still would put fnatic as the favorites here, and we see the Perry match odds that they're the 1.5 favorites on this one. I would agree with that, because it did feel like that was almost the worst version of fnatic in a lot of respects, and sometimes the best version of Astralis. We saw Breezer with some big rounds, Fessor, Altex. I mean, almost everybody from Astralis Talent had some decent rounds, some kind of heroic rounds for themselves. And fnatic dropped the ball in a lot of situations that felt very uncharacteristic from what I'm used to in the last seasons. So I think that they're still definitely going to be the favorites going into Overpass. I would be shocked if Astralis are able to carry this momentum over to the final map.
If I'm not mistaken, the first time we saw them face each other and play Overpass, it was also a nice comeback from Astralis Talent that made them into overtime, and you were then left with the feeling, okay, so you did all this good groundwork, you got it into overtime just to lose it anyway, you know, so it was almost for nothing. So I mean, last time they played it, it was sort of like Astralis who finished the game in the better way, you know, so they probably have an idea of how to approach it from the beginning now, probably avoid, you know, getting behind big time and avoid having to fight back and make this comeback. So I think there's a couple of silver linings when it comes to Astralis Talent right now, and I must say, you know, it feels like whenever you watch Fnatic Rising, it's just night and day. You don't know which version is turning up, you don't know which Regali is turning up, you don't know which, you know, even the mood when you were listening to the team speak, you know, it's very almost depressing in a way, you know. There's not a lot of energy in there. It doesn't feel like they're playing for, not relegation, but they're playing to be eliminated from the tournament. So I really don't know where to put Fnatic Rising, and just because of that, I think Astralis Talent actually have a chance of making the upset here.
Both of you predicted that Fnatic Rising will win against Astralis Talent, then again against NAVI Junior, and then will lose against Young Ninjas. How do you feel about your prediction right now? Are you a bit nervous?
I'm nervous, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens, because again, Fnatic Rising, one day they look good, the next day they look like a bunch of noobs, so I don't know where to put them. I think they're yet to show a better version of themselves, and I also do believe in their abilities. I think all 5 players, especially Banjo, who stepped up massively in this season, credit deserved for that performance, you know, can show more. So I'm still willing to gamble on Fnatic Rising, but I'm sure they share the same frustration as I do. They know they're much better than what we're seeing right now, and something has to change, and something has to change right now. Otherwise, MOUZ, that's it for Fnatic Rising. They'll finish 5th, they'll finish last in this group stage Season 3, and that'll be a disaster for the only team who actually kept the lineup from Season 2 to Season 3.
Coming into this season, that would have been unthinkable. There's no way I would have pegged Fnatic Rising to come in last place here. So they're right now the ones that have all the pressure on their shoulders. Astralis Talent, in a way, actually can play with some freedom, knowing that, hey, we're not even supposed to be challenging Fnatic Rising. This is a miracle. It's kind of a miracle to me that they even got this far, that they're forcing them to play with Fnatic's backs against the wall right now. This is a position for Astralis Talent in terms of momentum and mentality that they should feel like they have nothing to lose and everything to win. So I'm not going to pick, I would still never pick Astralis Talent here, but I actually do think that there's a lot of X-Factor qualities that can make this game really tough on Fnatic, mentally speaking. And yeah, the comms this season have been the worst I've heard from Fnatic throughout all of the seasons. It feels like they're getting worse and more depressed. They're getting sadder. I don't know what's happening in that camp, but maybe they need a boot camp. Maybe they need, I don't know what they need, but they need something to change the mentality there ASAP. Maybe a coach. I don't know. They need something, because it is hard to listen to them play right now. And I really hope that for map number 3, when we listen to into their comms once again, that there's a slightly different mood. If there's a different tone in the air, then I can see Fnatic Rising running away with this. But it just feels like they've never given that. All the comms are always so separated. There's dead air for lots of points in the round. There's no plans being made. That's why, again, I'll just reiterate the point I made at the beginning of this segment. I think Process was probably incredibly valuable for taking the initiative and knowing what should come next in the stages of a round.
Yeah, definitely, because instead of Process right now, they have Banjo. He is from Finland, and we actually had an interview with him in the previous season. And I remember, like, when MOUZ would spend maybe like 2 minutes explaining his question, getting to the question, and then get something like, yes, and like a cheeky smile, and you're like, well, that's it.
That's just the Finnish way, you know. They're silent killers. They're pretty good at the game, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Try to go up against a Finnish 5-man stack, you know. That's rough, especially if it's a legit stack on Face It with no smurfs, etc. It's just, they play Counter-Strike in a way where it's much more, I'd say, like on the individual based, you know, going for a duel. You win the duel, you win the game. You lose the duel, you lose the game. That's sometimes, you know, what you sense, and you know, not that many, you know, dare say, brain cells involved in it. So I think, you know, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. But the thing is with the Finnish scene, and I've said this many times as well, they probably have one of the highest potentials out there. I think some of the Finnish players are the most talented players out there. When you look at the pro scene, there's not a lot of Finnish, you know, top tier teams. Not even ENG is banking on their own nationality anymore and picking up Finnish talent. So there's still this unleashed potential, and I think Banjo has showed us that. Season 2, I was not impressed with what Banjo did. He was not feeling comfortable, probably still suffering a little bit from that mentality that he's been running around and Face It and just going for duels. You win them, you win. You lose them, you lose. That's it. Now that he's had some time to be integrated into the lineup, he learned about competitive Counter-Strike. He's been the best player this season. I think that's a story worth highlighting. I think Benjo is a great example for a lot of the Finnish players right now. If he can continue this progress, who knows? He may be the only one who's surviving this, roster mania that is coming in, because that has to happen if fnatic Rising were to lose.
The thing is, with I'm going to quote the famous content king Tarek recently. He said, if you're getting kills, you don't have to talk. But if you're not getting kills, what the heck are you doing? So I need Banjo to get kills if he's not going to talk on the server. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, we hope Banjo will get kills. We hope Regali gets kills. We just hope that everyone on the server will be getting kills. Let's go to Hugo and Harry, because they're already waiting us on Overpass.
Yes, indeed. Heku frags are king. And I say forget Coach Lau. Bring in Coach Mal, fnatic Rising. Consider that for next season, because this guy can pump you up. I would offer Pimp, but he'd probably be too toxic to young Banjo, so we'll leave him alone for now. Either way, Overpass. Like, yeah, I agree with the points on the desk, right? It's safe.
All of them.
Oh, not all of them. It's safer to lean on fnatic here, but keep in mind, like, not only are Astralis pumped up, have nothing to lose at this point, shouldn't win this series anyway, shouldn't even be here. Like, if that went OT, I'm banking fnatic all day.
Yeah.
And now, adding the fact that last time they played Overpass, when Astralis picked it into fnatic, because Vertigo was already gone, they lost in overtime. It was a damn close matchup. So I think at this point, for Astralis, or at least maybe for fnatic, I'm getting worried, Harry.
Yeah, I am as well, because, we kind of had, Regali started the day really, really good.
Yeah.
And he was even really, really good CT side nuke. He kept it up. Then started to go a little bit quieter. I don't really want to home in on him as like the problem factor, because he definitely wasn't. But it feels like Breeze is going like the polar opposite route, which was slow start to the day, really quiet first half of nuke, then finds his footing, then becomes the big player that we were all looking at in that second half of nuke. It looked like a completely different guy. And so for one of them, you're just getting started, baby. You're rising up. And on the other side, you've been at your max all damn day. Fatigue starts to set in. Oh, the Maui would know anything about that. Look at this guy.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
he got a junk, baby.
All right. Turn your monitors on and work on your crosshair placement, nades, positioning, aim, communication, lack of coach, and all the other details. And maybe we have a game on our hands here between fnatic Rising and Astralis Talent. First two maps have very much delivered in this series, and a knife round to close. We haven't had knife rounds. We've been running no bo3s until this point. So, yeah, not that we're going to lean too heavily into it, but it's always interesting. Ringing around the roses. And then it just gets a bit
you
wild.
could do like how Conor Gervin got his start, Yo, it's a couple of stabbies now. That's not how he sounds.
No, not at all. Nice try. KST, I mean, he starts this map off better than he finished the last. That's something to lean on at least.
I think Conor Gervin, as in Scrawny, could be a coach.
Yes.
He's a very inspiring
Yeah,
guy.
very inspiring.
Whenever we play CS with him, it's like a new experience. I never have fun playing Countdown. That's a lie. But the thing that's good about Conor is he's very, very good at keeping everyone focused on the same page. That's what a positive outside voice can do, and maybe that's what some of these squads have been lacking.
Yeah, this is really smart, Harry. Hype up Conor so he coaches next season, and we actually come back.
Exactly.
That's a great mega brain.
It's like a really positive way of eliminating the competition.
Well, whose competition will get eliminated now in the bottom bracket here of Group A? It's Season 3 of WePlay Academy League. There's no more room on the line. This is the end of the rope. Loser goes home. Bottom of the tournament. Winner goes on to face NAVI Jr. to fight for that land spot. There's still 2 more teams ahead of these guys. Young Ninjas, they're waiting right at the rope, ready to cut it.
But how long is a piece of rope, Hugo?
Well, it depends who cut it, I guess.
Yep.
Can be as long as you want, Harry. Little B-pop. And CT setup playing retake.
Yeah, we call this one the Smoky Joe. Goes up into heaven. And now the cross comes in. Plant will be found, but it was a retake setup here for fnatic Rising. They're going to try and win it in the 5-on-4. However, Vigo might have the round in the palm of his hand.
Glock. Oh, they've gone past Regali knows. For some reason, Regali knows. Vigo, he's blown his opportunity right now. He's been locked out, especially with the advantage for fnatic. They come swooping in. They forget about Vigo until right at the very end. Regali cuts him down, and a flawless 5 live CT pistol round for fnatic Rising.
5 live. It's like I don't know the way you said it. 5 live. It's like a country version of, I don't know, Twitch maybe.
Thanks.
Well, look at those parry match odds, Hugo. What do they tell you? They're leaning massively in favor of fnatic Rising at a 1.38 to 2.9. You might think, oh, that sounds pretty sweet. I'll get in on that. Well, there's actually 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. You can read more about it by clicking the banner below, but only if you're 18 plus. I saw you reaching for it. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Here's a little mid-play for Astralis Talent.
Yes, indeed, Harry got the force up as well. You know, I said knife round doesn't really matter. I feel like on a map like this, it actually has grave complications, grave implications, because it was a 10-5 CT last time to fnatic, and that is so often the case when you see, you know, CTs win that pistol and convert. The question here is conversion. Right, Regali doesn't know they're right up in his business. They're on the bomb site. Luckily, he gets a warning shot, and his team now have to be very careful coming out from the dumpster. Good flash, but Pepsor is dead to Fessor on the mid lurk. That con rotate cut down. Regali has also been seen. They should know there's a second toilet man, and this little tuck in bank is lovely, but jumping around the corner like a bunny is Keve, and Mr. started dead. He'll get left alone. They won't retrieve his body. They double up in front of it instead. Vigo and Breezer frag out, and these are lovely shots. It should be around here for Astralis Talent, and that question of conversion is answered with a negative. It's Astralis finding that 1-1, and you would imagine destroying the chance of fnatic, making one of these early runs where you go 3-0 up, you win a gun round, you get your AWP, you go 5-0 up, you break the money again, you're 7-0 up. Like, this happens so often, especially in the Academy League where CT side rules.
Let's listen in. Let's hear the boys on fnatic and how they're going to respond.
You should play like Wood, Matthias.
Yeah.
And then you can fall back later. But you can re-smoke as well.
Nobody picking mid. We can. I'll play close as well. No, nobody picking ramp. What should be? Nobody crossed.
Flash mid.
They flashed. Yeah, they can go up now. They cleared the
One MOUZ.
con.
At 1 minute we can push.
I'm holding long toilet. Oh, I mean, never mind.
Monitor.
I can push now if
I'm going B. Smoke heaven.
they smoke toilets or
Could
something.
be sneaked out in
They
toilets.
smoke from T-spawn. Yeah,
I'm gonna.
underground dead.
Nice.
They know I'm a player. They
Con.
don't know about rest.
One more under. I think.
Just hide, Kevin.
Nothing banana.
Short, I think. Short, I think.
can take this.
Respawn
Let's smoke heaven.
Underground.
I'm flashing out
One
short.
more,
one more.
Two short.
I smoke short.
Three
I smoke
short. I think everyone. 30 seconds.
They're stuck short.
Maybe they push, watch out. I'm watching monster only.
Yeah.
From ABC.
Yeah, they can go.
I got short.
Coming in, monster 2.
2 pillar. One is peeking. I have left side pillar. Left side pillar on.
Planting.
Short.
2 close wall.
Water. Wait, water, pressure.
In short.
One more.
And
Tight,
short.
kinda.
Wait,
Barrels.
Pressure water.
Oh, that was a little orky Momo for fnatic Rising. The reload.
Hang on a
Yeah,
moment.
okay.
It's more like Oki Momo, not like Orky. Well, it could be Orky Momo because I guess it's
I'll go
awkward.
peek on
But
the
I
roof.
would.
Not-
Hello.
Cut him off! Get him out of here! This is my show. Thanks, guys. 2-1, and yeah, fnatic, they knew exactly what was going on, right? We heard it in the comms, the con flank. I was worried for Astralis. They were just setting up nades in open to connector. But I think the reloads literally loses them the round, right? KST, you got to cancel at that point. But yeah, it was pretty screwed. Vigo was 10 health. It would have been a one-shot. That should have been Fnatic's, I think, but Astralis already making a name for themselves. And yeah, like the comms, I mean, it was brought up by Maui. They just do. They have sounded deflated all tournament long, and I think maybe a coach could be, you know, the solution for Fnatic. Don't want to spell doom or gloom yet, but
yeah, I mean, you know, something that was said all the way back in like Season 1 was that folks like Golden were actually involved in working with the academy team and, you know, helping them get their stuff sorted out. Obviously, Golden now departing from the Fnatic organization. I can't imagine he's kept up his
get him back on freelancing rates.
He's like, yo, boys, what's up? I just love playing with y'all. I mean, that would be cool, but...
Yeah. No, but there's definitely, you know, and again, brought back to the process point, which, you know, Maui talked about, and we've also theorized, like, when we did hear those comms in Season 1 for Fnatic, because also sometimes hard to tell who's talking. Now we're more familiar, but, you know, you can always tell the German in the voice comms, because it's, you know, very strong accent, and Process was always a super vocal guy, and always had a lot to say, and that, I think that's, you know, part of the reason that Big probably wanted him. But right now, the retake is not going to happen. It's a nice little eco for Fnatic. They do some damage, but Astralis right now, they've come in with a statement piece. A strong T-side start makes all the difference. And just delaying this AWP as long as they can, it's not going to be in play for another gun round. I think Astralis are probably reveling in the opportunity they have right now. And to think how this series started with a 16-1 win from Fnatic on their map.
14-1 T-side to get them there, mate. That's...
Enchant.
Enchant, as I think it's pronounced.
Oh, they don't smoke it.
Molly. That's
Dude, that's crazy.
You know, one of the things about doing that is you do throw the timings off. Yeah. They're listening for a sound cue, right? To identify if it's a fast mid play. They're listening for the psh of the molly getting extinguished by a smoke. But then they didn't go fast on the back of it, so you know, it doesn't really make a tremendous amount of difference. It's not like that timing's now going to catch you off guard. For all you know, they've waited for the molly to fade and just gone walking through after the fact. Little run boost to get out Breezer. It's a good thing no one was peeking that, because he did full white himself. Yeah.
Just his brain's working at a level too high that you can't comprehend, Harry. Great flashbang, and Fessel recovers that spray to Regali.
Dude, that's a really nice idea. Hang on a moment. Because swinging out from long is Pepe Zora.
Roar.
And he's in with a double. Oh, KST even hears the footsteps. The feedies, he's gonna shoot them where they stand. Just missed the left. Oh, does manage to, you know, MacGyver himself a little one-way there.
Mangled and angled out through the little railing, but even if he tries to plant here, he's a dead man. Short
is the only option.
So Banjo thinks. He's on board. Could try and go for heaven, but he'll just get swung. That smoke didn't go where he wanted to. He's not got much cover. Oh, it's not looking good. He's dead. It's over for y'all. Fnatic on the board with a buy round.
So something that was nice about the long take was like they threw a really garbage flash originally into toilets. Yeah. One that was so easy to dodge, right? And that's almost like a bait for the second, much more effective pop flash, right? Yeah. The guy turns around, he's like... That's what he's doing. He's laughing at himself because that first flash was diabolical, but by design, you know, it tricks them into this false sense of security that you've dodged the flashbang, you turn back round, and there's the real punch, mate. There's the real, you know, whitening going on. And suddenly the swing from Fessa was able to get that opener. Pepsor did ruin the whole thing with his little swing. Now we're back to some of this mid-control for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, Regali with the AWP now as well. Could be lovely for Fnatic getting that grabbed, yoinked out of Astralis' hands. Those cold fingers. Pepsor. Oh, with the smoke. He's got a bit of a gap. Gonna check it. They trade well. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Do you, again, feel bad for Mister, who's just kind of getting wrecked right now? Got hung out to dry in toilets in one of those earlier rounds, but... Or in bank, rather. Regali, 2 shots with a bomb in front of him. Smoke to recuperate a bit of control after the molly fades. And with Fessa walking down corner, Ultex wants to trade. It's Banjo dead, but be careful. There's more where that came from. KST heard him leave, and we'll start to close that net. It's crunch time. Fnatic are about to bite down. Show me their molars. He is very fortunate on these timings, but not forever. There's the backstab. Regali's dead. Careful. And there will be a trade for fnatic. That was always supposed to be their round, but got a little uncomfortable. 3-3 though. And recovering the AWP in that previous rifle round 1 is everything. Now Astralis are put back onto pistols.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for Astralis. Little eco round they're going to have to play out first. Let's get that one out of the way. I want to say, you know, Pepzor, I always love watching him. I think he's a real driving force. And, you know, something that I think MOUZ's highlighted throughout this entire season is that, you know, he's become even more pivotal in having to get opening fights, having to get stuck in. It's not an easy position to be in where it feels like so many rounds hinge on him finding success in the opener. But I feel like he's often able to rise to the occasion. I never look at him as someone who's an inconsistent player for Fnatic Rising. I feel like you always know what you're going to get out of Pepzor. And often it's very good performances, I feel like. Not hard to see why originally he was that 6th man, that substitute for the old Fnatic main roster. Not that he ever really got to play, but he was listed multiple times, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? He's got a lot of potential, does this guy. That much is clear. Once more, playing this close angle. He's always keen to be involved in opening fights, even on the CT side. However, they have gotten up and past him, bypassing the toilets. This isn't info that Fnatic Rising have. Will Keve get punished for it?
Oh, he's just throwing all his nades. Going to get a bit of a spot now. Pepzor can activate if he wants to try and come in on a backstab. Misses late in mid to stop that play, though, so it's easier said than done. Keve needs to hold strong. We go on the site right now. Kesty comes up, and there's the lurk out mid with a knife out. Mister's dead. Pepzor activates, and now they're trapped into a little box. Pepzor's box. And, well, he's thrown it into the river. 4-3. A nice little round from him and Keve to get it under wraps. 12-4 for Pepzor. Damn good start.
Oh, let's listen into Astralis. We've heard Fnatic. Let's hear the other side.
Just der.
Fuck UG, lad os spille 3 med.
Ja. Og fuck UG, eller?
Ja, ja, fuck
det,
UG.
man kan bare godt lige spille i den nogle gange.
Jamen, det er lige...
Fucker Alex.
Luk lige mig, Mikkel.
Okay. Bag mig, Alex.
Flasher går, Alex.
Fucker så let, Alston. Op. Blik flash, Mikkel.
Ja, flasher lidt højt.
Det er Molon.
Monster. Der med.
En kort.
Ved vi mange omkring B nu.
Det er lidt UG der. Flasher, lad UG peek.
Push mig, Mikkel. Push mig, Mikkel.
Ja.
De kommer ud kort nu fra UG.
Du har fået bombe, Frank.
Jeg går altså væk herfra.
Vi skal ind monster, drenge. Vi skal ind monster.
Ja.
De er ude kort. Han kommer ud kort, ham fra UG. Han trækker der.
Ja,
bare glæf den og smoke.
Ja.
Fucker toilet.
Smid i den med mig.
Ja, med dig.
Ude kort, Mikkel.
Jeg ikke lige blive spammet.
Går du kort?
Han er tæt. Tæt højre. Hold højre.
Ja, 3, 2, 1.
Han der.
Han er Mikkel.
Nej, der er stadigvæk.
Bilen.
Fuck backup eller vand. Fuck backup.
Ja.
Kom igen.
Pepzor's the MP9 king right now. Just stay on it, mate. Put down that AK. He is shredding fools on this CT half. 5-3 for Fnatic Rising. Astralis, this is a bit of an awkward economy situation because they can get a bunch of AKs, but they can't buy any nades, so it will have to be their little halfy. Banjo, lovely monster hold. His teammate gets wrecked on the wood side, and he comes in with 3 biggies. The bigger, the better when it comes to kill count, especially if you don't com.
Yeah, I mean, that is the golden rule. You know, I adhere to that. If I'm fragging, mate, you won't get a word out of me. And Hugo can attest to that.
Yep.
If I'm not, you'll get 1 or 2 more words out of me. Here's Pepsor with mid control. I love this from the guy. You're not going to be ready for it. Not going to be ready for him so damn deep in your park. Vigo, is he ready for it?
Do they know? What info do they have?
Looks aware.
Yeah. They're all set up A right now. I don't know what info they got that this is going to be the A play, but some con run to the top site. Vigo has got Pepsor dead to rights. And now they've got a gun. They could even leave if they wanted to. It's a bit weird of a round here for Astralis Talent. And so fnatic, who did stack up on that A site for a moment, will decide to lean back. Try and play something more standard. It's not like Astralis have nades to run any fakes. They've got to commit as a unit. Going to check their backline and set up for A. And that will certainly help.
Oh, okay. Oh. Not yet. Not over yet. Not over till it's over, but it might be over for Banjo. There we go. The music stops and he's brought to a close. The AWP has rotated up, as has this M4 on KST. They shouldn't be able to stop the bomb plant, though. Won't have much of a say in that. And Vigo's even looking to fight. Now, he doesn't have head armor, and he never gave the AK to Fessa. Hopefully, that's not something that comes back to punish them. But there it is, coming back to punish them. Oh. Another kill found, and Fessa is left in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Now onto the rifle. He's been able to retrieve it. Half the time ticked off the bomb. He still has a little bit to play with in the swing, the trade. KST, it's almost a lineup, but he will get that kill over the line. And fnatic Rising are up onto 6. Still, for a little partial investment there, Astralis Talent can't be too disappointed with the results.
Yeah, very, very scary round for fnatic, and all off the back of Vigo's opening D. That AK is put to good use, and yeah, Astralis with a bomb plant, going to be maxed out on cash for a future buy. Very nice try for Fessa. He had an excellent performance on Nuke, although he was, at times, maybe outshined is the wrong word, but the attention was so much on Breezer and his AWP rounds as well. I think Fessa was just consistently putting up numbers every round. And so Astralis looking to clutch out one this time. Flash for middle. They're going to try and get involved, but they come from both sides. Blind is Pepsor, and Fessel slips the net. Ooh.
Have you noticed the change? They're almost trying to say, like, yeah, Fessa, come rap. I dare you. Come rap to try and find this player in park. The AWP set up, providing this cover. Regali is eventually having to start to worry about Connector. That is one of the worries here, right? How long does he stay around?
Pepsil's so patient.
Pepsil's still waiting. Will he get rewarded? In comes the first. He can't make anything more from it. And Regali, he wants to fall back, but because you don't know anything about Con, he's hesitant over the idea. Oh, sticking around and fighting might be the play after all. Regali onto a double, and he knows when to quit as well. Doesn't want to throw away this man advantage he's grafted for. And so it's left to Vigo. He's getting assaulted by utility over here in middle. There's more where that came from, my friend. KST with the wraps, got it locked in. You don't miss those. And that's 7-3 in favor of fnatic.
The sad thing about that is Astralis knew exactly what was going on, right? The whole round, like, they're ready for the playground take. Fessa's tucked close. The AWP is scoped on his back. And Fessa's, like, shooting into mid-smoke to try and fake out that, oh, I don't know that there's anyone behind me. Then he flashes himself into playground, full blinds himself in the process. And Pepsil gets away with a multi. Actually, no, sorry, he only got one. But he did a lot of damage, and then Regali just shreds him with the AWP. So, yeah, a bit of a weird one, but good supportive utility from the rest of fnatic Rising, lobbing those flashes up from B and even clearing Con to provide that exit route that you talked about. Bit of an awkward one for Astralis, but they're getting challenged every round for this mid control. They can't get, you know, default stairs for free. It's the molly in for fnatic Rising. It's these constant party pushes. And even when they stop doing it, you know, Astralis is still going to have to consider that there could be players up in their grill. So it's going to really slow down these A takes. Maybe even push them into more B pops. Have to see what the call is going to be. Breezer, that's a smoke that will land on the molly if it blooms. So even if no one goes middle, you can fake that you have players there. Vessel will run through with the smoke. And the rest of Astralis leaning towards a B. Mr. Holding for the con rotate. Astralis Talent might just waltz into the bomb site. This is ballsy.
Contact play. Traded at first. Pepsor set up with flashes by Keve. And it's worked wonders just to stop this contact B play, right? To spook them back out of Monster and deny the control. Now, while all this has been happening, Fessa is on a lurk over towards A, and with so much time still left. Oh, Regali, just a little too deep out in the open.
Nice.
And Fessa has now secured a route to A. That's massive. That's also the second time in this series that now Regali's gotten caught, just being overextended past an angle, the other one being back on nuke. That one, little less his fault. This one has been a bit of a grave error that's really opened a round up that fnatic should have had in the bag.
Yeah, Keve's just trying to keep his eyes on the site. That smoke is a miss smoke, but if anything, it still is a little bit worrying. Fessa waits for his team to move in. Now the bomb plant goes down. He's still sat back default, playing the toilets, and the timing as Keve checks the corner, cleared by default. Now knows there's two on the site, as that was a plant at the same time, but there's little KST can do with that information unless they're coming to him. He might have to make that call, and yeah, he gives it up. Or will he? Maybe they told him to go for it. Like, they've got money, got reason to believe. Even, forget it. One tapped out by Altex, and Astralis Talent with a 4th T-side round, just, trying to break their way through. It's not secure for fnatic yet. There's still room for Astralis to crush that money and get those beautiful anti-eco rounds, which are all you really want as a T. Just freebies, locking them in versus flat pistols. Clean shots from Altex and Fessa. One more buy before that inevitable economic trouble for fnatic.
Fast to try and take this short control. KST jump spotting for info does get what he was looking for. Fessa's once again been tasked with lurking his way out towards this A site. You just heard Pepsor take a step, and the flash to set him up. That's info. However, he's still going to win that head-to-head. While this is happening, a boost is assembled down here on short water after that control was taken earlier in the round. Might be Mister to open. As you try to reposition players around the B site, that's where the boost could extend this advantage even further. But Vigo, very unfortunate with his timings on these peaks. See, on the back, I'm not seeing any. Oh, no! Regali from heaven spots the little top of the head and will take it off.
Oh, God.
Now they try to rush through the monster smoke. That's a little desperate. Short player in Altex is tagged by the AWP. Regali out for revenge after that last round slipped away. You could almost, you really could justify saving.
Not much.
It's not a call you love making, but with 25 seconds left, yeah, they're going to back out of there, hold on to the AWP, hold on to the AK, and that at least lets you keep these investments trickling in.
Yeah, you got just enough loss or just enough banked up cash for Fessa to buy a rifle, so yeah, you can get something in that next round if you're Astralis, if you want to buy round it. fnatic save themselves from that eco. And 4 rifles at least here in this gun round for Astralis, and not the end of the road by any means. Mister just taking the hard hits, man. Not even money in this round, despite being the guy getting the opening kills. He's down on a Galil, so it's not the end of the world.
I don't really like that smoke push from Mister. You know, it just feels like such a coin flip decision to have made. Like, if he wins the fight, don't get me wrong, it's great. But I don't know, man. I feel like when you've already waited that long in the round, could have waited for the smoke to fade, see if the AWP can find anything, especially because fnatic were peeking Monster. Always feels risky when, your round hinges on just one fight being won or lost. That reinvestment will come in around the saved guns. Both Fessa and Vigo with cash to buy. And this is a bit of a classic here, right? You wait right side Monster, you keep barrels control to deny any aggression, and now you're feigning a bit of an A play. And if you can keep 3 bodies here, that's a big win, or at least it's meant to be. Fessa, the guy with the bomb, now the only player left for the B play, and he can't commit to that alone. You know, if he ran in, even if he gets all the kills, planting could be a death sentence in and of itself. So he's just having to wait for his teammates to get into position now.
Yeah, that seemed like an early pop for Astralis. Now, it wasn't a problem because there were 3 still on A in that round, but they didn't even wait for the smokes to land on the A site before, you know, Astralis decided to pop out Monster. You know, would the results have changed if they had? Unlikely, but what would have changed is Astralis would have been more set up to recommit to B and trade out Banjo. They're now not able to do so until late. Pep saw his kill coming back up Con, but Regali is here to make sure the bomb can't make it to the A site for free. There's the drop, and now the spot. Regali needs one more, and Mr. in a very difficult clutch with no time to do it. He's going to jump into this AWP, and Regali does not miss those. 9-4, and Banjo is just destroying a Monster right now. He's playing the same angle every round. He's not letting them out Monster. Just in that deep right angle towards Jail. Astralis, they're in a cell of their own design. 9-4. Solitary confinement.
And this is where, like, it's very, very threatening to face fnatic here for their CT side, just because they have some very, very good components on both bomb sides. I think this hold of Regali on Pepsaw on A, if they're both feeling it, like, that almost feels unfair having those two together. They're both pretty similar with how much they like to harass the T side and slow them down. Then you couple that with this incredible monster anchor in Banjo. And suddenly it's like, well, where do you go? Where do you try to exploit? We've seen short more and more, and I kind of agree with it as a potential solution. Now the B pop on the back of it, and actually they get past Banjo. One of the first times they've done this without losing players in Monster. Is this finally going to be where we see this B play yield some results at a pretty critical moment in the game for Astralis Talent?
Oh dear, they're ready for the boost. Fessel executes 2, and he knows where Regali sits as well. My goodness. That looked ready to go for Fnatic Rising. Instead, what? He just wraps Heaven. They're not even considering it. Viggo was too busy resetting Monster to try and get a gun, perhaps. He only had a deagle. Didn't want to swing the CT player. At least that's where he thought Regali was. And the question is now, has he changed spot? Regali is beginning to do so. Plant is wide, meaning he can get it down for Heaven as well. Backing out. And Regali moving in. Viggo now cares the rafters. And I love this tuck. Only problem is bomb's not for him, so he will have to commit on the first tap unless he's got massive cojones. Regali sneaks into the water. This is the last spot of 3 that he will be checking because it's not covered. It's not for the bomb. Regali, don't tell me you're going to look. Don't tell me, and you're not. Viggo shooting bodies on the way out and locking in that round. He had to win it after, you know, leaving Fessa out alone on the bomb site to just get picked by Heaven. Viggo needed that round for Astralis Talent. That was a little, you know, random force by pop into B and taking down Banjo first seriously had the results.
Yeah, you know, I also feel like you get a bit screwed there by the heavy CT lean, what with KST jump peeking for the info early, the other player, you know, being back towards CT as well. I think for Banjo, he probably got caught feeling like he had to watch both Short and Monster just because of the pace of those pistols running him down. It's a little awkward that that's how it ends up going. You know, you get the info, yeah, they're short, you see the pistols, and by the time you kind of collect yourself and you realize what the response should be, they're already in your face. Ooh, Pepsaw spots him, but that's a battle that goes the way of Fessa. Voltax gonna catch the aggression from KST as well, and now in with a very, very good chance of a 6-9 half. That's good for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, they're not there yet, though, but it should be inevitable, right, with these constant pushing players one by one, feeding themselves into this default. It's literally a perfect round right now. Just Banjo left up on B. It doesn't matter where he goes. It's settling in now. Astralis looking for a 6th. We're going to have a monster walk for Altex, so just get that info if he finds a B player. Actually, the bomb's coming down. It'll be the inverse. Fessel's walking out A. It doesn't really matter where you go. You can walk into him as long as you're trading. But Fessel, having the A site, has provided a path for the bomb to walk. And with that comes the round and the half here as Astralis Talent takes 6.
Bomb has been planted.
Wow, 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 wow.
You don't believe in the Banjo 1v5?
Not with the other kit, and not with Vigo doing stuff like that. Jumping up on the little dumpster. 6-9 though, and Astralis, yeah, it could have been a lot better given how they found that force buy in the second. It looked like they were going to run away with things, but we had a low eco win for fnatic on their first rifle. They got a free AWP, and Regali just popped off with it on the A site. Pepsor had a great half as well, and now we're going to have to see where this one's going. What did Parry Match say about it?
Well, they're still leaning this one in favor of fnatic at 1.37 to 2.95. Clearly convinced by fnatic's bang for their buck, and if you want your more bang for your buck, there's that 100% first deposit bonus, which you can learn more about on the banner below.
Yeah, dude, Pepsor's freestyling right now. He's crazy.
Yeah, you know, in saying that, it was a bit of a classic whereby when he stopped this kind of mid-aggression and we saw him settle in elsewhere on the map, going down to help at B, for example, there were successes, but it was a bit of a mixed bag of results compared to what he was getting away with on a lot of this A aggression, a lot of these A pushes. And this links back into what is starting to feel like, oh, dude, it's so weird because I always say, like, Pepsor, he feels consistent. You always know what you're going to get out of him. But at the same time, it does feel like a lot of Fnatic's successes hinge on him being this guy opening up rounds, even on the CT side, right? Finding stuff from aggro, from pushes. And when that isn't coming through anymore, that's where we see Astralis, you know, starting to even out and ride the wave and get back into this.
Yeah, just again, before we get into the second half, a quick shout out to our latest sponsor here at the WePlay Academy League of Western Digital with their new WD Black SSD. We all love a fast PC, Harry, don't we? But for now, Astralis, they need to be fast in the comms, fast in the voice. As we get into the second half, we're going to be listening in to the comms for this pistol round.
En skal gå A, tror jeg.
Ja, ja.
To midt nu.
Trækker bare op.
En løber tæt. Løber på mig.
Okay, jeg trækker op den, ja. Bare lige
Jeg
blive
laver
2
den der,
B.
hvor der kommer lidt one-way, Alex.
Ja, de går ned UG.
Ja, det er fint. Ja,
Bos, 2.
2 løber. Retake. Løber.
Nej.
Kommer med.
Okay.
Løber op.
Helt op, 2 mand.
Tror ikke med. Nej, de er helt op truck. De er helt op truck, venstre side. Hørt mig.
Ja.
Det er truck 2.
Jeg har smoked til pack.
Trucken, oven på trucken. Måske en til højre. Ikke nogen venstre fra dig, Alex. Står trucken der bag. Lang.
Ingen ud.
Hold. Hold lang truck.
Ja, default.
Ja, truck.
Doesn't get much more brutal than that. 4-5 alive pistol round for Fnatic.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if Chumbawamba's taught us anything, it's that, you know, in getting knocked down, you got to get back up again.
Well, you ain't never going to get me down. Now you get worried for Astralis and their longevity here in this series. I had a lot of hope that, you know, maybe they would have had that momentum and it would have dragged them forward off of that last second win on Nuke in round 30, but Fnatic have not let it fluster them. And again, for a team that lacks a coach, is not calling timeouts, you know, it's not been problematic. Fnatic have kept their heads held high. Silenceless pistols, loudness equipped. Pew pew. Down on the B-bomb site with Breezer spotting mid.
Yeah, I do just want to clarify. I believe they do have a coach in Cube, but I'm pretty sure he's a newer addition, right? Because obviously Fnatic had like that restructuring with kind of Samuelson stepping away from coaching altogether and going to more like big picture stuff and integrating between the two squads. Something that we touched upon was like Season 1, you had Golden involved as well. Obviously, he's since left the Fnatic organization. So there has been like restructuring. I think that's more of a way of putting it.
Yeah, I just missed that, if he's on the server or not. But no, that does add up. That sounds familiar. Of course, you want to talk coaches, talk about Astralis Talent, right? Bringing in Trace, 1.6 legend. Not Trace Sanasaranthus, that's with a C. And any CS fans, any old school gamers, any Danes will know who I'm talking about. And I think that's really cool. But, well, if there were ever a time for a timeout for Astralis Talent, a bit of a chat going into your first game round, this would be it. But part of you just wants to get involved, get going. 11-6. And the first buy.
Yeah, it is interesting. I hope that's something we can get a bit more insight on, because I've seen him in the server, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what capacity he is the, because he's not listed, for example, on Liquipedia. Yeah. So I don't know if maybe it's trying to bring one of your analysts in to try and fill that void. Maybe if there's any Fnatic folks watching, this would be a good time to drop a knowledge bomb or two. Vigo, short side peek. Uncovers the terrible truth. This is looking like a B play. It's an attempt at the Electronica smoke, but there's a big gap in it, and that's being used against them. Banjo's Mac 10 runs them down. And now a plant available.
Those are always the worst rounds as well, when Astralis is trying to focus on utility over helmets, for example, and a Mac 10 just shreds you on the entries. And I mean, there's no way back in with that double face. Breeze is dead. And now you've got M4s armed as well for Fnatic. So they try and hunt down Fessa on the escape. Should hear them coming in from lower. Is he going to try and slip the net? Perhaps. They will clear it. No chance. Doing the dance with Regali, and he's a dead man. So 12-6, a bonus round locked in, guns upgraded. There's not many bright sides for Astralis here. Fnatic fans feeling fantastic, and Parry Match seem to agree. 1.02 to 11. Ouch.
Jeez, okay. Yeah, those odds have definitely tightened up. And don't worry, Hugo, I did my own look in here.
Yeah, nice. DYOR.
Cube, yeah, joined trial period, new head coach.
When was this?
The first quarter.
Awesome.
2022.
Good stuff. Glad we got that clarification. This is it for Astralis. They've got to sail down the river. Just pistols. Keve and KSD grinding at a monster. KSD's definitely saying, yo, I hear some dude jumping. He's definitely spotting right now. And, KSD just takes the gap. Oh, they were caught looking away. Oh, that's one way to find a D. That's a monster hold, all right.
That's nice, right? Nice little opener. Going 1-for-1 is all well and good. How well can the rest of the squad do? Are you ready for a second man at Pillar? Doesn't look like it, as Vigo's getting away with murder.
Spam Deagle.
Bit more damage. Regali with a response. And now, short is the only option.
Psych, you thought. Fessa's flanking round. And Keve, the man with health, if he can grab this 1D here, Regali's on his back foot. Oh, only damage. Molly's a problem. Fessa wants to get the gun, he can't. He's got to wait the Molotov. Kevin's got more grenades, a smoke as well. Will seal the deal, seal the fate of Fessa. He's going to go through because it's his only option. They've allowed him to do that, surprisingly enough, but doubled up should be no problem, and Regali closes the round. Bit scary there in the mid, but here we go, 13-6. And this is really all you're going to have on your CT side if you're Astralis, a final buy. Obviously going to be able to either have force at 14 or play for overtime at this kind of one-sided scoreline, but this is your best bet, your best buy. And Breezer, who was destroying back on Nuke, has gone pretty quiet in this one. Time to seize the moment.
Yeah, it's not terribly uncommon to see Azorphin kick up a gear on the CT side of play, but we need that to be true now more than ever for Astralis Talent if they want to have any chance here in this third map. Regali's been all over the board by comparison. Him and Pepstore's A-holds, arguably the reason why the CT side looked so damn good.
Fessel's got something to say about that. Smoke spam to find the first, and him and Breezer alongside. This is a gnarly little setup.
Yeah, that's a very big smoke spam to have found as well, right? Something that we've been talking about is how Fnatic, it feels like oftentimes they hinge on Pepstore winning that opening fight to find success. And so with him removed, you've lost your kind of attack dog. Right, the guy that you can just let off a leash to go and hunt down those openers, and he was never even really given a chance. This might just trigger a bit of a last-ditch attempt into a B play for Fnatic Rising. Vigo won't get mollied out of position. It's a double monster hold. Mist is fully blind. Smoke's still in the way. You're probably not ready for two in this position. Both playing the same side. Mister playing anti-flash, and the spam going to give you a false sense of security that you've dealt with the monster players. NAVI will get past them into the site. Tap on the bomb. It's the full commit, and Breezer up close isn't even needed because Fesser's found another smoke spam to put 7 on the board for Astralis Talent.
That's eyes closed gaming right there. Doesn't need to see his opponent, and another monster kit dropped. He's going the wrong way. He's going to get it. 7 rounds up now for Astralis Talent. Like, yeah, a long road to recovery, but if it were ever going to happen, it had to start right then and there. Nice little B hold, even though, you know, we get smoke spams, picks for fnatic, 2 picks at Monster before they even get through the tunnel. Astralis, they just kept filling that monster hole there, right? Started with a player back on the jail side, ended with a double setup as well. fnatic, they've got T-side all of their own now. Knowing Breeze has got his ready to go and rolling. The mid smoke, putting out the Molotov. Nade on Condor and even spam from B short. The Orb taking a nice little angle here. Finds nothing, and that's because fnatic are heavy working this A site. Timing for Fesser, he's eventually going to have to call for a bit of a rotation. fnatic are being very methodical with their mid take, mollying the party, just trying to get Regali involved.
Ooh. See, Fesser is in long toilets, and there is a world where he could feel pretty trapped here. He doesn't have a smoke to, you know, get rid of this angle and try to cross out. So you're almost hoping that fnatic smoke it for you, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Instead, playing this contact play down through middle. Altex is backing up and getting out of there, and so Fesser is left to his own devices here. They don't know about him yet, and he could look to come in on a bit of a backstab if fnatic never clear the toilets fully. If they did, they might like what they see, right? A chance at this opener. Instead, they're going to try and spot a player jump peeking. Regali on the angle.
Oh dear.
Fesser makes his presence known. That's the bomb. And you've got him trapped. You've got him stuck here. But you're the ones on the clock at this point in time. You need to flush him out. And with only 20 seconds and that bomb having just been spotted up at A, it's no secret where this is hoping to end up. There's just not enough time. Surely, 10 seconds. You need to get past Altex. The flash isn't good enough. You need the plant. The bomb is dropped by the Orbs rotate, or the M4 rather, on this rotate up through Dumpster. And Mister's going to close it with a double. 8 on the board for Astralis Talent, and never fully clearing the toilets really comes back to punish fnatic.
They could have won it, man. If KST, I mean, you said the flash wasn't enough. It blinded the truck player tucked into the corner. If KST finished the spray onto Altex, he might have had the round. There were 10 seconds. This kill, I guess, yeah, it wasn't a full blinding, but, you know, KST just doesn't get the frag. And if that falls into place, maybe there's a hope. The Orb can cover, you get a quick stick, but instead Astralis hold on. And wow, what a round by the thinnest of margins. fnatic, they're going to play triple nades at B, probably for the boost. Try and stop a player jumping. Spotting into that short side. Vigo, even here, he's got to be a little there, but certainly do some damage. No, he just avoids it around the corner. Lovely stuff. And now you know they're going to run right through your smokes. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's a 9th round for Astralis Talent. And if you're in that camp right now, and if you're Trace, you're just hyping them up. You're telling them it's still on. This game is not one that you should let go of. Favored half, smiles on faces for one of the first times today. Orb is here. There are a lot of reasons to buy into the Astralis Talent comeback right now. Let's see if fnatic Rising can dispel them. I like the pick. But they saw him. Andrew saw him. There's a little gap there. You know someone's in con. And a lot of space taken, but they're walking into this default.
Yeah, I mean, KST does this a lot, though, right? This was like the key, if you remember, to fnatic Rising actually stopping the comeback last time around with these lurks out of KST. And because of how integral that ended up being the last time these teams faced on this map, they're so ready for it now. And this links into this idea of, like, you know, you learn more when you end up losing a matchup. I feel like Fnatic are going back to what's comfortable, what worked last time, and Astralis have got answers for it. KST, I remember him in that exact position, often getting away with double kills or even one to punish the aggro. Well, Astralis have seen that trick. They know how it works. You need to bring something new to the table, Fnatic. And
now they're reinforced A because they go, well, we killed a lurker at B. We know the bulk of the team is on the top site, and this is a grimy setup from Fessa and the open bank. Breezy can just choose to give it up whenever he feels like that's appropriate. Oh, quick shot. That was a flick upward. Now Fessa draws them in, and Altex can knock them down. It's a trade. It's not what you wanted, but it shouldn't be a problem as Altex cleans up from the truck. He is really holding this position down well right now. And if I'm Fnatic Rising, I'm getting a little bit nervous. Quaking. 13 to 10.
You know what I would love? You know what I would love, right?
What would you love, Harry?
I mean, okay, if you kill KSTB like that, you know it's a lurk play from him. But what if it wasn't a lurk play from him? What if you tried to use those tendencies? You go, you wait right side monster, you stack up outside of B, you have KST, you know, probing short, trying to go for those info plays that he's kind of famed for on this T side. And then you actually uppercut them with the B play on the info that short's been lost. That's a very complex solution to, you know, maybe what could be seen as a simple problem.
And it's also, you know, implying that Fnatic know, you know, what Astralis are doing when they get this pick on KST. Obviously, they just saw an heavy A setup, but you know, does that realization set in the same for them as it does for us with all the info? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, last time it was kind of right as the jury was out on the game, right as it felt like Astralis were going to complete the comeback, Fnatic finally pieced it together. They are hoping they can do that again, but they're quickly running out of time to do it.
I am surprised teams like who run such, like, I don't want to say obvious defaults, but who just run defaults like 3-1-1s on this map, or really any map, but especially in this position, don't change up who that lurker is. Obviously, you've got your roles and you know the nades you're going to throw if you're on A, but I feel like there could be some depth there if you swapped out KST for literally any other player that you felt like. Because again, like if he gets away with lurk kills, it's great. If he dies, it's so obvious. Instead, this time he'll join with the team very quickly after lobbing B nades, and that should delay Astralis' rotate up to A. It should, but it might not. Breeze is already starting to make his move.
This is actually a cool realization, though, of like, okay, they're using the lurk against us now. Let's try and get you somewhere different, KST. Let's try and have you involved in a round instead of lost to the hands of time at that B bomb site. Flash over long, Fessa. I would love to see him call for an early rotation on the back of it, right? It's not a lot to go off of, but you haven't seen or heard anything since these B nades come through. And so now that decision is made by Astralis. They're going to get 3 up in the A site. Mister still down in con, available for a rotation, but they have conceded the site control. They have given that up, and they're now looking to play retake. It's a weird game of chess between these two in mid, and Mister should not have won that. KST, that should have been his all day long. Now Mister's flank gets away with a double. That's already way more damage than this should have accomplished. Anything else is just a bonus on top. And he will get cut down by Banjo eventually. Keve fighting from flower beds. Wants to stay alive as long as he can. Now it's a timing game. Now it's a matter of each second counts. Molly on the bomb to try and delay, but smoke's already down. It's been denied. Keve up close is traded after the first. Someone needs to get on it eventually. And so they will start to stick it. Banjo swinging out, can't find the diffuser. And so that's 12 for Astralis Talent. Really nice responses, really good protocols. It's clear they went back and learned from the last loss. They copped to Fnatic here because they're looking more than prepared this time around on the CT half.
What a comeback this would be as well. I just cannot believe Mister wins those fights. If Mister dies first, like that's just Fnatic almost certainly winning the round. They have everyone set up for the post plant. They don't have that flank. They don't need to worry about their backline anymore. And so lurk on lurk, and it comes out in favor of Astralis. That's now, I think, 6 in a row from 13-6 up.
And, you know, I felt like I've kind of been harping on Astralis all season long.
Yeah.
But it is this idea that it feels like they do have so much more to show us. I want to give them credit where credit is due. It's clear they've put effort in to...
elsewhere.
Yeah, and to improving this map, right? getting it up to snuff for when we got to the best of threes.
Yeah, they definitely just got stuck on, you know, the idea that our Vertigo is so good, our Prax are going so
Yeah,
well.
I don't even think they were liking it. Like,
Yeah,
I think it was Vigo said, like, yeah, no more Vertigo. And it's like,
well, you'd presume at least 3 out of 5 of the team wanted to play it, right? But yeah, at the end of the day, even if you like it, you know, some opinions probably changed after 5 out of 7 losses. Anyway, little B pop early in the round. There's 2 players committed in the site. Misses holding for a boost. Flash can get him. He turns around, though, as the smoke comes down, and Pepsor has been found. Banjo's up inside of one of his own. Oh, jumping up. That's going to kill Mister. He doesn't know how close that could have been. He would have lived just standing on the site. Instead, Altex swings out. Vigo's trying to provide cover. Altex has dropped another, and Keve, that's an awful smoke. He can't get out to bridge. It's only KST, not long for this world, and it's a lockdown of the B-bomb site. fnatic Rising are falling, and Astralis Talent are showing exactly what that name suggests. They're not going to go home until they absolutely have to, until they're kicked out the club by the bouncer. 7 in a row.
I want to give Mr. some credit as well, because, like, I don't know, man. It feels like he keeps hitting, like, the what should be the worst possible timings and moments. Like, there, he's fully exposed to Monster, and he's holding boost. Yet somehow he keeps saving himself in those moments. I think the wrap out through Con up against KST in the last round was also a very good example of that. Like, that's a position where you weren't accounting for it. You hit a horrible timing on the push on out, and yet still he's managing to save himself in those situations a lot of the time. Putting up far better numbers from what we had out of him on Nuke. Is this what it's like when the full 5-man potential of Astralis Talent show up to play?
Yeah, this is nice. This is a welcome game right now. It's not over, but we have yet to see anything on this T side since Astralis' AWP has come out. And it's not like the AWP's just been, doing what AWPs do on CT overpass, where they just, do those fallbacks in toilets and they get 3 or 4 kills around. It's not been a breezy game, which is even more, enticing to believe in this Astralis setup. Pepsor, that's a lovely dig. He's up in front of the Molotov, and there you see the value of going through it sometimes without the smoke. Vessel didn't know there was a player that pushed up. And now there's a gun that Breezer can't hold on to because he has to consider timings in toilet, long, party, you name it. They got it. Missed shot. And back he goes. Astralis, they are going to get aggressive, though. I love this little push out B. It's going to guarantee that you're getting walked on in A short right now. So Breezer's going to give up even more room. We have enough for an execute here for fnatic, but Astralis can't afford to give up guns for free. They've got to hold their own.
Oh, the Deagle opens, but no one's checked. Vigo! What? There's the lineup 4 from the site hold. And it was a chance for fnatic Rising that's been extinguished by just one man. Only KST left alive now. Trigger discipline is Vigo's best friend. And suddenly, horrible, murky waters lay ahead for KST. We're even a foot wrong. And this game has well and truly slipped away for you. Still in with a chance to make something of this partial buy. Still in with that opportunity. A 1v1 here as he reroutes in towards Bank. It's Mr. King of the worst timings, but the best recoveries in this position.
He's got enough room for a plant. He knows he can stick it truck side. Have to care about below and behind after, but bit of room, a second to catch your breath. Mr. comes up loud and proud with a flashbang. KST fires off. He didn't need to. Now they know he's tucked in close. Mr. waits for his teammate to get even more space. Now he's mollied into the fight, and Mr. will win it out. Vigo, the hero on this A site. That was an opening dig onto the AWP, who's probably pissed that Vigo let them through, but he was full blind, and he just holds the shot. He goes, I'm going to get everything for this. I'm going to get as much as I possibly can, and I don't know how he finds 4 frags out of that spray. We got to watch it back. Such a nice try. Pepsor was the guy who made it happen, right? He got the opener and the follow-up, and this. You see the spot for Regali. Everyone turns, but it's already too late. 14-13, and Astralis Talent. Let's listen in.
Det kan vi godt.
Yes.
Men vi kan også bare skyde dem, når de kommer ind. De har gode penge, de har AV og det hele.
Ja, fuck gode penge, gutter.
Hvad så her, Mikko? Intet 5
Det er bare op.
Ja, lad os bare spille monster setup måske.
AV lige på flash sammen. Eventuelt ikke, og hvis ikke sker noget, så kan du bare glæbe. Flash er også lige på der.
Ja, jeg vil faktisk godt glæbe på anden smoke, hvis der. Kan du ikke bare lægge den selv, så har Victor sin.
Bukker toilet.
Bare læg den nu.
Blå op, balloner.
Bare lige
balloner.
balloner.
Bare glæbe på den. I skal nok ikke dø på endnu, vi laver
Kan du give mig din molo, Alex? Drop din molo.
Okay.
Jo.
Jeg
Hopper
trækker
den altså
mod
hernede,
basen,
Victor. Ligger der.
Død en, mand. Hvad? Jeg ved ikke, om jeg hørte en, mand.
Ej, I skal nok blive af, tror jeg.
Ja, men prøv lige vent.
Jeg moloer lige ud. Get right her.
Det er ikke noget monster. Jeg lister ud kort.
Trækker op af.
Ikke så get right.
Nej, jeg skal base på dig. Jeg trækker.
Der er en til.
Er du flash? Nej, fuck det. Jeg står bare
bare trække med op.
Jeg så holder venstre
Jamen, jeg tror, vi skal blive.
Giv mig et smoken, hvis det er.
Jeg tror, ja, her.
Vi kan spille Sparta her, Alex. Tag den her.
Ja.
Hvor mange nades, I kan bare blokke.
Jamen, jeg vil ikke spille Sparta.
Smoker toiletter.
Jeg spiller bare
Flash
med
lige
venstre
på.
smoke.
Nej,
det er fint.
ikke flash. Vi sidder tre her nu.
Har du info på det hele?
Ja, sådan kind of.
30 sek.
Flash lige på. Flash
Jeg
lige
blokker,
på.
jeg sætter mig
Okay,
efter
fuck
det.
Jeg smukker nu.
Jeg er ikke pik på den.
Lyd. En UG, kom ud kort.
Jeg kommer bag.
Hold langt fra en blev.
Ja.
Vi kommer bag.
Kom frem.
Jeg kommer frem. Jeg ved.
Bare gå vand, Mikkel.
Jeg bliver spammet igennem.
Tak,
2 kort og 1 monster.
Kom. Kort død.
Nice.
Emma side.
Dildo.
Flat død.
Kort og planter.
Kort. Død kort.
Man, listen to the emotion there. Astralis getting hyped, and I want to pick out a key detail. When they killed KST, they said dead be lurk, right? They know this default that Fnatic are running. This really ties into what we were discussing earlier, where we said they seem so prepared. It seems like they learnt a lot from their last loss to Fnatic on this map, and that's showing and shining through in the team comms. That's why they're so cool that we get to listen into them. The moment that kill came in, in their little Danish voices, that'd be like...
I mean, you got to give it to Astralis. This was a 13-6 game, and Fnatic, who have had, decent... I mean, well, these two teams have been bottom-rated T-sides, but we'll hold that thought. It looks like Fnatic are going to try and end it in a Hail Mary, try and pop into the site. Keve is gone first from that pit player. This is how it comes crumbling down. Astralis looking for their 10th round in a row to go forth into that next stage here in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, and what a surprise that would be. I mean, none of the analysts had it cut out like this.
This has been a team that have gone 7th and 8th every season at the Academy League.
They're looking to put a stop to that track record. They're looking to show their improvements in the results. And they're just 4 kills away from sending Fnatic packing.
Can they break the mold? That's a bomb. That's a bomb spotted on the jiggle. Now you just see instant rotates. Regali needs entries and he's got first. Needs to be more where that came from. Good flash, but spraying blind and Banjo trades by swinging through the smoke. There's still hope here for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is where you're trembling, right? This is where the pressure's getting to you. You know that victory is so within reach. Hell of a deagle from Breezer. Now you learn about the man up close. Fessa! Dead to the swing. KST just keeps Fnatic in this one. And much akin to the last time they went head-to-head, we're going the full 30 rounds.
And maybe even more. Although, hey, what a series this has been. To think that it opened with a 16-1 from Fnatic and Astralis closed in round 30 on their pick. Well, now they look to do the same on the third. Avoid that overtime. Avoid that second win for Fnatic. Right now, yes, they may have got that round, and sure, they're hyped a little bit, but, nothing's worked in this T side. Their defaults have been destroyed round after round. Even the times when they get into positions where, that 4-on-2 on the A site, we had the mow down for Vigo. Anything, or everything Astralis need to do, they've done. But is it all in vain? Back to another default. This time Monster support. KST is probably called for Keve to help out, right? With that's the only time Fnatic have seen the Monster smoke walk, but it has been done a lot. When Astralis see numbers on A, they just push Monster and they clear out all of B. So yeah, Fnatic got to be cognizant of that. Keve's playing for it now. Banjo making noise con side, but that door's been blown off as is tradition. And this seems like a round where you're just going to try and push back that A AWP. Try and get a bit of pressure on the top site and then fall into a lower execute. Fessa's AWPing A long. That will screw him on a rotate. I hope he has a gun dropped in the A site to try and retake B, because that's exactly where Fnatic are going. They liked their odds last time around. And this little early A pressure with a nice passive setup from Astralis has sold them down the river. They're falling for it.
Yeah, this B hold going to come down to just Mr. and Breezer. Oh, Mr. didn't pull the molly. Oh, Oh, instead having to smoke himself off, but now they know about him. Breezer trying to save his life, trying to keep him alive. The two of them will hold on for now. How much more can we really expect? They've bought enough time. Regali, while he's on for a double, there's still a man down. They're still clutching at straws, trying to play for overtime. Only 15 seconds on the clock. Missed shot out of Breezer, but Fess is there to compensate, and only Regali dead now. 16-14, and Astralis turn it around at the most important timing. The comeback is complete. And they 2-1 the Fnatic boys, putting a stop to Fnatic Rising in Season 3.
Yeah, we've been no strangers to critiquing Astralis Talent, not just here, but across all 3 seasons, really. But you got to give them credit where they deserve it. That was an incredible comeback, a 10-rounder with 1 lost right at the very end. But Astralis Talent, we had low expectations. We didn't think they would come out in style, and they've impressed everyone, taking down Fnatic Rising and going forward to take on NAVI Junior. So stick with us. We're going to have the desk and then that next BO3 from Group B.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you ballin' fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
They got destroyed on Ancient, then they managed to win Nuke, and now they win the 3rd map, which means that Astralis Talent will not be in the bottom, and that is something big.
This is huge. This is why the gauntlet is exciting. This is why it's all worth the wait through the group stage to get to this point, because we just had the biggest upset, I'd say, in Gauntlet history, in Last Chance Qualifier history, probably in WePlay history in terms of BO3s. This is insane. This is a moment where Astralis can lift their heads up. They were in the boot camp. They might have just gone home if they lost a couple more rounds there, but they pulled through. Huge credit to Astralis Talent, because finally they gave us a victory to secure a position that isn't last. Like, this is everything we've wanted. It took them so long to put it all together, but that CT side right there, that string of rounds, that was exceptional performance from them.
Fully agree. It was a great performance from Astralis Talent. Winning the game in itself is a huge accomplishment. I tend to agree with you when you're saying it's the biggest upset in Gauntlet history. I think Fnatic did it last season as well, leading 14-8, losing 16-14, leading 14-7, losing 16-14 against Big Omen Academy. This team is dead to me at this point. To be completely honest, I know that may sound rough, but that's 2 seasons in a row where they bottle it. I am sure they share the same frustration as I'm sitting right now, obviously, so let's not focus too much on Fnatic Rising right now. They'll figure out their problems. They'll probably have to go through a couple of roster changes as well, but more about that when we head into Season 4. Now let's focus on Astralis Talent. They win two maps in this series against Fnatic Rising, and none of them is on Vertigo, and I like that. I like to see that they can play Nuke. That was a good performance. I like that they can play Overpass. That was another good performance, especially, as you said, the CT side. Listening into the comms a couple of times, I even said it to you as well, Maui, they communicate well. You could hear there was a nerve to it, they were motivated, they were on top of their game, but even knowing that they were facing elimination, even knowing the pressure was on at 100%, they were still somewhat calm in their communication as well. So I was thoroughly impressed with Astralis Talent for the first time in the season, probably for the first time in the history of the WePlay Academy League. Well played, Astralis.
Well played, Astralis. That is definitely. Guys, we saw overpass between Astralis Talent and Fnatic Rising twice. First time, the score was 17-19. Fnatic Rising managed to win. This time, Astralis Talent managed to get revenge, and it means that they kind of ruined your predictions.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. I mean, it's an upset, Heku. It's a monumental upset. I would say that on paper, this lineup for Fnatic Rising should have been able to just clean this one up. The position that they were in, up 13-6, that indicated they should have cleaned it up. But no, the players from Astralis Talent came up huge for them. I want to shout out Fesser, actually. I think you got one. You probably want to shout out Pimp, but Fesser is the guy that I thought delivered Astralis Talent. Some of the rounds that they got on T side, Fesser was winning defaults. This is what I wanted to see from him because he was coming up long A, he was coming up short A, winning gun duels, using rifle work to take position. That's what star players do, and that's exactly what I wanted to see from Fesser here. I am so glad that we got a glimpse of it here.
I wanted to highlight Mr. I think he had a fantastic showing here, especially on the B bomb side. We saw him win a couple of very crucial duels and lock it down together with his mates, finishing with 102 ADR, the highest on the server. Not to forget that when we were playing Nuke, 28 rounds into the game, he was at 4 kills.
Yeah.
So he bounced back massively coming into Overpass, and that's pretty impressive in such a young age. Some players, you know, at that state of mind, you know, being inexperienced, when you have such a poor performance in such a vital game, some players just check out. Mr. the opposite. He came back and he played, you know, probably the best game he's played this season all along. So there's a lot of positives to take away from Astralis Talent right now, especially for Mr., of course. But the fact that they were able to beat Fnatic Rising and secure themselves another chance in the gauntlet, and also making sure that Fnatic finished last in the entire tournament. Let's put it that way. They kept their lineup, Heko, and we applauded that. We said that's probably a good move. There was still room for improvements. Regardless, didn't have a great season 2. Banjo wasn't that well playing in season 2. I think Banjo is the only player who actually became better. I think Banjo is the only guy who progressed and actually turned up and went out and played a good tournament, whereas for the rest of the team and the rest of the players, it was more of the same and maybe even weaker than we saw in season 1, and definitely weaker than in season 2. So it's just not good enough for Fnatic Rising, and they pay the consequence, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the fact that Astralis Talent managed to win right now against Fnatic Rising means that they'll play against NAVI Junior tomorrow. Are you still expecting for the team that wins in this series to win against NAVI Junior?
That's an open game to me.
I think I don't know what kind of form Astralis Talent is right now. The recency bias makes me want to believe, but I do think that Navi Jr. have one ace up their sleeve, and that's Head Trick. I think that he's by far the best player that's going to be in the server tomorrow. I think that Laddick is a hit or miss player, but when he is on, he can take over games too. And I think that Navi Jr. have shown me just enough in terms of their strategy to try to counter Astralis Talent. It's not as one-dimensional or as basic as, you know, you might think from a team that's just forming. I think that they actually have a couple of strategies. Fentook actually has kind of he's been a pleasant surprise as an IGL. I wouldn't say that he's stealing the show with his calls or anything like that, but I think they're doing a good job. I would still put Navi Jr. as the favorites going into that one, but I think that Astralis Talent have a lot to build off of with this victory. They finally know what victory tastes like in a BO3 format. And now, once again, they're playing with nothing to lose. No one expected that they would have won that one. They didn't expect it themselves. I'm sure in the back of their minds, they knew they weren't the favorites in that matchup. And so right now, they have so much confidence that I really think that in their boot camp, if they can keep those emotions running, if Trace can keep them hyped up, their comms sounded good. They sounded excited. When they won those big rounds, it mattered to them.
And I think that's the contrast to me. When we were listening into the Fnatic Rising camp, we all agreed that it sounded a little bit depressive.
Deflated.
Deflated, depressed. You know, it didn't sound like they had that, you know, eager and that belief and that motivation to win. It wasn't as tense, let's put it that way, as it was in the Astralis camp. And that's also one of the reasons I'm ready to call it and say that's probably the last thing we're going to see from this iteration of the Fnatic Rising. They lack like an emotional leader. They lack like that spark within the lineup right now. And whether that's one roster changes or two roster changes or a complete revamp of the project, I don't know, but I think unfortunately that was the last time we were going to see this Fnatic Rising lineup. They kept their lineup in order to, I guess, play out the card that no one else would, that consistency could build them some success here, and that didn't pan out, unfortunately. I respect the try, but the result, unfortunately, didn't really work out for them.
The worst thing for me about that, the expecting that they're going to make a change, which they probably should, is that I don't actually think any individual player is that bad or like doesn't fit a role on the roster. Keve obviously doesn't perform, he doesn't output a lot in the server, but he calls, and so that's going to have some value in itself. But when I go down the list of players, Regali, KST, Banjo, Pepsor, I don't think any of them really play that badly individually. It's just that they don't come together as a team, and that's more important. It shows that Astralis Talent, they did today. They were greater than the sum of their parts, whereas Fnatic, they were less than the sum of their parts. They had no cohesion in some of those rounds. They should have won on Nuke. They should have won on Nuke probably twice, and they couldn't put it together. And I have to say that that's not okay. That's just not okay. You have to go back to the drawing board. There has to be some kind of roster shift, because if the personalities can't bring the best out of each other, then some personalities need to swap in and out.
Yeah, I feel it's like the chemistry. This is like what they don't have. Like usually it's like the IGL who is like really emotional, or like if you have a pretty silent IGL like Keve, then you have like that maybe like one entry fragger who's like just hyping everyone up. Just like he has like maybe hot blood, you know, like everything is in full chaos. When it comes to this lineup, I mean, maybe the person that they used to have who was pretty vocal was Process, and then they bring in this like Banjo, who is definitely good, but he's just not bringing this, like, I don't know, chaos.
There's no mojo.
There's
no mojo. I think no spark, no emotional leader, no Stewie 2K in that lineup, to say it pretty briefly. I agree. The more you think about it as well, as far as I'm aware, they haven't boot camped at all, during Season 1, during Season 2, or during Season 3 as well. They were obviously at the LAN finals together. We haven't seen them at any point during the group stage, at least sitting in a boot camp. So it does feel like when you compare them to Big Omen Academy, now Astralis as well being at the boot camp, VP.Prodigy, they haven't really invested that much into it either. Whether that's the player side or the org side or what's going on there, I don't know, but it starts to make sense in a way that you don't build up that chemistry, you don't build up that friendship, you don't build up that, cohesiveness in between each other if you don't go to the LAN events together, if you don't go to boot camp. Last time we saw them together was at Season 1, but they made a roster change ever since, and that's a long time ago, so it kind of makes sense in a way.
To build off that point, I think it was an ambitious project to try to bring together an international roster for Fnatic Rising, and I think in Season 1 there was a huge honeymoon period for all of them, but I think that right now, the teams that are doing pretty well with these boot camps are ones that can afford to bring everybody that's in the same country together. It helps a lot that Big Omen Academy are in Germany and they can just come together very easily. So I think the direction Fnatic Rising is up in the air, but I wouldn't mind seeing them try to build up a Swedish project in the future. But I do hope that all the players that are on this roster end up in good homes because they're all very solid pieces in my eyes.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to see what will happen to Fnatic Rising. Right now, we will get ready for another match, but we'll first have a short break.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
In the previous season, there were two teams that ended up being in the bottom. This season, Astralis Talent managed to surprise us. They managed to improve. And we're looking forward to see another team to improve. Of course, we're talking about FURIA Academy because in the first season, they were last. In the second season, they were last. And right now, we want to see some changes. They did go through a roster change so far. It's not looking good for them, but there's still a possibility because they're going to play against VP.Prodigy, who had a really good start, but afterwards, it was really rough.
Maybe they got inspired by Astralis Talent. Maybe they looked towards them and said, okay, if they can do it, we can do it too. I agree with you though, Heko. We go into another matchup where there's one clear favorite, at least in my eyes. Yes, VP.Prodigy, the last 4 games have not been impressive for them, especially the loss against Internal Fire is the one that stings the most. We of course expected them not to be able to beat MOUZ NXT, so that makes sense. But that Internal Fire game have sort of like planted a bit of a seed of doubt in my mind in terms of how good are VP.Prodigy. But we can't forget that they played some stellar counters like the first 4 games as well. So I'm not ready to write them off just yet. What I will say though is that when it comes to FURIA Academy, I have been thoroughly disappointed throughout the entire season again. I'm finding it very, very hard to find any positives whatsoever. One thing could be that they were close to beating MOUZ NXT and Mirage, but I felt there was more MOUZ dropping the balls, and there was a weird game where I think a total of 7 eco rounds was won, shared between them. So I'm kind of going to discredit that game. Outside of that, it's just been super disappointing for FURIA Academy. So what is it that they need to achieve in this game in order to win it and have a chance of qualifying through the gauntlet? Well, it's a lot of things, and I think to start off with, it's just individual firepower in the lineup. You can just look at the players right now, look at the output. There's a couple of them, Destiny and Krios, who are doing a good job. The rest of them, I don't think they can match VP.Prodigy.
I would have to say that there aren't too many win conditions for FURIA Academy, and in a bo3 format, this makes things even more difficult. We heard from JDC after that almost loss to FURIA that time. He just said that first map that they played, it's kind of confusing to play against FURIA sometimes. And when you watch their playstyle closely, you look back at the demos, you'll see that they like to do a lot of things at the same time, and sometimes it doesn't seem like they know exactly where the initiative in a round is going to come from, and sometimes that leads to their downfall because they might get to pick on one side of the map, but they might also die on the other side at the same time, and you can't really afford that in, I would say, even lower tiers of European Counter-Strike. The theory behind that, the philosophy, it's not really sound, and VP.Prodigy should be able to take advantage of that. And Pimp, when you talk about some of the matchups and everything in terms of player versus player, I think the biggest matchup for me, and the one that I really think is going to just give VP.Prodigy this game, is Op v Op matchup. I don't even think you can compare the two oppers, actually, because you have ZMB, who's the in-game leader of Fury. He's the oldest player on the team, and he's opping for them right now, and he has the lowest op kills per round of any primary opper at this tournament. He's 10th on that leaderboard. And then Delusion, he's 3rd. He's doing incredibly well for himself. He has cooled off a little bit from what we saw in the beginning, but I still think he's a lights out opper if we pit him against ZMB. So I don't think that the player versus player, it's not even really working in Furia's favor, and that's pretty much one win condition you would hope for, that their riflers can try to lift them up. But then, like Pim said, really, it's only Kawaz and Decenty are the only 2 reliable guys right now for them.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like when it comes to the offer of VP.Prodigy, he kind of needs to compensate, because when it comes to their IGL, he's usually not the guy who gets a lot of kills. Definitely, he has a lot of experience and he maybe gives some confidence to his teammates, but when it comes to just getting headshots and just getting kills, he's not really there.
No, I agree. Rufire is definitely a liability when you're facing teams like MOUZ NXT, when you're facing Spirit Academy for that matter as well, which we can't forget. VP.Prodigy took away a map from Spirit Academy. In itself, very impressive considering how they played throughout this tournament. But in this game in particular, right, you match up Rufire against ZMB, and I don't think there's too big of a difference. CMB is slightly better, perhaps, but
he has the op.
Yeah, he has the op, right? So he should be in all things considered. So I think in this particular matchup, I think Rufire is compensated for in that sense, which leaves us to talk about the rest of the teams and the rest of the squads. And I agree. We talked about Lumik being a stable player who's powering a 1.08 rating so far in the tournament, has been very stable, been very good. So even in the map veto, we could take a look at as well. It's like Mirage getting picked by FURIA. I understand why, but they lose the majority of the Mirage games they play, and we know VP.Prodigy play Mirage at a very high level. Vertigo, well, VP.Prodigy seems to be super comfortable on that, and I'm almost at a point, Maui, with all the respect for the matchup, that the third map don't really matter to me, because I'm having a tough time seeing if we're even getting out there.
I don't know if we're going to even get there either, Pimp. I feel like this is going to end in 2. It looks like it will be Nuke, which is actually a pretty big surprise to me. I thought it was going to go to Dust 2. Well, VP.Prodigy have banned that sometimes in their second stage. But I will say that the first 2 maps, heavily favored for VP.Prodigy in my eyes. I really don't think that there's too many win conditions for Furia in this one. They just have to make the game kind of crazy, and almost, they have to make it just really puggy all over the place for them to have a chance. Like, you'll see the hero. I bet we'll see a couple hero rounds from maybe Kawaz and Decenty. They're gonna lock down their positions or find some entries here and there. But it's when it's about putting the whole picture together. Furia just have a knack for losing rounds that they kind of shouldn't lose sometimes. They find opening picks, sometimes a second opening pick, and yet they still can't convert things. And VP.Prodigy, I actually only see the single weak link on this team in terms of personnel is Rufire. I think all the other 4 players do a solid job with their positions and their roles, and I really think that when they come together, led by Roofire, I really don't think that they're going to drop too many rounds. Or, I mean, I don't think they're going to drop any maps in this series.
I agree. I really do agree. I do think the odds paints a good picture as well here. 1.25 for VP.Prodigy, 3.75 for FURIA. I would even say that's more than fair in a regard. The best way I can phrase it is that we've seen FURIA now play in 3 seasons, and I haven't seen them progress. I haven't seen them get any better throughout those 3 seasons with the same in-game leader, with the same support cast as well around the lineup. So it's sort of like the kid who keeps practicing football, right? And you're, as a dad, as a mom, you're supportive. You know, you go 1 season and the kid still sucks. You go another season and you hope the kid will improve, but the kid still sucks. And 3rd season, well, the kid continues to be bad, you know, and everyone else around the team grows better and better and better, but this little kid is still terrible at football. At some point, the parents will have to make the decision and say, okay, maybe football is not for you. Let's try handball instead. And that's where I'm thinking with FURIA right now. I don't think the current leadership of CMB, and that's not to pinpoint it on him only, the work conditions for him with getting, you know, snipe players that go into the main team, yada, yada, yada. It hasn't been easy for him, but he's had 3 seasons now to show that he can build a team that is competitive in this league, and we haven't seen it yet. So I'm saying it like this. If this is the 3rd season for the kid and the kid can't, you know, get up to the other level with the rest of the guys, then maybe try curling, try handball, try something else.
I mean, yeah, maybe they need to try something else. When it comes to VP.Prodigy, they have 4 players that they had in Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. Right now, they need to prove that they need to stay together. Will they succeed? We don't know. This is the WePlay Academy League, and we do love Mirage and Vertigo, so let's go to the first map with Hugo and Harry.
Oh yeah, we really love Vertigo on Mirage, right? And I'm glad that this series is going to deliver that. You know, I am having a bit of a rough time thinking of positives here for FURIA, right? Sure. I do think they're in a bit of a rough spot. We've already seen them face VP.Prodigy here. They copped an L on Mirage there. Also, you know, VP actually have a very legit Mirage victory in their repertoire over Team Spirit, who have looked really, really good. If you remember, you know, there was even a world where they could have had tiebreakers with MOUZ NXT. To take a map off the only team who were even in that position as well. So yeah, well, right.
Do you want me to sell you the FURIA hype train after what we just saw from Astralis? Here's the angle I'm going to go. Okay, we just saw Astralis have that repeat matchup on Overpass against. Mine's drawing a blank against fnatic Rising, and we just drew a lot of parallels to how they clearly had rehearsed what had been done. They saw how they lost last time. We were drawing attention to the KST B-Lurks, all those problems. Now this is also a repeat matchup. This is also same map. So is that going to be something that maybe FURIA could use to their favor? It was also a very close time when these guys took each other on 16-14 in one of those maps. So you know, at the same time, yeah, of course, VP are favorites, but you know, it's the gauntlet stage, Harry. It's BO3s. Anything can happen. Mirage.
Yeah, let's get right into it, shall we?
Rufire's got the Julies. Got a kit as well. It's a little A-pop with a mid-split. Result, it's the Unicorn and it's feeling feisty. Lomic pushing the bomb down. That's a double kill to open. Con split. Oh, Cheerful's cut it up. It's actually Result with both of the kills from the site. Make it a 3rd. And that's one way to clean up a pistol.
Okay, here's my biggest problem with this, right? I think that one thing that we've always given VP credit for is how they've been grinding, they've been improving season to season, they've looked better and better. And on top of that, I think Roofire, even though, as Maui's kind of said, he is like the weakest link in this team in terms of individual performances, what he brings is a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience, and a lot of ideas. See these odds, 1.38 to 2.9, tipping a little bit more. That's the parry match odds there. There's also a 100% deposit bonus. You can get more info from the banner below. Little A-pop. And, well, that's clinical taps from the A1S. 2 bullets left, and he makes them all count. Right, so what I was going to say is, I think Roofire, in spite of being a very quiet gamer individually, in terms of the numbers he puts up, he's great at making a team feel greater than the sum of its parts, right? Whereas I kind of look at FURIA and it's like the other problem. It's like the other way around. I think they have some fantastic individuals in this team, but when it comes to marrying it all together and actually making it happen, they fall off a little bit there. I want to listen in though, I want to hear what they have to say. Let's hear VP.
Можешь Зигу пойти, Арман, окей?
Молик яму,
Я дам флешки. Дайте молик, я дам флешки.
даю.
Ребят, с паузы, окей? Не сразу, с паузы, мужики. Одну первую.
Я тебе еще флеш скину уже.
Ждите.
Дал еще?
Дал харею.
Куда?
Стой, куда, Вань?
Тихо.
Я дал дым.
Я, кстати, не слышал мид.
В него будем вырвать.
Я рейдинг.
Бэки дают, я в кул.
Б. Пошли Б. Возле гиллер.
Мид, люрк может.
Хорош. Умница.
Еще Б2.
Флэш на марке.
Балкон 2.
Бенч могли пройти, тут дым
Подами,
лежит.
подами.
Может,
На ахе, упал. Дефолт.
Да,
Убили.
да.
Еще.
Хорош.
Ракета. В дыму прям.
Я
был.
думал,
Где-то там. На ракете. Попал. Убил его.
Хорош. Тут же был,
90,
тут же
наверное.
был.
Аккуратно 90, да.
Нет,
не
нет.
вижу.
Сейчас я... Аккуратно Зик, я сейчас подожди.
Бачу.
Где-то
Не, он
тут.
тут был, он тут был, он...
I like the hype. They know they're being listened into. They know that we're poking our heads in their team speak, but VP bringing the hype, knowing the gun round is very important. Cheerful, right? That smoke, very blind as he throws it. It completely whiffs, but I guess it works. He doubles up. And for FURIA, while the flashes were lovely, by the time they're actually out of the window, even dropping Cheerful, it's already faded. He can already see everything. That's a time when you probably want someone to drop some more flashes at the back so you can keep lobbing them over, Harry.
You know something I've just realised?
What have you realised?
What with Mirage coming up? When FURIA get into the second half, do we see the Zeus on ZMB?
I didn't want to bring it up, but I was thinking about it. I won't lie. I'm doubtful. It didn't work twice. We'll have to see. You're a long way away from that, Harry. You're really jumping the gun.
I'm planning ahead, you know?
Yeah.
Planning 4 years in advance.
I don't want to think about it. It's too traumatizing. Let's see how FURIA do with Deegs, but window boost is being held. Long leg. Oh! They heard him jump. He was spotting underpass, not just going on a mad sprint. Roofire does drop the B lurker, and with the window vent not broken, it forces you into A. Oh god, decency. Dinking and damaging and spamming down Delusion. It's going to be the AK and CT to pick up the pieces. You know at least one more is jungle side. But do you know about ZMB as well? Also thrown up into the window. Smoke's going to stop Roofire, but he can spam. He's low. He may as well. And Decent T has followed up with a headshot onto A. Oh, it's some close spam, but it's not going to stop the bomb. Now the retake's on. Probably won't be long as ZMB is stuck in a clutch. And Cheerful just wallbangs him. VP are not giving you any room today. Very suffocating defense right now.
Yeah, Decent E's showing us some promise, though. I think, you know, if you wanted to look for players to keep an eye on, I'm very much going to lean for Decenty and Cowez. I think really that could be the kind of twosome that steps up here to try and make all the difference. Decenty often feels very consistent in giving us big games, right? Cowez, it's a little more shaky, but I would argue we've seen more out of him than Decenty. It's just the consistency that's his problem. ZMB also going to bring the AWP into play now. Not going to have an easy time, though. Delusion is a pretty tough guy to go up against.
They saw Roofire.
Oh, no. Roo, baby. What are you doing? Down there in lower. Caught out by Cowez.
Yeah, they flash back in, but FURIA do manage to dodge for a moment, then the AWP comes through window. HPS gets picked. Do they know about ZMB's AWP yet, is the question. He's not gone for a spawn peek. Cowez clearing from under. They're going to boost into the window again. FURIA love to do this all over it. ZMB's picked Lomic as well over on that window side. Or con side, rather, as they get the window boost off. So Result, well, he's now got to watch Con with no teammate there. He's going to get lurked on. Timing is everything. Will he check this out? Will he even know? Or will it just be a shot to the back of the head? Or spots ZMB, fires off another shot. There is a ramp lurker this time. It's a very scary round, and Resalt's missed the timing. Just checking window now. Delusion's got to consider so many angles. Oh, is that the bench smoke that gives you a bit of a gap to fight under? We'll have to see. Oh, ready is ZMB, and impatience from VP gets them picked off again.
Oh, you might, yeah, you find this B rotator. The bomb's still down in com, but I imagine going to make its way to B. It is going through CT spawn, but luckily enough for them, Delusion has missed this timing. And none of it proves to matter with Decenty coming out late through T-ramp. Yeah, so that round there gets a little bit antsy from VP, right? They needed info in the 3-on-4, and it's the decision to swing that ends up digging the hole even deeper. You know, I think where FURIA can excel is if you kind of buy into the wildness, to the madness that these guys are able to bring to the server. They seemingly thrive in the chaos. All in all, that was a pretty measured round from them, right? Like just a patience game, a waiting game, till VP gave the Gave them the answers.
Oh, that's a quickie. Brunino and HPS just run out Palace. One flash and the Orb's going to try and come across. It's just going to get overwhelmed. Cowards comes in from Connector and Lomic's not watching. No one is, for that matter. Pressure's on. Lomic's spotted and they deal with him as well. Just a deagle. Chipper gets a gun but can barely pull the trigger before his head is off. And FURIA find a second round. I'm liking what FURIA are doing in the sense of they're just trading the contacts, right? Mid shows, then A shows, then mid shows. And so VP, every time they look somewhere to trade, they get shot in the back. Now they got a full eco. Now FURIA can warm back into this game. And, you know, that one rifle round with ZMB on the AWP, he was very patient and allowed the kills to come to him. And, yeah, with what we're seeing out of VP, I called them suffocating 4 rounds in. Well, now they are just walking into these defaults of FURIA. Faster B approach, but look who's there. All 5 for VP.
Just don't lose to pistols, lol. How hard is it? Waiting for the knife!
Oh!
But they don't know that there's more!
Oh, no.
Bunch of USP kills come
Don't lose
through.
to pistols.
Don't lose to pistols! And
Nice.
luckily enough, Decently got the memo. So did Cowes. And they're even hunting down Cheerful at the back of the site. There's Cowes to close. 4 kills between those two. And that's a 3rd on the board for FURIA Academy.
Oh, that was scary for a moment. Result going for the knife with that double Edward push as well. I like the quick smokes though for FURIA. They've got that execute in their pocket. They can use it whenever they want. And VP now know they need to keep that in the back of their head. I wonder if we see FURIA try and do something with that and fake it out later on. We'll have to wait and see. For now, it's a gun round and we're listening in to FURIA.
Fiz padrão, fiz na mão mesmo. Vai bagando por cima da liga ele, sim.
Alguém embaixo.
Tá.
Anda lá, varanda.
Anda por cima da liga. Puxa meio.
Meio.
Passei uns cool.
Embaixo, não vê.
Mano, L, 3-0, saiu da B esse padrão. Coloquei a P. É 3 pro L, velho.
20 matou.
Full share, full.
Então era. Já vai pegar info aqui no meio. Foras.
Valeu.
Very aggressive round from VP.Pro, pushing up through the top and middle, really hunting FURIA on what was, again, a quick cat take from these Ts. Still got a rebuy, still got a roof fire, still got a result, but FURIA, they're looking for the results themselves today. Having already have seen the underdog come out and top in the previous group with Astralis Talent taking down fnatic Rising and longing out another series. FURIA would love to do the same. Will it be that easy, though?
Oh, they're trying their hand at getting through short again. This time, not 1, but 2 AWPs homed in on middle. Delusion. I don't know about him yet, but they will soon enough. Missed opportunity on that missed shot, and he's going to have to get out of there. Repositioning, going through the motions on this AWP. Oh, man, these timings get him wild. There's Delusion with the turnaround. Bomb's going to have to get picked up from T-Spawn. That's Brunino going back to get it. They've got mid, but you've got nothing else. You don't know what's happening at A. You don't know what's happening at B. It's a world of uncertainty anywhere you go. And the longer you sit in middle, the more opportunities Delusion's going to have to pick you off 1 by 1.
Yeah, some space getting taken here, though, towards CT Spawn. With that market orb, Cheerful could just get shot in the back. I'd love to see Cowards go here. Obviously, he's not to know he's got this room. Rooffire's moving in, checks the corner, and Cowards is a dead man. Now you just got to go. You've got nothing else to rely on. Not even a flash to get the AWP off. Cheerful, 1 shot, will not connect. Out they go. And he won't run the gun. He won't be in a hurry. He's going to let this flank get activated. Roofire just dropped under after that pick, and is already in the B apartments. That bomb might not even get down if it goes to default. Roofire is here to stop the plant, or at least get them after the fact. Oh, recovers that spray up and over. Knows they're on the truck, and that's a lovely pre-fire spray. There's only so many angles they could be in.
Roofire showed up today and he's like, I'm tired of everyone saying I don't get kills, man. He's wanting to get stuck into all of these gunfights, isn't he?
Excellent stuff. ZMB with 13 flash assists this early in the game. Man's lobbing util. Rufi's sipping his tea.
Yeah, one of the things that is kind of devastating though is I feel like it's not terribly uncommon to see FURIA like get really good stuff out of their utility. You know, the flashes being a good example, but occasionally not capitalize on it. Also, ZMB not wearing his peaky cap today.
Oh, business as usual.
Kind of makes me sad, man. Resalt's bought the unicorn hat out, but no such funny business from ZMB.
Focus faces on though. Back in with another gun round for.
I don't think we've had Cowers' cam on until now either, so it's good to finally get to see him.
Yeah. FURIA, of course, well traveled now, considering the times. Third little stint over in Europe. Obviously, they went back home and they were, they were winning some domestic games, playing tournaments back in Brazil. But it's got to get a lot harder here up against European opposition, especially these CIS champions, knocking down the A site. Resalt stops HPS. Everyone else is trapped behind the molly. Oh, caught in Apex, throws a molly, and those are lovely headshots. Resalt is warm and ready to go. Palace players, all that remains, and for this quick AWP here, 2 of them, in fact, not much hope in getting out of this position. Rufi's hungry for frags, but he won't be overplaying his hand. And look at the triple.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They're playing this like triple line peak. There's surely no way back into this for Decenty.
They've even boxed him in spawn, so if he doesn't come to them, they will kill him after time.
I want to say those kills from Resalt were clinical, man. Like that's someone who's tuned into the game in a very big way.
Wow. How patient will VP be? How much will they respect Decenty? We know FURIA as a team that are not afraid, especially on Mirage, to go for saves in like 2-on-4s, 2-on-5s. Obviously, this situation is no better, but I wonder if VP will even allow them that fact. They want to build their own money as well, though, so argument to be made for just allowing it. It seems like that will be the case. Ramp getting cleared, but just too many spots in Palace, right? Too many angles. You don't want to, lose a couple of players on the hunt there. So Decenty gets away with a gun, but VP get away with a round and are starting to swell out of control here on the CT side. Delusions flicks are very fast. Resalt's looking like lights out, as you said, with that AK. These are all headshot kills. Oh. Almost got the 4th. FURIA at least have those spawn smokes. All sorts of them for window. They bloom. The reason you like them as well, you learn them for your spawns, and so it blooms in window before you even get out mid. If you have to go and line it up, it can sometimes take time. And you want to take your spawns, but so does Delusion with the cat hop, taking down Cowers. There's a quick trade and a run out ramp for Decenty, who finds Resalt. 3-on-3 now. This is a very good situation for FURIA, especially if they reset and group on the bomb. They have 3 players on different parts of the map. VP are quite the opposite, leaning on A. Bruninho could find this gap on B, especially if the bomb comes to join him.
Oh man, but with each second that goes by and nothing being heard outside of this A bomb site, VP start to consider it. It feels risky in the 3-on-3, but I would have loved to have seen Bruninho activate ahead of time, right? Oftentimes you'll see teams, even like the VP main team, do stuff like this where you have a player try to get this control, try to fan out and just test the waters. Now, you don't know about B, and Lomic's been hiding here, backed up by Cheerful, drops the bomb out in the open. You're left fighting this AWP for a chance at the 1v1. This would only be the beginning of your clutch. Decenty opened up with one already. Needs to make it the hat-trick if he wants to win the round for FURIA Academy, but he can't get past Cheerful's AWP. So that's 8 now on the board for VP.Prodigy.
Damn, nice try, but Cheerful, that's such a quick shot. Should not be getting away with that one, just living behind the back of the site. His barrel kept poking out, there was no question. 8-3, and yeah, VP, that, you know, in these mid rounds, in these 3-on-3s, I feel like, you know, that's when we really see RuFire, and just this team come into their own. Their reads are always so good. On CT side, Mirage, a lot of experience on this map at go-to, and even though VP started this series, or this season rather strong, and then sort of dropped off a little bit, it might not matter if they can pick up the pace back into the gauntlet stage. First scout being FURIA, and Lomik will find his onto ZMB. Orb back in spawn. Delusion's quick, but he's also blind, so can't do much to stop this rush. Out they go, and there's still a couple wanting to fight for the site.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Lomik. He would have loved that. Instead, he's going to be the first man to fall. Result, that's lovely. Wow. 4 kills, or 3 kills rather, from the man. And a bit of spray control to completely reverse ownership of that round, mate. That looked like it was going to belong to FURIA. You needed someone to step up, right? Cheerful was, what, 8 points of health in CT. You found Lomik to open. But spray and pray saves the day for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, I'm loving the unicorn hat. It is very well acquainted today with this kind of performance from Result and from VP in general. But he is spearheading it. Undoubtedly, 14-6. Strong start. Can they keep it up, though? I'm glad they brought the Brazilian flag from home. I'm presuming they did, but they got it here. No stage, not yet. That's where the finals will be in just a few weeks for those 4 teams who make it. We already have our first couple of qualifiers as well. Oh my goodness, fast B-pop.
See him?
Here they go, they got the McDonald's smokes in again. Lomik does get overrun by the MAC-10, and RuFire gives up the site. It's a good call. His teammate stuck behind the short smoke is going to play a range game in case they fade and players walk through them at the edge. Cowards look to do exactly that. RuFire, even though he gave up sight, still has been picked outdoor. Molly just trying to stall this retake on short side. It wouldn't be a bad call to save. You just have so much money here. You're tempted in.
Oh, that's a bit of a gap there. And Delusion's even burnt out decently. It's a double AWP retake and a 2-on-3. I know what the main VP squad will be doing right about now. That kill, I'm going to entice you in. There just simply isn't time to go for this one. The fast B play works wonders for FURIA. Yeah, a little detail there, like RuFire went back in. You can see his dead body here at the doors. I'm not too sure I like that decision from him, especially when he'd already backed up to give up the site, right? He fell as Cheerful was getting set up in market. You can understand where he's coming from almost, like feeling a bit of pressure to get involved, actually wanted to feel like he fought for some B control. But I feel like he did try to have his cake and eat it there, right? Yeah. Giving up the site and then going back in ahead of time.
What's that saying? Sorry, I don't understand. Do you mean like he tried to turn grapes into wine and raisins?
Yes, that is what I mean.
You can only have one, wine or raisins. Yeah, was it Decent D who died on default to the Molly? Whoever it was, I think they were the boosted player on default box. I don't know how that Molly climbed up the wall. That is, FURIA almost got robbed there of a round from that Molotov alone, but good to see VP save. They didn't need to, they have so much money, but this is just ensured that they won't be eco in this half. Oh, messy spray from Result, it's rare. Take him off the AK, it's up to Cheerful to pick up the pieces. 2 for him. Bomb and Palace, we need this mid-split, and it's coming in too late.
Yeah, RuFire has just left Cat. That's going to open up a window where maybe they could have hit the timing, but now he's back on the angle. Has missed that first player getting up, but that might give you a false sense of security. Oh. And he just about converts the spray. It's not over yet, though, and he's dead rotating through middle. Suddenly, the script's been flipped, mate, and it's all on Delusion with this AWP.
Yeah, I like the reset again. FURIA, nice call here just to peel back and play together. No matter what they do, even if they recommit into A, like FURIA, a team so often that will just pull out and go B here, but they actually decide to stay. Cowards is hearing all of this. Delusion's just running through. He's fallen for it. He thinks it's B, and they just peek him at the end. That was a lovely round out of FURIA. And as I was just saying, right, like those are the rounds where FURIA leave and they group up at B. That's the obvious play. So to just recommit A 20 seconds later with the bomb is a nice way of getting in VP's head. And maybe that save now actually has impact for VP, as they didn't really expect them to lose many rounds here, especially not on A. But a couple of messy shots, right? Result with the A1S couldn't convert, even though Cheerful got a double that. Underwalk, and like you said, the second player who didn't get spotted definitely caught Rufire off guard. Another B rush. Only one man here.
Yeah, Rufire's going to hear all the footsteps, but he's going to be stuck fighting till the very end. I'm in the smokes. At least he's still alive. They're ready for result, but they didn't see Lomik. That jump peak falling just a little too shallow. And ZMB, the timing on that.
He's mad.
That is so brutal. Both the jump peak and the turnaround check, just to be safe. And yet still, he's left wanting. Lomik's going to spam out HPS, and it's only Bruninho left. The bomb down at Truck, a 1v4. He would have to do something remarkable here, and he's just going to get walked on from short. Rufire there to close, and a 10-5 half for VP.Prodigy. FURIA, they've got their work cut out for them on the second half of their map pick.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. You got a feel for ZMB right there with the flank, right? Like you said, couldn't have wasted any more time checking his back before that came in. And then even the jump with the bomb on Truck, Lomik just spams the smoke perfectly. Power match odds looking good for VP, and they rightly are favored at 10-5. It's FURIA's map pick as well, which is a bit of a danger in this series. Vertigo up next, both of which VP have managed to drop FURIA on in the past in the regular stage. I mean, FURIA alone have really had troubles this season. They were only able to get... Oh, sorry, it wasn't Vertigo, it was Overpass last time, but they've only been able to get one win in this season versus Eternal Fire Academy, and that was on Mirage. But a very different day, a very different game today. Some signs of life for FURIA, but in general, just commanded by the double AWP and Result as well, with so many multi-kills on that A site. Harry, you've been waiting to find out, and you're going to get all the answers to your questions. Does ZMB buy the Zeus?
I really hope no, but if we see it make an appearance, well, then we'll see it make an appearance. Everyone, just keep your eyes peeled. How much have you learned? This is the ultimate test of it. Yeah, we see a lot of B leans in pistol rounds, especially up against FURIA. I wonder if that's going to keep up. Let's find out. Let's listen into VP as this pistol round plays out before our very eyes.
Надо плантом, да, флешка, заходить, бомб.
Давай.
Я слепни, Вань, ты тоже слепится. Бегите. Даю флеш. КТ под коврами.
Джангл справа.
На рабзе, мы не пикаем, Вань. Я врываю на стерс. Джангл.
КТ. Джангл.
Well, that's one way to get back into the game. FURIA Academy, just shoot him down, man. Running up con dry with no flash, that's a Cowes dream right there. Triple from jungle, and the CT player helps out as well. But it does certainly feel like a 1 or 2 man army right now in this game. We've got some very quiet players. ZMB Orb, I can believe it on the CT side. He had a couple of nice rounds in that first half, but really it didn't come in with a huge amount of impact. This is the place to run it.
Not only did he not buy the Zeus, it was also a position change. He actually played over towards CT. He was the guy helping Cowes out. So, yeah, clearly they've put some attention into how they approach this CT side. Just the pistols over in middle, and they should get dealt with nice and easily as the 7-10. But now the guns are coming out for VP.Prodigy.
Eeks for Cowes, hey, is deserving of them. He has been the one guy, head and shoulders above the rest of the team in this game. And that's only going to shoot him further to the stars. VP coming in with a buy, though. That was only a swift eco. They didn't want anything from it. Now they've got to show it all. Gonna lack on the util with the first buy. No bomb plant there. But we had a lot of fast rounds for FURIA. That seems to be their bread and butter, right? They love these, how many times did they do that B rush? Like 3 times with a double McDonald's smokes and going very, very quickly. Now for VP, they're going to run an AXEC and try some tomfoolery, a little walk down middle. Kawes turns for a flash. It's beautiful, though. They're all blind. Kawes, not just the eco killer. He finds 3 rifles and the bomb up top middle, and that's the round done, Delusion. Whether you like it or not, he's coming for you. Unbelievable scene.
Dude, I love it. I love that they're actually like setting him up to just have this crazy impact. Because, dude, if there has been some bright lights for FURIA Academy, it very much comes from Kawes and Decently. Like, these two have looked like at times they're able to run like this 2-man army into, you know, I don't want to say top teams, but like the other teams in their group, and always at least fare well, right, in their kind of head-to-heads. I like that we're having them just set up for this level of success. That pop flash into top middle is a thing of beauty. And oh, how those odds have gone the other way. 1.68 to 2.11. Suddenly FURIA are favorites. And if you're feeling lucky, there's also that little 100% deposit bonus. You can learn more about it from the banner below.
Little B rushy. FURIA, presuming this round goes easily by the wayside. VP should be buying up next anyway. Any damage is lovely for VP, and they might find a trade here. Decency is trapped, swinging out. Roofire with a little tap. Things are getting weird now. 2-on-3, guns to be gifted, and that's why ZMB is running in. He doesn't want to let them get comfortable in the bomb site. It's not a comfortable spray either, but Roofire nowhere to go and nowhere to hide from Brunino. Means FURIA are up to 9. Dear. We could have an AWP for Delusion, and we certainly will. ZMB yet to meet him there. It's an option if Decency buys it. There it is. Dropped on over.
Ooh, Decently is actually going to take the AWP.
Okay.
You know, oftentimes is the secondary AWPer on this team. ZMB electing instead to play around with the AK. I mean, it's interesting. It's not even like that's a spawn-based decision. Decently's only posted over on short.
Oh, yeah, now he knows.
HPS gets the spot. They've also cleared out Palace. At this point, FURIA should know. Decently's only going to get 1. Now HPS needs to hold on to the site. First kill might be found, but there's a lot more where that came from. And he is eventually traded, but he's done his job. They're not ready for ZMB in the same position. I love that decision from him. And now it is Delusion all alone. 1v3, bomb down over towards short. And a man in the site still to flush out in ZMB. Delusion has dealt with him. 2 more back in the market, and that shot looked dead on, but Brunino, quicker on the trigger and on the mark, ties this game up at 10-10.
I love how when VP are going for these B rushes, ZMB has both rounds now just jumped through market and taken space immediately. Like, look at how unaware VP are getting that's happening. ZMB is ahead of the curve, and VP cannot get comfortable. 10-10. This game is closed up very quickly. Just a MAC-10s pistols right now for VP. Got enough for an execute if they want to run it. Doing a window smoke and charging middles. Decency is here though, he's made the jump. Oh dear, he's so blind from his teammate's flash. And probably some of VP's as well. Delusion with a second shot. Cower's only good for 1, and now you've armed your opponents.
I can't believe Lomix got the AWP from short. It was ballsy for him to run in there and grab it, but he gets out with the reward. Now ZMB waiting to try and find these equalizers in middle. Even going as far as to clear the bottom of mid. Gets the info that, guys, they're no longer here. Watch those B apartments. Make sure no one's coming in for another one of these B plays. And that is looking like the idea for VP.Prodigy right now.
Yeah, the read is in. Brunino's running the rotate. Offshot connects. And another for ZMB. Decency won't have it for long over my dead body. ZMB doubles up. And Lomic on the short side trying to come in and help out. HBS holds him from the site though. This bomb is also here in middle. It means if you don't like what you see at B, you can always double back. And no picks are being given away at B now with the change of position from HPS. As long as he doesn't swing too wide. VP, they're going to have to work hard for these picks. Oh.
Given the first. However, still waiting back here is ZMB, and with only 20 seconds, that bomb's on a big rotation. ZMB has been a stalwart defender at this B bomb site, and this round's no exception. Dropping the bomb and leaving Lomik in the clutch. First trying to deal with the AWP, but that's going to throw him into the firing line of Bruninho. And so FURIA are out for blood, 11-10. They're now the ones in the lead. They're now the ones setting the precedent.
Scary for VP, right? I mean, it is FURIA's pick, but we've just really seen them struggle in this season. CT side is where they come alive, and now VP, they've got to buy. They've got to put everything they have into this round, but a pause before they do, trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do. How they're going to break through this defense. The double AWP that now you know is in play, with so many being fielded, FURIA had the room to save them. Illusion's got his work cut out for him. Quite the streak, though. Yet to get a T-side round on VP.Prodigy. This has to be it.
And he still gets away with the opener through the smoke as well. Gowes helps out from Con. Oh. Even a little tag from the Molly. That should have been heard by the short side player. Maybe too far away, but now you've spotted this B-bound AWP. And suddenly Decenty's attention is right back on the apartments. Bomb, though, over here outside of A, while Resalt's trying to sit in a ramp smoke. Don't imagine you get past ZMB here on this fade. Ooh, the timing.
Oh, I think he saw him.
Oh, my.
He's seen something.
He's seen something, all right. Resalt's dead. Cheerful. Out into the arms of this AWP. Lobs a flash high, trying to set up a peek from this Palace player. Illusion, Palace bound, but they look aware of this potential, of this possibility. FURIA already on the angle. Yeah, they lose Bruninho, but you're still happy with this one. ZMB going to take it one step further. And it looks like he even wants to try and hunt this AWP down, wants to try and remove it from play.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I was going to say, that's crazy, but I don't mind the play. You can hunt this gun. You should just wait a few more seconds, right? Wait till you know you've won the round and he's locked into Palace and he can't do anything with the bomb. Delusion now going to set up, scope, make sure they can't push in through the hallways. He's cleared enough of spawn for his clock in his head. And I think he's going to get away with this one. Hearing them push ramp, but it's too late for them to do anything about this AWP. That being said, ZMB is feeling it. With back up against the wall, with nothing to lose, these underdogs are coming in a big way today. It happened for Astralis earlier. FURIA Academy, they've already taken a close L on Mirage to this exact team. Today, they want to one-up that. And it's off the back of a flawless CT side that they are getting there. 12 rounds to 10, 7 in a row.
This is wild scenes, man. This is a really nice CT side out of FURIA. And I mean, you know, it might have been spearheaded really by Gowes early on, you know, putting up some remarkable numbers, but now it feels like you're getting that supporting cast emerging around it. I mean, ZMB's all, you're struggling to not feel the impact of it every round at the moment, it feels like. Ooh. The buy might be in for VP.Prodigy, but it doesn't mean it's pretty. They're just trying their hand at a bit of a contact A play.
Yeah, now the orb's fired off and it's a missed shot. ZMB's not going to give him another chance at that with a smoke. Oh, not again, ZMB. I think it was him. Was it him last time who also missed that same ramp smoke? And Delusion just walks through it. He's lining it up on triple, but his lineup is absolute dog water. It does not work. That's twice it's gotten him killed. Rooffire comes out on a lurk as well, finding Cowers rotating window. Bruninho is inside of a smoke. And this is getting weird now. He's going to go through as it fades. Result holds on, but not for long. And the Orb has got him locked in at the triple box. Swing from Palace. It's a nice dink, but it's not enough. 4-on-2. VP on the route to their first T-side round, and they're in no rush. Even if they end A, recommitting in 10-15 seconds will at least put the seed of doubt in the mind of FURIA. Let it bloom.
Yeah, Delusion's got this in the bag. Ah! Whoa! HPS. Don't give him a reason to believe.
Did Rufar want a knife or something? Like, why did Delusion leave that angle? He was scared of left side box, but Rufar was so close behind him. I don't know what info was transpired. HPS, Butterfingers, finally grabs the Orb, and he can walk out. They'll let him. They said, it's all yours, buddy. But you had to take your chance when you had it, because now it's gone. So let's talk the ramp smoke. Triple to ramp, the lineup, ZMB. Harry, we saw it before in this league already. I'm pretty sure it was him again.
Yeah, I think so.
Man, because it did the same thing last time. It just was a horrible smoke. It's not even a smoke, it's a massive gap. And then his opponent just walked through it and killed him. And Delusion just did that again. He goes, well, you missed your smoke, I'm going to walk through ramp. You think ramp is smoked right now. And yeah, that can't happen again for ZMB. He needs to fix that lineup.
It's super deceptive because, like, from his POV, it looks dead on. Well, not dead on, but, you know, it looks like it's smoke. You can't see the gap from where he's playing over towards, you know, CT and triple. And so I really just don't think he realizes that that keeps happening. And you can't afford for that to keep happening. I mean, hell, the proof's right here. It gave VP their way back in.
Yeah. Now they're believing again. Quick out ramp under Palkis Brunino, and he's going to get flashed in, but dodged for a second. Not enough as Brunino doubles up. And FURIA, I thought it might be a bit worrying that they finally let go of the baton. They've finally given VP a round in, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do anything with it. Better ramp smoke now. Player running B has been seen in HPS. Despite all this madness at A, he didn't leave his bomb site. Rufar's got to win this fight quickly to roll out the red carpet for his teammate. And HPS just looking nowhere.
ZMB through lower. Here's the bomb in the rotate and drops it. That should be a FURIA round. This should be irrecoverable now. With them on the bomb with no map control anywhere else. Rufar probably just going to die moving around. Here's one player going lower. But they're actually looking back this way. They've seen him now, and as he tries to leave, he's going to walk into this A player. Does best cowers in the head-to-head. Won't be ready for decency, though. And there's 13. FURIA Academy. They come in with an immediate response and a much better smoke.
Yes, definitely. Wasn't a lineup, though. Just lob on the fly. Sometimes it's safer. Obviously, you know, when you're triple and you know there's no ramp, you don't want to peek it to throw the smoke. But there is a lineup there. Either way, VP now with a second timeout. Things are getting problematic. Pressure is mounting on this T side as they immediately get reset. And reset with no bomb plant. When I say reset, like, people always go like, the money changed like 6 years ago. I don't mean in the traditional sense of your loss bonus is back to zero. But, you know, obviously winning a round and then immediately losing means that's worst case scenario. You don't build up any win bonus. You spend it all in the follow-up, especially if you have an expensive round, a close round, which, you know, they did, albeit only losing 2 players. And now you have nothing to show for it. Same loss bonus as before. And so VP with no bomb plant, it's not going to be pretty if they want to go for it. They're also running out of time. Running out of room.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is where oftentimes I would look to someone like the famous Horn on the Cob in Result, right? Maybe he can be the guy to deliver some spectacular moments, because right now, you know, like, for example, Rufar is neck and neck with everyone. That's not as good a sign as it might seem. Like, in my eyes, you know, the other guys should normally be sat kind of head and shoulders above him.
Yeah, especially when Result was, what, like 15-7 or something? He's really fallen off since that point. I mean, obviously, it's not just a one-man show, but yeah, not getting those lights-out headshots that he looked so warm and ready for in that first half. Double orb in mid. Rufar finds the first. He knew ZMB was there, but just not expecting a repeak. And with no cover, he couldn't make it up into window in time. This rotate is nice from ZMB. He doesn't offer up to the window player. That might even be a Palace smoke from CT spawn, and it is.
Yeah, I don't know if VP... Did they throw this CT smoke, or was that Bruninho using the...
Yeah, it might be the one way.
Spirit, you know, Zontic smoke. Whoop! Up, over, and ZMB delivers. Delusion still waiting over in Palace. They're going to...
It's not pretty,
Any noise on the boost. It's fine. Like, no one's nearby to have heard that, I guess, if we're looking for silver linings, but... You know, you're not looking to explain mistakes away. You just shouldn't be making them. And again, easier said than done. Delusion. Dome's the first man on a CT peak. Still 2 more being harbored in this CT position. 15 seconds. That bomb's got to go down eventually. And they're pretty paranoid everywhere they plant. It's going to be open. With the bomb scoped up. Oh, spam! Cheerful still gets it down in time. And a 3v3.
Yeah, it just jiggles from CT, and you have 1 flash on HPS. It needs to come in. If they want to get this AWP off the angle, it needs to be very, very nice. This late B rotate, because we've seen VP make these rotates themselves, but this is not one of them. He's dropped the smoke. Is this flash going to get used? Are we ever going to see it go over the top? HPS lobs it high. Delusion sees it coming. He dodges, takes a shot. Player inside of the smoke as well. Now time's ticking, and Delusion is not missing. HPS gets a trade, but he won't last long with Cheerful in the bomb site. And VP, it looks scary. They didn't have much util to make that round work, but they have got it over the line. The nice slowdown in the 3-on-4 and allowing Delusion to work his AWP makes all the difference in this map. ZMB, he may not have the ramp smoke, but he has the CT to Palace smoke. Respect. Big respect. But
there's a really niche one you can learn as well from safe at short. You can smoke Palace.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. There are some niche smokes out there.
Good lineup for everything. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that flash from HPS either. It's just so obvious. Like, you can throw way better ones over the CT wall into that A site that you know are not going to be dodged. The danger with that flash is it's just you see it coming. Delusion's just able to walk away from it.
Yeah, I would have rather like a more targeted flashbang with the goal of getting the AWP off the angle, right? That one felt very general, like you were trying to do, you know, be a jack of all trades with that flashbang and blind everyone in the site.
Too much warning, really. Boost in window, or not in, but outside, around, and bye-bye, Kawez. You hate to lose your life like that, and ZMB will be no stranger either. Peeking ticket, dead to Delusion, gun round for FURIA, and it's falling apart. They're falling like flies.
Yeah, gotta give Rufire some credit as well, like... You know, been involved in a lot of gunfights thus far. Was also the player to boost someone up to get that window kill in the first place. You know, lots of ideas for what he wants to do. And I think it's pretty evident that he feels like mid is something they can try and exploit, right? Even what with him in that last round, running, or I guess sneaking through lower, hitting a timing. So it feels like he's starting to piece this one together. And, you know, as the games have really gotten important, he's increased his own individual level, for crying out loud. Like, these are some of the best numbers we've had out of the guy so far.
Yeah, and Delusion's had his second win in this T-half as well. So despite FURIA going, you know, 7-0 up on this CT side, pulling a massive comeback, the lead is now stretched thin. VP have now leveled the playing field. They found so many exits as well. Only 1 save allowed. It's not pretty. It means FURIA cannot buy around this one. They've got to give up 14. So yeah, definitely props to VP, because while FURIA looked like they were suddenly dominating this game, VP weren't ready to give it up for free. Especially considering VP know, like, just winning this map alone sets them up for the 2-0. I love that way to peek window. So annoying. And this is that broken economy that we talk about, just the saved M4. TCT's got to throw himself into the mix.
Yeah, I think ZMB maybe bought, not ZMB rather, I think it was Bruninho bought a flashbang and dropped it over. Gonna try his hand at a flash peek in middle. Interesting way of going about this one, right? Having the rifle to anchor over towards B.
Just means you can double save, right? Like if it's going to be A, VP are going to be so methodical that you're not going to win the round. I don't think you know, it's not expected. You can put your pistol stack there, but if it is B, then this M4 can, you know, you can win a round on B with an M4. We've seen it done, just one guy. But I like how VP are being so patient on this mid take. They know there's not much to work with for FURIA. They don't know the full idea. For all they know, Decency could even have an AWP, but they're pretty assured in their setup right now. A slow mid take, no one here to stop them with only pistols in play. Once VP get enough info, they can split a bomb site together.
Yeah, hopefully in a moment we see someone peel back and get this bomb. I feel like that's what Resalt's destined to do.
Decency's just left B, and that's where VP are going.
Dude, that is so devastating, that
it's
timing.
Fine at the same time, like, you're not going to want to
Yeah,
fight.
and at least he's going to save now, right? Guaranteed to get out with it.
That one hurts. That one really does hurt. Especially as the penny drops now, you hear the nades on the other side of the map. You wonder what could have been, but, you know, VP...
The only thing that's like super wild here is that, you know, there's 10 seconds left as this bomb was going down.
Yeah, right.
Imagine a world where Decently, with the game he's having, if he was there, I say with the game he's having, he's actually pretty quiet, but, you know, he's so often a consistent voice in this team. VP.Prodigy all in the apartments, and FURIA are heading this way to try and meet them. Gonna get a bit weird. Yeah. Only USPs. It should be fine, but you'd be surprised.
Nothing to lose. May as well just run it down, try and get a...
I mean, now that you've seen that, I don't think you're super enthused about re-peeking in. ZMB maybe going to try and fake flash.
Yeah. They should go for this. Like, there's no good argument to say, oh, just don't give them the kill bonus. No, you should absolutely go for this. Okay, that was...
the real flashbang missed the hole, missed the door. Oh,
it's not pretty, is it? Lomic dies, 1 kill. Not a gun saved, but Decency does keep his M4. And this is it for FURIA. This is do or die. All this comeback on the CT half, 7 straight rounds, might be for nothing if VP just stomp them out right here, right now. Let's jump into their team speak and see how they're feeling.
Давай, Арман, так же. Арман, поубедительнее, как-то блядь, фальшиво слишком выглядит. Да.
Давай.
Жень, аккуратнее, тебя источник могут запушить сейчас, ковры яму. Будь внимателен.
Сейчас посмотрю.
Пацаны, мид и пикали, осторожно мид.
Я тебя
Заебись, наоборот.
Давай, Вань, все правильно. Еще продавай меня. Ну, короче,
Я
сам...
иду третьим к ним.
Лопнул где-то, бля, хуй.
Зига топнул. Вандри 2 дема. Хорош.
Давайте от этого отыграем.
Топ-мид, пойдем. Я бы доме закрессирую. Идите топ-мид, ребят.
Внешка или без?
Да похуй как, выйди топ-мид просто.
Море ковры дали.
Сплит Б планируем.
Я
Сплит Б
подожду,
планируем.
Хорошо, я
Иду к вам. Я Зиги.
Не открывайся только Майк, может быть, как-то у меня вяло Б, П не реагирует вообще на меня.
У водорога. Убегает!
Бля, я с бомбой.
Ну чё ты засал там, меньшинство Жак? Я выхожу, пробую, рискую.
Он дальше пикает, за белые пошел.
Бомба выбита, я пытаюсь что-то сделать.
Да, там и не контролируется.
У меня 0. Странно, да?
Ты
Подвал, наверное, будет. Да, иди ко мне. Блять, не знаю где, не понял.
Крысы
где-то.
Ебать. Он уходил?
Вообще
сейчас же пикнет.
По камере он за белыми был. Типа туда прибегал.
Okay, someone needs to put a leash on Cowers, right? VP just tried their best. Each time they were ready for the re-peak, and Cowers just obliterates them with the A1S. Doming headshots off of flash peaks up top middle. And just when you think VP are ready, with a 5-on-4, with a Hirosh down and lower, that was a lovely bait with an AK spray and the AWP covering the swing. And still, Cowers just lights them up. Even the little lurk through B is caught. And we got a game on our hands.
Yeah, someone might want to check in with Resalt, man. He's having a bit of a mare right now. Bit of a mare.
Yeah.
You know, he was once up, I think 15-6 or 15-7.
Yeah, it was around that. It wasn't too bad, I'll say.
Now 17-20. Oh, how times have changed.
Yes. So any time to come alive, it would be the night time, Harry. Deep into this one, 14 all now, and this is Furious map pick, elimination on the line. The first round of the gauntlet here in Group B. It's only going to get harder from here on out. Cowes, of course, pushing mid. Why wouldn't he? And VP going for the A execute. It's only Bruninho. Even trading 1-for-1 here sets his team up. Nothing, and they're in hot water. Oh, I'm glad he didn't swing off that.
Oh, they're not looking at sandwich. Is anyone going to check it? Yes,
shout
there's
out.
the spot. Lomic with the opener. Cowes trying to peek over the smokes, has found one. They're going to try and deal with Cowes once again. This time, Result is up and over and in his face. Not going to blunder the trade this time around. However, it goes both ways. Decently pulls this back into even odds. That CT smoke makes you very paranoid about a CT swing. Rufire's low on health as well. So him getting that bomb down is tenuous at best. That's close, but they come through the CT smoke. Cheerful brings it to the 1v1. But it's Rufire versus Decently in the head-to-head.
And he doesn't know that they saw him. When they jumped up on CT, on Ticket, they saw him run the rotate. They know he was leaving. As long as Decently doesn't doubt himself, he has won this round. Rufire thinks he's playing him like a fiddle instead. Oh my god, he still had the bomb out. Crikey. That's such a shame for VP.Prodigy there, but great round. Considering Cowes just gets wrecked as well after one kill, it was a nice trade, a David v Goliath moment with Result going up and being boosted stairs. But they just don't realize how many players are deep in CT there till it's already too late. Nice little check as well. Up on Ticket, just seeing that bomb.
I mean, I've got to say that decision after seeing the bomb leave to go through the CT smoke and fight the two remaining players is huge, because Delusion was trying to get control of the murder hole over towards jungle and deny those rotations. They hear him running that way and they go, well, now's our time to push. Otherwise, we get ourselves boxed in. We need these kills. And they're able to find them both. Massive scenes out of FURIA. Just saving themselves, clutching it back from the brink of defeat. And now we're going to go the full 30 rounds.
If not more. That's where VP want to go. They want to run it back in OT, but FURIA, this would be one of their first wins locked into the season. They took Mirage off of Eternal Fire. Otherwise, they've had trouble getting maps going. Close games, but close doesn't count. Close won't cut it. Drop down under. Decently playing in front of a B smoke. Oh my goodness. This is aggressive, and Result, you asked of him, he's provided, at least in these last couple of rounds. Won't mean anything, though. Delusion gets a leg onto Cowes, who's been all up in your business, up top mid every round. ZMB has found that kill, but meanwhile, B has fallen.
Oh, fast up short. Cowes might be low, but you wouldn't know it from how he's playing. Bruninho wins his fight. Don't get ahead of yourselves, VP. This was a 4-on-3 that FURIA were always going to attempt. Rufire sees feet, and he takes them off. Bruninho out through the market, ZMB on short, and ZMB wins his head-to-head. Low HP on Rufire, but he does have a Molotov for the bomb. That could prove to be huge if Cheerful...
No!
Oh, he swings it early! That's a disaster, and ZMB's going to trade it out.
Wow.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, but FURIA hold their nerve. One hell of a retake, considering the odds are so stacked against them. And VP, it feels like they spread themselves so thin trying to take market, fighting it short. They give all these opportunities, and around that FURIA were always going to attempt, right? It's round 30. It's like do or die at that point.
Let's save.
Let's save for OT, mate. Now, let's go. Dude, it just, I don't know. And then Rufire, I really am left scratching my head at that peak, man. Like, I get him trying to help out Cheerful, just trying to play for time. But at the same time, mate, there's an extra, spare maybe 4 or 5 seconds as that defuse is coming in. Molotov could have changed the course of that one.
Definitely some balls up rounds there for VP in that second half, right? After the streak of FURIA. And Cowes at the forefront of it as well. He played extremely well. There was even a smoke on ZMB for that defuse if the molly came in. But these are all questions that we'll never have answers to. Instead, our answers lay on Vertigo, the next map of the series. So stay with us.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
Go, go, go.
I was sure that the first series of the day will be the surprising one, but now VP.Prodigy managed to lose against FURIA Academy. The game was really close, 14-16, but in the end of the day, this is the second time that FURIA Academy managed to get a win in this season, and I'm kind of afraid for your predictions, guys.
I'm not.
You're not?
No. Not at all. Not at all. I think FURIA played a good game of Counter-Strike right here. I think they showed us again that Mirage is a map they can definitely play at a high level. They had some good moments. Chaos again, just being the best player on the server, apparently. The best rifler on the server, without a doubt. Really making the difference for FURIA Academy. Without him playing hearts out again, which he's done a couple of times, they wouldn't have won Mirage. So I guess the few win conditions we kind of highlighted for FURIA coming into this matchup was him playing well. It was Mirage, being a chance for them, and everything kind of went well for them. On the other hand of the side, you look at VP.Prodigy, and I don't know what happened to them. That's 5 maps in a row they've lost, and I will even say and argue that this Mirage game was probably one of the worst maps they played throughout the entire tournament. We questioned a couple of their trade frag potentials that didn't really go for, the communication, the ideas seems a little bit flustered. There was no cohesion, no synergy. It just looked like a bad playing VP.Prodigy compared to how well we saw them play just 5 days, 6 days ago. So I don't know what happened to them, but maybe loss of confidence it is, and it was just too much. They made too many mistakes, and FURIA Academy took advantage of it.
The way this VP.Prodigy team reads to me is that they had an incredibly successful boot camp. They were all ecstatic to be playing with each other, and that life is slowly draining. That happiness, that joy that they had is slowly, it's going away. It doesn't feel like the trade frags, like Pimp was saying. That's the biggest thing for me with this roster, is that there are so many moments when I watch VP.Prodigy play in the beginning of the season where they were uncharacteristically trading very well. In Season 1 and 2, their biggest problem was the lack of trades, that individuals would just decide to swing, and I think that VP.Prodigy took a step back. I don't know what happened. I think they might be communicating less than before, but something in their camp changed, and whatever it was, it's making them play worse as a unit. And FURIA is the team of any team that can actually thrive if you don't trade frags out. And I'm not even just talking about the highlights we're seeing here, because Cow is just going crazy on the CT side. I'm talking about the early picks and rounds where they're just simply giving up a kill, and there's no one even there for them to take advantage of the out of position CT player. It's really strange to watch VP.Prodigy like this, because I was so excited to see them play after the first couple days because they were playing so well as a unit. So this was a weird look for VP.Prodigy, but for FURIA Academy side, I'm going to give credit to 2 guys. Kawas, of course, he was the best player in the server by far, but also ZMB. I've questioned this guy a lot. I really don't think he's not very high up on my Opper tier list at this event, but this was a game where he actually delivered. He gave a lot of frags to his team. He knew what kind of risks he could take. It's probably helped out by the fact that VP.Prodigy aren't in great trading procedures, but ZMB did an excellent job to secure a great CT side for FURIA Academy, so hats off to him.
I'm sure that VP.Prodigy were extremely hyped after the first 2 series because they managed to win 3 maps out of 4. They're in a boot camp, everything looked great. But probably the thing that broke them is their loss against the FURIA Academy, because that was a team that they were supposed to win against, and then they end up losing with a score of 0-2. Then they had MOUZ and XC, so they didn't really have a chance. And now they come into the series with this feeling of like, okay, we lost like 4 maps in a row.
Yeah, and that's where like you kind of create this scenario where you can argue that they've lost their confidence. That's the point you're trying to build there, and I would agree with that. But I was looking at it and thinking to myself, okay, the internal fire game, that was a disappointment from VP.Prodigy. The MOUZ NXT was somewhat expected, so coming in against FURIA in the gauntlet, in a best of 3, that's when they kickstart themselves. That's when they win this 1-2-0. They dominate their opponent, they go into the next game feeling confident, and they've forgotten all about the group stage. Now we're in a scenario where they're 1 map away from being eliminated, last place in the group stage, which again, for a team like VP.Prodigy, who played so well to begin with, who also have upgraded their lineup. I will say, I think the players they've gotten in and the new roles they are currently working with was better than they were in Season 2. It'll be a disaster for them as well, especially when your opponent is FURIA Academy, who we've been critical of throughout the entire tournament. So yeah, I agree, Heko. It feels like a team that's lost confidence. We even saw the scoreboard right here as well. It was not one player playing bad or one player playing well. It was a very, joint effort from everyone. Everyone was contributing, everyone had moments, but everyone was also just not good enough. So you lack that spark, you lack that one player who can change the tide of the game, like Chaos did for FURIA Academy. That star player, that element, that X factor, VP.Prodigy didn't have it. Delusional was doing it in the beginning, but we haven't seen that for quite some time, and I'm starting to question whether or not VP.Prodigy are as bad as we're seeing they are right now.
I'm not quite sure where to put my finger on them, but I will say that going into the next map, I think they're going to do better. I think that Vertigo is a map that suits their strengths just a little bit more. It doesn't really work out for FURIA as much. This is a map that FURIA has had problems on for the entirety of their WePlay history because they do a little bit too much. It's a prime example of a map where I oftentimes see the B player and the A ramp players both trying to contribute at the same time, and that's a recipe for disaster because FURIA, if you win a fight at A ramp but you lose your B player, that just creates a new hole for you. And so both of these teams don't have obviously a great win rate on the map in the last few months. In fact, neither of them have won Vertigo at all. But we've seen VP.Prodigy play a couple close games in the previous seasons. The one map that stuck out to me the most vividly is in Season 2 with 4 of these same players. They lost to MOUZ NXT in either a 30-round game or an OT game, one or the other. It was incredibly close, very well played. I hope to see that kind of VP.Prodigy today because if they're able to bring that, they can force us to a third and they can correct all of the wrongs that just happened in map number 1.
Yeah, but in their series against Eternal Fire Academy, they actually picked Vertigo and lost with a score of 8-16. So right now, they will start on the T side, and we saw even in the first map, in the first half, they got 10 rounds with the CD side, everything looked great, but then for a real long time, they just struggled to get anything, a bomb plan or just any like T round. I'm just really afraid that the same thing might happen right now.
I'm afraid too, because I think you can make comparisons in the way that FURIA Academy and Eternal Fire are playing. I don't see FURIA being this strategical team that is trying to wait out. Vertigo is often a very slow-paced map in the sense that you see executes happening with 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds left up towards A ramp or towards the B bomb side. I don't think FURIA is going to play like that. As you said, they tried to do too much too soon almost in some of the rounds. So it would be one of these games where it's a lot based on the duels. And what I've seen so far from VP.Prodigy is that, yeah, I would rate their players to be slightly better on average than FURIA Academy, but on the day, FURIA can definitely beat them in that game as well. So I'm a little bit afraid for VP.Prodigy's behalf. They have not looked good on Vertigo at all, and it more so feels like a punish pick against FURIA than it feels like something VP.Prodigy are comfortable with. And as you said, Heko, when you have to start on a T side, you're one map away from exiting the tournament in last place, and you just lost the map to a team that you never ever should have lost to. The confidence, it must be shattered right now for VP.Prodigy. It's 5 maps in a row they've lost, and if they were to lose the 6th, well, that's it for them this season 3.
Yeah, when we look at the pairy match odds, I'm a little bit surprised that they're this lopsided. I mean, 1.35 puts VP.Prodigy at a pretty heavy favorite here, but after what we just saw on Mirage, I don't know if I can be that confident in them. I feel like FURIA definitely have a chance to win this one. They can build off of their momentum. They've now won another map this season, and I feel like once FURIA believes in themselves, then even if those fights that they're taking are bad, it's about winning them. And Cowiz doesn't seem like he can lose a duel right now. It's a 50-50 duel. Cowiz is beating anybody right now in the server other than Delusion with an op. So I'm almost tempted to sway my pick actually here. I actually think that FURIA could probably do this. It's a little bit of recency bias, but I also just think that right now FURIA are in a position where they might just get off to a really hot start here, and it's going to be tough for Roofire and the rest of the gang to actually fight back into this one.
I'm sticking to my prediction. I'm not shaking just yet. I think VP.Prodigy will be able to handle FURIA Academy. What we've seen from FURIA on Vertigo so far hasn't been great either. So there's nothing that really tells us that their win conditions should be any stronger than they were in Mirage. And one could argue that Mirage was super close as well and could have gone OT. So I think VP.Prodigy will be able to get it done, but I have seen too much weaknesses right now for them that even if they were to beat FURIA Academy on this map, go into the 3rd map and win that one as well, what happens when they face, who is it they face? Eternal Fire in the next round of the gauntlet, and what happens if they win that game? Young Ninjas are waiting for them, so it's just going to be, Spirit Academy, it's just going to be incredible tough for them. So I need to see VP.Prodigy, put it in gear and dominate their opponent and give us some sort of belief and assurance that they can play better than what we've seen the last 5 maps.
Yeah, and they probably are looking forward to get a rematch against Eternal Fire Academy because when it comes to the bracket, they end up having the same amount of wins, but when it comes into their battle, they lost with a score of 0-2. That's why they ended up playing today. So, Pimp, you're saying that we are going to have a 3rd map, right?
I believe we are going to have a 3rd map. I believe in the better team to win this game, and the better team is VP.Prodigy. By all respect to to FURIA Academy. I don't think they're going to be able to compete with them over 3 maps. But if they were to lose this one VP.Prodigy, then that's because they're not good enough. So I believe in a 3rd map, but I'm not as sure as I were just an hour ago.
Yeah, I'll just clear up my prediction. It was more just that I thought the odds were more in favor of VP than I probably would have pegged them at. I still will go with VP.Prodigy as well. I think we're getting a 3rd map, and I think VP are taking the series still.
Yeah, well, we'll just move on to Vertigo. Hugo and Harry have been casting this map so many times, so I'm sure they are really looking forward to do it again.
Oh, yes, you know it. You know it. We love it. No, I mean, I'm really impressed with FURIA Academy, you know? Yeah. A big question mark for me was, can Cowes be enough to try and get it over the line? And I tell you what, it feels like he's bringing his A game right now. I think with a little bit more mileage out of someone like Decenty, right? Who I still don't think we even have at 100% just yet. Definitely. Usually him and Cowes are kind of, you know, rushing around for that top spot on this team. I think it's pretty exciting. Also, I want to say ZMB found a lot of impact with his AWP. He was looking good. He was hitting shots. I do think that Vertigo is going to be like a pretty big test, right? Because VP are pretty proven here, but it's still a map that FURIA have played in the past, have lent into, and they do have ideas for how they want to approach it. So I don't think they're going to be stuck in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, I don't want to call that entire game like a one-man show, although at times it felt like it for Cowards, but we've seen one-man shows not be enough, like Headtrick dropping near 40 on Mirage the other day for NAVI Jr., still losing the map. So yeah, I actually think FURIA are pretty impressive in that game. VP definitely dropped the ball in a few rounds. And also, you talk ZMB, it wasn't just AWPing, you know, it wasn't just AWPing where he came out clutch. Some of those like almost like retake B rounds where he would jump out market window and be that 3rd man in the bomb site, and VP would always, you know, stop considering it. Just, you know, because we called VP suffocating in the first half. I feel like FURIA did a really good job of being that themselves, you know, be it ZMB making those plays or Cowards pushing up top mid or being aggressive in that sense. So yeah, at the same time, VP still favorites. I still think they should win this series, but at the same time, I thought fnatic would long it out on overpass, and they dropped the ball there. So as we've already seen today, upset potential is at an all-time high for the Gauntlet stage.
It really does feel that way, doesn't it? Also, too, one thing that's kind of weird to me was like HPS. I'm sure you can remember the game I'm on about. He had that one Mirage game where he looked incredible, man. He's like doming people, looking so good. I want even a glimmer of that right now, because it feels like it would solve this like core problem for FURIA that's, you know,
it's one man or the other.
Yeah, it's like you need Cowes to open or you need Decenty to open, and you also need them alive to close, because if they're not, oh, it's terrifying. You know what I mean? And it's like, mate, having seen what this guy can do, it makes me want that again. You know, like I'm addicted to it, man. I want to taste it again. And you know, the fact that we haven't had that from HPS makes me a little bit worried. He was the bottom-rated player just there on Mirage. Even 20% more out of this guy, and FURIA get way more deadly.
Well, we're dosing you up with the finest strain of FURIA Academy here on Vertigo to close the day. I mean, well, I say close the day if they can.
Run! Run, Maui! Get away from Vertigo!
You come next, unless VP fall and falter here. Their map pick, their time to shine, their proving ground. FURIA Academy with, I don't want to say no expectations, but limited expectations. That could work in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there aren't many teams that there aren't many times that VP.Prodigy have been favorites, but you can definitely make the argument that in this series they are, and that really does change the nature of the game. Whereas for FURIA, these guys are used to being looked at as the underdogs, as the team that really have to go against the odds to win. And so for these guys, you know, it feels like they're exceeding expectations. You're riding that high. For VP, you're going, man, we should have had that first map. That should have been ours. And, you know, kind of wrestling with those thoughts right now, heading into the second map.
Yeah, it must be how fnatic felt on Nuke. Like, wait, there's no overtime? Wait, we lost that round? How? And VP on the T side now. Rufire's got to line up some God flashes here in the little window. It's a slow mid-creep. Decenty waits. He's making steps. They're going to know exactly where he is. Not that it's too much of a surprise, and the flash is perfect. No time to dodge it. Over they run, and he's run over as the B players, all that stands. Not for long either. VP charge the site, and it's very decisive.
Yeah, Delusion's even playing up close. This guy, normally a massive threat in pistol rounds, so you know, now would be the time to keep that up. First man falls, and the swing from Cheerful's nice. Gonna deal with the final man in Cowards, and there's VP finding themselves a pistol. So immediately on the board here to open up this second map in the series. We know that VP, very mid-centric cooling from guys like Roofire, right? He loves a bit of mid-play on Vertigo. That's something that FURIA have to be ready for. See the odds, 1.23 to 3.9. That's very favorable for VP once again, but Mirage started much the same. And we were surprised with some of the moments there. Surprised with the results, in fact. If you want surprises, there's a 100% bonus on your first deposit. More information in the banner below. But whoa, whoa, whoa. 18 plus only.
Slow down. It's a crawl up ramp. VP are making no noise, giving no information. It's a good grenade though, timed well by FURIA. VP get ready to lob their execute in. Short side smoke. Decency's about to be cut off. There's the latter. Goes up and over. Surely he's not going to jump. He will be a dead man if he does. So many rifles in the sight. Delusion clears out HPS on short, and this plant can come in. No more nades to deny that. Delusion's very low thanks to spam. He still survives, and sometimes the numbers are enough to force saves. 5-on-4s, make it 4-on-4s with a shot like that onto Lomic's head. Now you're getting a bit worried for VP, but no kit in this round and only one smoke. If FURIA want to go, they've got to go now.
Yeah, they're going to trickle in, but you need to start to force some of these ramp swings. And really, you know, with so much time already ticked off the bomb, it's a one round for VP. They're still fighting here, but, you know, they're fighting an already lost battle.
Ooh. Yeah, that's actually really good damage. Wow.
2 dead to the bomb.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. They had 5 health. They could not have backed up to the end of ramp, and they couldn't go below either. So,
part of you wants to force, and there it is. A lot of you wants to force. Actually, all of you.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's buy 4 frags. And so VP have got to have their wits about them. Let's see if we can notice that as we jump into their comms.
Дашь суперфлэш?
Да.
Киньте ДМГ, подойдите по
Я дам.
Окей.
Ребят, тихо, окей? Медленно, аккуратненько, бесшумно. Бесшумно. А, есть.
Б упал вниз, аккуратно.
Вернись кто-то, убейте его.
Вернись. А, не, я вернусь.
Заберешь?
Блядь, скаут мид, Ваня укусил. Давай меняться.
Экран.
У меня Б много. У меня Б много, 3. Там форс.
И на миду один. Скаут смотрит.
Пошли.
Давай, а чего вы на это не зашли?
Давай флеш.
Бля, я уже ушел, подожди. Сейчас встану.
Бля, очко
там
уже
очко
идет.
будет дохуя. Да.
Уже очко.
Медиама потихоньку.
У вас на точно был.
Сильно буст.
Давай. А, гараж убил. У вас один надо должен быть.
Все, пошли. Я цемент прочекаю, не бойся.
Гараж уже пикает.
Гараж убил.
Кап может быть?
Я
да.
Еще гараж, по девятке гараж.
Уйдем, давай уйдем. Давай уйдем.
Аккуратно. Ребят,
Да, флеш.
Все нору.
Давай уйдем, брат.
Я ухожу, Леха.
Он топнул либо гараж, либо спина.
Смотри, чтоб тебя не догнал.
Не догонится.
Короче, я пойду на мид, ты на Б, окей? Я красный?
Окей.
Ты иди Б.
Я мегалот нужен сделать.
Не надо. Сколько пуль?
Есть.
Хватит, ты чё, ебнулся. Короче, смотри. Он не может так быстро к тебе подойти. Подходи, не бойся, близь. Ну, максимум доски, блядь. Я первый сыграю, ты от этого, окей?
Я подхожу, типа. Он пушил меня в спине.
Обидненько.
Он мид запушил.
Я не мид, он са.
Who sticks around for the fight there? That's a ballsy old peek for ZMB, but the force buy success for FURIA is perfect. Even though he looks like he gets timed with that reset from VP, actually they're the one who got timed. The split up, not a fan of that either, but that was the last thing they were expecting. Just so many ways that can go wrong.
Yeah, I know. That's my biggest issue is like, even though they did kind of get wrecked with the flank timing, you know, you know, regardless of the flank coming in, it still feels like such a risky decision.
Yeah,
you know, if the bomb got dropped, say ZMB had stayed B that whole damn time, like, you know, you can make the argument, yeah, Rufire could have made contact first, but even then, you're taking a lot of...
The bomb goes first, but I feel like even if you get dropped, say worst case, right, and then B is B, like you say, and the bomb gets dropped, the hope there for VP is hoping that CT still looks at B ramp. But then, you know, it depends on Rufire's timing more than anything. Like, how quick is he to trade? None of this matters. Oh my god, Rufire almost found the kill. The AWP's now covering. Decency gets out. Maybe he'll even take the AWP if there's a moment of downtime.
Oh, the barrel. Oh, yes.
Split.
Delusion might want to give this gun to someone else. They all have armor, apart from you. But he's keeping it.
Man wants the frags. Can you blame him? No, cheerful. Taking that one. Oh, the perfect B timing. And if they heard him run as well, they might just walk through it. That's exactly what Brunino wants. Delayed shot. Every second counts, and there's another player behind the smoke. Brunino puts distance. He has that bomb. He needs some support. Where's the rotate? It needs to hurry up. Decency doesn't want to leave his angle mid. He's very low, rightly so, but this shot gets up to the rifle. Cowes keeps spraying, but Brunino dropped that B player and gets himself an AK. This damage done in that lost A round retake where they tapped the bomb twice and they forced VP to repeak. Look at the effect it's had on the game. It killed 4 players of VP, 2 to the bomb, and now FURIA buying back in have flipped this game on its head. In terms of winning the early game, FURIA have done that exactly, and they're about to take the lead with only Glocks for VP.Prodigy. Really nice save for FURIA. And VP, use it as attack, because not much is going to happen here, but death. Or the fake boost. No, they ain't falling for that.
See, FURIA's often had like double mid setups. They're clearly cognizant that Rufire loves to run these mid plays. So props to them for being ready for that. You know, it's caught a lot of teams off guard.
Oh.
Little collateral for ZMB. This is only going to build his confidence up more and more.
Ooh, get him. Get him.
All right.
He must be got.
There we go. They get him, and they get the AWP out of there as well. HPS makes a bit of money from that SMG, and a third is found for FURIA, who now sit in the lead at 3-2. I think, you know, you need to be putting up as many CT side rounds as you can, because we've seen these T sides cause a lot of squads problems, and FURIA are no exception to that rule. Really, I'm looking, and this is a pretty rough like scoreline to give, but I'm looking at like a 10-5. I feel like that is the bare minimum for FURIA to rise to the occasion and 2-0 this. Anything else? Still possible, but it feels like exponentially harder.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA played this map 4 times in recent memory, and they've lost them all. But it was the T sides where they got majority of their rounds, although very limited amount of rounds. Either way, this little gap. Spot for HPS. He sees the players after the boost and follows up with some util. Smoke lets him get up short, but VP are in no hurry. Rufire is still lurking mid, as you say. Keep your eye out for that. He will group back with his team. Go for this A pop rather. Eventually. Minute on the clock.
I've got to say as well, like FURIA felt like they're just playing differently. You know, like, I don't know, man. Stylistically, these guys got super loose towards the end of the group stage. Like, at times to their benefit, most of the time to their detriment. Everything we're seeing now feels a lot more reserved, and it's working out for them. Missile flash setup, sadly, Resalt's playing anti. Oh. So he's not blinded off the angle. ZMB. Now they know about him. They get up ramp and maybe lost in the source. They're lost in the comms. Decent, he's going to spam one out. Will that interest you in going for this retake? Retaking in a 3-on-4, really rough, man.
Yeah, and this boost is going to accomplish nothing with players backing up. They won't be the only ones. It seems like FURIA might have to give it up as well, save their guns. Molly for sandbags, no one there. Smoke on the short side is good at least. But you're running out of time. All kitted. All suited, all booted, and smoke on the bomb. But you can't wait forever, you can't fake forever. The spam comes in, Cheerful picks Decency off the top of the knife. Is out for Roofire, slashing as VP.Prodigy pick up a third. Smashing indeed. Also, oh my god, everyone dies. They weren't running away either, they just accepted that. Yeah, laugh it off, at least you won the round. Yo, that fake flash on short was insane. ZMB's on the angle. I think it was Roofire. He dropped a decoy or a flash. I think it was a decoy because he had one with G, not with a click. And ZMB fired, or like turned. It completely got him. And then he just got swung from sight. We don't see that enough. We don't see that often.
I like the safe default smoke as well that comes over from CT. Right, does well of like baiting peeks out early from the T side. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see it, you know, come to fruition for FURIA Academy. This is spooky. When you've given up mid and you're having to come up the ladder, it feels really, really spooky, man. You don't know. They could just be waiting there. Instead, HPS going to find this little gap over towards short and remove Lomic. With times on Vertigo, you know, he can feel almost like a Pep Saw character. You feel quite reliant on him if you're leaning into an A play to find this opener. And so with it going against him, gonna have to look elsewhere for answers.
But where are those answers? VP seem to believe it's A. Brunino could activate a flank once his team confirm this fact, and at 40 seconds, there's not going to be much room for faking. FURIA can be pretty assured as soon as they make contact. The VP are indeed here. Smoke at the top of ramp. It's a problem, but not if you just swing and delete towers like that. HPS does find the AWPer. Stays on the angle, though, and they know exactly where to fire. Cleared out short now. Plant comes in. No one can stop it. A swing out, and it's a slow crouch walk. There's a trade not needed. Result doubles up, and that's a bit of a messy one there for FURIA Academy, leaving Brunino, who did flank on that contact, in a very difficult round that he does not look interested in.
I'm a little bit bummed because they had a Molotov. Like when they hear that bomb going down, it would have been really nice to see that go in. You said there was no way to stop it, but that Molotov could have just delayed things for a few more seconds, forced peaks.
Who is it
so
on?
common. It was on Decency in Elevator.
And yeah, it definitely should have happened.
You know, especially because like that is the position you want to be in, to throw that Molotov.
Yeah, nice AWP grab right at the end there for Brunino. Did catch Roofire trying to escape the bomb radius on 10 health, as we've already talked about. You've really got to get out of the way on this map. Verticality won't save you. Yeah, I see that molly.
Yeah, look, here it is, swinging out.
Could have happened, could have gotten done. Especially in just buying time for a flank from Brunino.
Exactly, right? Would have given a lot more onus to the wrap round.
I think that comes off of ZMB. Like, he was so keen to swing with the, well, I say swing, like shuffle with the crouch peak on the AWP. I felt like that it was definitely ahead of where it needed to be. Definitely rushed. And FURIA, right now, getting dealt a heavy hand. Roofire pulling back a 4-on-5 on that A play. FURIA broke. Just that all.
Let's listen into FURIA though. Let's see what the vibe is like.
Pode me dar pé na caixa que tu não deixa o cara grudar o wall em você, tá ligado? Ó, pior.
Nada B de novo, velho. Tô avançado B, aberto da minha, tá?
Eu tô de Zeus aqui, mano.
Não vi ele no pulo aqui.
Tô de 5 na B avançado aqui.
Tá lá cravado.
Ah, tá cagando ele lá, foda-se lá.
Aberto da minha.
Quando eles redominam a rampa, eu vou pular de Zeus aqui, mano, sei lá, velho.
Esse grag é daqui, ó. Redominando a rampa.
Pode ir pá, Leozinho. Pode pá. Vai walk. Correndo, tanto faz.
Eles estão fracos ainda, calma.
Não, comeu.
Meu onde?
É, rampa.
Tá, vou rushar B
Vai
aqui.
pro corredor, toma de smoke HP.
Aqui, corredor.
Um vindo B. 3 B acelerando.
Tem um bug decente.
Não. Você vai ter o meio, calma. Tenta só punir, Léo. Senão você guarda essa up.
Aqui já era.
É, só guarda essa up.
Vamos deixar vir dar aí, ó, verde.
Vou guardar colete também. Vamos.
Pode ter rampa.
Nada bom, velho.
Ih, você tem que strafar alguma coisa aí.
Pera,
Tô
vou
mirando
mirar.
novo.
Você mira tudo aqui, eu ajudo o HPS a mirar aqui, tá?
Não.
Não, tá. Vou mirar 70, ó, Léo. O HPS, cuida da.
Tá. Manda o corredor close.
Deixa os caras sair, não. Tô tendo que mirar novo e CT, velho, porque o cara pode vir.
Só mira novo. Labirinto, o cara não vem aí. É minha, mano. Ai.
5 on the board with 5 alive. It's a good day to be a VP stan, if you are. Building into the T half and forcing that orb to get held on yet again for FURIA Academy. At least this time they can buy behind it. No more bodyguards required. ZMB can be let off the leash, especially with a spawn like this for B. Peek deep. Trying to get that stairs pick early if VP are trying to take control. And yeah, Vertigo CT Orping, definitely a very spawn-based map for it. For good reason, but smoked off right at the start, and that's a good shot for ZMB. Finds Result. VP are favoured on those parry match odds. FURIA want to get back into the limelight. Little one way, and it's perfect for HPS. 5 on 3, what could go wrong? Just chill. Just chill. Oh!
No chill, mate, on decency. None.
And yeah, you don't want to call a save. But you don't have many options here. Maybe a flash to get cheerful round this angle, because while ZMB took the pick, Bruninho took the space.
Oh, this is a save,
bud. The minute save.
Yeah, literally the worst thing to have to do.
Oh, poor guys.
Gives you a lot of time to think about what went wrong.
What, me? Oof.
No,
Where
not
do I
you.
begin?
No, I mean VP.
Oh.
But hey, maybe a little bit more time to hatch a plan. And hatching a plan is a lot like hatching a chick.
Yeah, you got to squeeze.
Well, that's not. Nope, you don't.
Hey, don't speak for a chicken. You don't know how they live, Harry.
Nope, but if you squeeze them, they break it.
Couple of Kegels while we wait, and then we're back into the action. FURIA, though, hey, confidence booster for themselves. No one likes an actionless round, but it's also nice to get out with everything you came in with and more.
Oh, I get it now. Kegel, the little guy from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
That one.
Kegel, my precious. I broke Harry. I hadn't even seen that TV show. Right, back we go. VP. Maybe something faster now, right? The spread out default just let them get shredded. Now we need something a little more aggressive, but if you learn from the main team, you know they love a 3-1-1. Up through the smoke, Lomic. Alrighty. Very keen. Cowes dodges the flash, and we all saw what Cowes was up to last map, so this is some more of the same of that. AAA ramp hold, but they are in no hurry. And this yellow gap that can be looked through by the short player of HPS. You need to be careful on these swings. But even now, they have little map control, scared of the B flank. grouping up for this ramp walk. But as said, still a lot of info, still a lot of control. Cowards with a one-way does some more damage, and they don't even know about HPS also taking room, taking liberties. Minute on the clock now, VP gotta go.
Yeah, they show their hand. HPS will swing back out, and yeah, you're dead, Cowards. Hanging around to fight a ramp will be his downfall. Up ahead of these mollies, ZMB trying to get stuck in. But he's got a lot to bear in mind, a lot to keep an eye on here. Smokes are going to cut him off. He's trying his best to get around them, but burning in the molly, he's going to fall. And there's Result with a double up through the smokes.
Crikey. Might have to be a save for Brunino. Not getting to play into many of these rounds as the B anchor. Here as quick as he could have been, and still too late to change a thing. Also, I feel like Cowards got time there. Like, he was holding ramp with HPS, and then he left, and as he left, VP like double swung ramp together. Really nice way for VP to just get that control, knowing that more likely than not, even if there is an AWP there, we should trade, or we should, we shouldn't get lined up. We shouldn't get double killed here. And they do better than that. Result follows up with smoke spam to kill more. And, talking killing, Brunino goes in with looking for a hit, but now he's running. Wait, they went right past him.
Yeah, Rupire ran out mid like, mate, I'm just saving, dog. I ain't dying to the bomb again. Yeah, you.
But VP, they're not complaining. 4 kills and another round. Add it to the trophy cabinet.
Yeah, this is super awkward. I would have loved to, I feel like knowing when to quit with the ramp fights is a pretty big deal. HPS, floating around. Going back in at the yellow top, that feels like a death sentence because you're getting spammed on like the entire, swing back out, slowed on your jiggle. And so it becomes less of a jiggle, more of a crawl.
Nice T-spawn flash there that we just saw coming out from Roofire and combos it with a short smoke. All right, VP don't want to wait the minute this time. They want to at least imply they're taking the control. Top ramp molly and still FURIA fight behind it. And they go, guys, it was a fake. We have full ramp. We have the smoke down. They still hang around. That's for good reason. VP now line up the mid-ramp smoke and begin to move up short. Terrifying.
Yeah, they're not actually out yet. They're really being patient with this. Gonna get weird as HPS plays around these smokes. Starting to fade now. He will just back out, and this is a lot more restraint than last time. He's gonna trade places with ZMB at the sandbags, and ZMB! You're not meant to do it like that, just runs at them.
Lomic backpack, gets spotted, spammed out. AWP does hit a tag, and HPS here to finish the job, smoking his molly. The AWP dies, but you've done so much work, and HPS is still here, getting re-smoked by his teammate as the AWP attempts to run mid to B. It's denied. Roofire fakes a run back of his own, but they're not scared. They're still fighting. And the smoke is perfect for HPS, a massive round for him. We see finally what FURIA want with these AAAs, with these deep ramp fights. They haven't typically done them justice. ZMB, that was a crazy re-peak.
Yeah, I mean, it once again feels like we're kind of getting like flickers of Season 1 ZMB occasionally, where he's really not afraid to get stuck in with some of these fights. And, it can make you nervous at times, like going for that ramp swing, for example. Sure, there was a chance that he just gets wrecked on the ledge peak and then it all falls apart, but he doesn't. He does the damage, he puts up the first kill, brings a second player down super low, and sets up HPS at the sandbags to go on to win the round. And hell, I mean, if he can find the form and the confidence to back it up, then I'm not ready to write off this FURIA squad by any margins.
Yeah, VP already have their bare bones for a T side, though. I don't think they're complaining either. Problem is obviously the money for Lomic, but everyone else can bail them out of this financial woe.
Something that is kind of wild is just like Cowards' drop-off coming into Vertigo is very, very notable, right?
Not Mirage anymore, buddy.
Yeah, it is an entirely different ballpark that we're looking at here. I don't know, a part of me does worry that if that doesn't change, if he doesn't get back in, who can be that same level of firepower? I think they've seen him get behind the sandbags. Molly goes in, and actually swinging with it is Cowards. He had a full belt of utility as well. Double mid flank, roof fire, no!
Knife out, swaps back just in time. And now you know your flank's given up. They're going to go back, try and fight this one. There's 2 players. I don't think VP have that info. Oh, the molly falls out the map.
I actually like that Decency hasn't made any noise yet. They still only know about HPS. And it felt like he really wanted to fight that to try and draw them back. In not committing, they are going to start to come this way, into the double setup, into the double flank. HPS playing a position that would get checked first, and so they would go walking into decently. I hope they recommit to the flank in a moment, because if not, you're only leaving 2 players here on A, despite having all the info.
Even if HPS commits and dies, it
might bait them back, right? Yeah.
So he may as well just run it, be loud and proud. Cheerful gets that kill, though, and the flank timing's going to be a little awkward here. HPS gets cleaned out. Second man in. Delusion was ready, but he's not going to be able to stop it. But the bomb is planted. Decency can't do a thing with the smokes down. They're back in safe setups, and they know about the second man behind. I don't know how you're supposed to do this. If VP aren't feeding you kills, you might have to save yet again. Brunino hunting on the site. Decency wondering where it all went wrong. It's another save for FURIA. VP. Not flustered by the flank. A ramp flanks are really hard to get value for. You have to be providing, like you said, there's only 2 on the site. You have to be providing so much pressure on A to actually make a T side not look at it. Because often the guy who's at the back of the pack, throwing the short smoke, throwing the flashes, he can just turn around once he's done with his volley of util.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super like normally, right? The flank kind of comes down to 1 person, and there it's all right. In this instance, I really hoped they were going to commit with that original plan of what looked like sending HPS essentially into like a doomed mission where you say like, look, this is a suicide mission, mate. You are going to go in and die, but it's all about just taking as many of them down with you. I would have liked that because double flanks, dude, they feel like they create more problems than they solve.
Sure. Just so easy to check with minimal risk as long as you're not standing out in the open. There's a lot of spots to play that A post bomb from short, from sandbags, and from the ramp angle. Molly on sandbags, FURIA have played there consistently, so VP got to be very careful. But again, this entire T side, once VP have started winning it, it's just come down to these very slow A takes. And even FURIA now don't want to flank, don't want to get aggressive. This is the only ballsy play they're going for at ZMB, no surprise. But only 3 on A right now, and already lacking util. VP will be able to just run and execute, and there'll be little that these CTs can do about it. The Molly's even stuck in mid still. So ZMB needs to take down kills before he falls back or off.
This is getting very worrying, though. Like, the only way that this angle's good is by catching someone moving up ramp, clearing other angles. If the site take is the first time it makes contact, you're getting blinded, you're dead, there's no way out. So I like that he actually consciously falls back now and actually going to leave Cowes in this position, who's going to play it late with the A1S. Flashes shouldn't really get to him here, but he's dead immediately. Cheerful with the opener, makes it a double, goes on a bit of a tear out through ramp, and Resol even shuts down ZMB. Molly will at least delay the plant, and with so little time left, that could have ramifications, right? No more util to buy you any more time, and everyone else is dying. Tap on the bomb. Now they've eventually got to stick it with just seconds to spare. Brunino, life of a B player, is one of solitude. He's going to have to go back and save.
Cannot have any fun in this game for Brunino. Tries to poke his head in, but yeah, VP is just really, really annoying. The poking on A they're doing. Even with that flash peek on short, that's all FURIA had that worked in the round. And they even blinded, I think it was HPS who went for that kill when he got it. So yeah, you killed Delusion, but Lomic tucks in. I don't know how that CT player, I think it was Decency in Heaven, didn't see his head poke out the top, but I guess looking at the smokes.
I almost wonder if now VP.Prodigy go back to one of these like mid to B plays. You've really got them paranoid about this A ramp because it has been all you've been doing. Part of me goes like, look, if aim broke, don't fix it. Just keep hitting ramps till they solve the problem. But if you want to try and be proactive, now might be the time to go back to your kind of bread and butter here. You know you've been forcing this AAA hold. They've moved away from the double mid. That's something you confirm, really, in this round by opening up with 3 instant kills.
Yeah. The don't aim broke, don't fix it makes sense, but you know that FURIA, especially if like pauses are coming in, you know FURIA are trying to solve this problem, and so, you know, if you're making them spend their entire freeze time talking about, okay, this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to break it, and then you change your setup, then yeah, FURIA are just left with a bad round. Hilariously, it's the inverse of that. It's VP. Oh, actually, ooh, yeah, it does look like it will be a fake. FURIA started heavy on B with this rifle, pushed down, and VP, you know, they're not sold yet. They're not convinced on A. They're taking ramp, but they still have more control in middle. Resort has the flank. And so you're just trying to see what FURIA want to do. If they want to start to make moves, and boy, they do.
Yeah, no, I actually really like this. You know their money isn't good in this round, you know, and if anything, saving like a mid to B is better for round 15 when all the rifles are in play.
Saw the gun get taken.
Yeah, you're so sus now. There's another man that does come as a bit of a surprise to you. Now you know they've taken B control. You don't know exact numbers, though, and that might just force the pace to get picked up into an A play.
It's the AK out as well. Them mollies, that just denies the flank for a few more seconds, and in that timing, VP will take space, take hunt on this A site. Maybe jumping over the boost is your best option here. Triple peek, or an attempt at it, something like it. But they drop the rifle, and with that, any hope of this round getting out of control for VP. Oh, don't clear boost, but it's surely not going to be a worry if you can back up and play that bomb. Careful, don't give that kill over, but Result with the flash hits the shot. And HPS 1v3. Hate to say the S word, but might have to save. Oh.
Ah!
That was a range Zeus, man. We see closer Zeus not do a thing. HPS has got the buff on, and I respect it. Always good to get a Zeus kill, just to get in your opponent's head, but at this point in the game, VP just laugh it off. Because 9-5, it is a beautiful T-half. It is slow, it is methodical, it is painstaking for FURIA. Their triple ramp takes, even though they're going for it, they're winning the fights. VP just wait out every little bit of grenade, every little bit of util down on A. And now they look for double digits by the end of the half.
So they've thrown this same short smoke again. This time, though, they have Result holding for B aggression, and that's going to leave this avenue open later in the round. I feel like this is the B play. If ever there was going to be a time for it, this is where it's going to come through. Nice. You've just lost ramp. You know that they're going heavy on this ramp control. And so, yeah, now they go back, they join, and they get the B opener.
Yeah, Rufai mollied that player out of position so Result could kill him from middle. What a nice play to get that opening kill on B. And like you said, FURIA had all this A ramp. VP go have it. We don't want it. It's bust. It's bunk. We've got the plant. We've probably got the round, and we've certainly got the half.
The only upside is that you're giving this a go, I guess, right? Like, you may as well see what you can do. And they come, and, well, it's a nice couple from ZMB down at ramp, but don't think it's going to be enough to change the tune of this round. Cheerful gets wrapped, still wins these fights. It looked like he was dead in at least the first guy spamming him down, but Cheerful delivers, and 10-5, it is a phenomenal T-side out of VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, nothing to turn your nose up at right now for VP. Cheerful's having a great game. 71 headshot, 14-4. Mad ADR through the roof. And there's not much to look at in terms of positives for FURIA Academy at halftime. FURIA had a mad comeback last map. And that's really all you can rely on right now, but we've already said, yeah, okay, sure, their T-side is actually better than their CT on this map, but this is such a one-sided game that it's going to, again, come down to the pistol. As cliche as it is, you lose it, you probably lose the map, and you go to nuke as a third. Good veto at least. And those parry match odds, woo, they're one-sided.
Yeah, a little cheeky 104 to 9.3.
Sheesh.
That's brutal. I mean, hey, if you were a believer in FURIA, maybe take advantage of that 100% deposit bonus. More information in the banner.
No kids allowed.
But, you know, VP, they're more like Bruce Banner.
Okay.
And FURIA, like Eric Banner, maybe. Aussie actor.
Went right over my head.
Yeah, don't worry, I do. You know that you're not one with the
Australian actors.
It's a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal.
Well, not that big a deal, or I would know who he was, Harry. Here we go. 2 P250 drops. Respect. I like this. The grind is on for ZMB. He's not even playing one himself. He gives them to the armored men. Flash to follow. FURIA, what's their game plan? Mid to be split looks like. The info's come in. Rufi's bailed out of middle, but they're coming his way, and he knows it. Hearing the pitter-patter. Hearing the fast feet. Can't hit the shots, though. Those B players waiting while they boost up, and Bruninho did get an elevator pick, so while there's a heavy CT side setup, it's gone quiet, so VP peel back. It's at that point that FURIA boost up and set ready to go towards B. Oh my god. Don't clear back quad. Bruninho's on for the ace.
Whoa! The ace for Bruninho! And look at that! Yes, Bruninho. All right, I'm loving the celebrations.
Right,
you know, FURIA, their academy squad, always wants to give us a nice little celebration.
He got that chain on. 6 shots.
Bruninho comes through dripping.
Let's check him out. Yeah.
So good, it actually broke everything.
Yeah. Too violent for TV.
That's how it's gonna be.
We're not past the watershed, not yet. Okay, that's one way to get you back in. And maybe Bruninho's feeling feisty after that one. Let's see if FURIA already a elephant pace. No, wait, no. Loudest
They
elephant.
can be fast.
Yeah, I guess they can run. Elephants can run. Away from mice, more specifically. We've got that frontside smoke from VP and Delusion. Oh, his scout is so gnarly. They're going to try and chase him down, but you've got to worry about that short side. It's covered in VP players. They're going to re-smoke the bomb as well. Go on, guys. Plant the bomb. It's safe. I trust you.
Oh,
Bruninho
no!
runs a smoke. VP, wreck him. FURIA get ahead of themselves. Oh, this side's fine. This side's clear. It's nothing of the sort. Clear of Brazilians, perhaps. 5 alive for VP.Prodigy, and that is a slap in the face.
Bro, a really nice detail there that I love from VP. Yeah. They have everyone grouped towards short, and they actually underhand this smoke that falls like perpendicular to the wall of smokes, right? And it like sections the site off into 2. There's default, there's the site itself, and then on the other side of the smoke is all those short players. And so FURIA never knew. FURIA never had an idea that there were that many. You might go, yeah, there might be 1 or 2 guys there. You were not ready for the entire damn team to be playing on the other side of those short smokes. Yeah. That is a really cool idea to counteract this super standard smoke wall that is so strong on this A site of Vertigo.
Of course, it was only against pistols, so that's why FURIA are playing so confident, but just like compare that round right there to how VP were running their T-side A takes. It was just so patient, so methodical, so meticulous, always waiting out util, waiting till they cleared short before they ran an exec. Like, FURIA definitely just got ahead of themselves after Bruninho ace pistol and just started running through smokes. I'm not a fan of it. If they waited a few more seconds, they would have realized that short was so chock full of CTs. And now VP, they CTs everywhere, and they deal them death, 12-6. And, you know, you don't want to call a game at this point. We still haven't seen a real gun round for FURIA, but that has really dug them a hole, so to say. 4 Glocks and 13 feels inevitable. We had this same comeback before last series. However, very different circumstances. Parry match odds closed up a little bit, but still looking good for VP.Prodigy. And this is for the match as well. So the full bo3 nuke as the finale. Oh, run boost. Get him. Get him, boys. Nice. Perfect.
That's the first actual completed run boost we've had.
Season, yeah.
In spite of countless vertigos and even VP, no less, actually teasing that they were going to do the run boost a couple of times and then not committing to it.
How dare they?
FURIA will commit.
No walkout.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting because it's like after you see the run boost, you're going, oh, they're going B. And so there was this triple B lean for VP.Prodigy. Now they start to go, no one's showing their head here yet. And they will actually now completely rotate towards B, towards A rather, all with the exception of Result. So there should just be a cleanup. Should be nice. And yeah, it's a 5 alive round for VP.Prodigy. You know, interesting idea. It did pull the rotations away. And they get back just in time. Now we have this rifle round coming through for FURIA Academy. And if it doesn't find success right away, then we might be going to nuke.
Yeah, VP don't look flustered, and why would they be? One of the only rifle rounds on this T side is right down the barrel. Delusion's Orb has not really had to do much this game, but it's coming out nonetheless. No one on ramp. Brunino just throwing a bit of util to keep VP attentive. It's going to be that B pop. Result's already seen one, plus the info that they've got full ramp. VP have so much knowledge right now that FURIA have to be constrained to, or constricted to, this B bomb site. And they're just stalling them with utility, making it more and more obvious by the second. FURIA can't go, can't commit, not yet. Smoke over the top, and now only 2 flashes in this entire team. Got to be perfect.
Oh, mid lurk out of decent EV Rue fire. Oh, never
psych.
even needed. It's secret option C, baby. Lomic.
Ouch.
Result here to help hold the line. They even trade the guns back and forth. Oh no, Lomic's taking that gun to its death.
What a mess.
I was going to say it's all well and good. This could still spiral out of control. Little flash. Result gonna swing after the fact and sees that no one's crept up yet.
Planting's going to be so hard here though. Result got dinked through Cheerful when he ran away out of the bomb site. It was a bit of a mess on this B hold. Very deep in. Nice shot for Cowers. Deagle can't connect. Don't want to fall off. Go back to green. Orp is here. Not really had to do much, but Brunino is sticking out wide. The reload, the arm, it goes behind the pillar. And now Cowers going up and over. No reason to move. Oh, that's a sick one for Delusion.
Wow.
Flick shot. Gnarly. 14 rounds now. And it all feels inevitable.
Dude, and this is my big worry, you know, like if you don't get an incredible game out of either Decently or Cowers, where does the firepower get picked up? You know, who is that next guy? Because, you know, ZMB's like, it feels like he's doing his best to fill those boots, but he's also the guy calling everything at the same time.
Throwing util.
Yeah, I mean, he's always sat like top flash assists, it feels like. A lot of the time in these plays, he's kind of trying to set himself up for success.
Result was holding for the run boost.
Needs fine damage. They're up in a B, they're up in your face, and running you down, but now you stumble back to your feet. These unsilenced M4s, listen to them purr as they shut down the B plate. Bombs out in the open, and Lomic's just holding it over the top of this smoke. Now, we'll get bested by Brunino, but they're running through and they're fighting. They very, very quickly flip the script, and it's 15 for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, I think FURIA are already thinking about nuke. That's what these rounds look like. Just charging in through B mollies and hoping for the best. Bomb dropped immediately, and so VP have all 5 alive at that B bomb site. One more round. VP, it was all part of the master plan. See why they've gone for this pick with Nuke up next. It's a map the VP have not touched in this entire tournament. Keep that in mind for FURIA. Same can be said, but at least recent matches on it. Fast up at A now, but we saw how that let FURIA down in their first rifle. VP got to be careful. They're getting run. They're not getting given respect. There's nothing to lose and everything to gain. Low on ammo, forces Cheerful to tap, and he gets overwhelmed. Luckily, Roofire is still here to molly the site. And forget it, the bomb's not going down. It's already been dropped.
Decently goes running through, and has dealt with Lomic. Not over yet. Not finished. Decently, that nade wrecks him, and Roofire's there to close with the AWP. It is a dominant return to form for VP.Prodigy, 16-6, pales in comparison to the close affair that Mirage ended up being. And yeah, man, this is like the thing, you know, if you've got two players that need to perform, that are your stars, and they go quiet, there's no one left to fill that void. You know, it sucks to see, man, and my heart kind of goes out to ZMB there. It feels like he was really laying it all on the line to try and get folks back into that game, but FURIA run out of steam, and VP, man, it feels like they're only just beginning. They're getting activated now. So, you know, we're going to Nuke. We're going to this third map decider, and all that and more is coming up after a break, so don't go anywhere.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
Well, the first map was pretty close. The second one was pretty one-sided when it comes to VP.Prodigy. They managed to get a lot of rounds on the T side, and that's exactly what we were hoping for. We were hoping for them to have like a nice start, 10-5, and in the end, it was what, 16-6.
Yeah.
So basically, FURIA, they couldn't do anything.
No contest.
Right. Yeah, we could see that FURIA had a lot of flaws on this map and that this was a very strong pick for VP. I mean, the odds showed it before the game started, but some of the situations that arose during this, like FURIA finding an opening pick but still being unable to convert the rounds, that kind of speaks to what we've been accustomed to when watching this team. Unfortunately, I actually don't think that they had as many structural, obvious problems as they normally do, where a guy just pushes unnecessarily. It was more just the setup wasn't very strong. Sometimes it was just two rifles holding down the ramp in a late round situation, and that's kind of weird. You kind of want an op to do that, or a safer way to do it. It seems like FURIA are a little too comfortable just drive facing into a lot of different situations, and that's just kind of something that comes back to bite them. It seems like there's really a multitude of problems for them in these kind of situations, but VP.Prodigy, I mean, they took advantage of those kind of weaknesses from FURIA. So VP.Prodigy, this is the bounce back game that I wanted to see from them, and I'm glad they delivered on it.
I fully echo that sentiment. It looked like a very strong pick coming out of VP.Prodigy, and I think we sometimes talk about how a scoreline can be a little bit decisive or deflect from what we're actually seeing in the game. I think 6 rounds was perhaps a little bit too many for FURIA, to be completely honest. This was a completely different class from VP.Prodigy. They were not only 1 step or 2 steps or 3 steps, they were a half marathon ahead of FURIA Academy in this game. They won a 1v2 with CMB in the beginning of the game that he shouldn't have won. They won the pistol round from bo3, who had the first, you know, impactful round, I guess, like really impactful round throughout the entire tournament. He's been slightly disappointing so far, and despite that, you end up with 6 rounds. You also had a lot of rounds, as you said, where they got the first kill, where they had an idea of how to take the first fight, and then they had no backup plan. They couldn't fall back from Rand. They couldn't figure out, okay, we got the first kill, now what? There was no plan B. There was no, I guess, backup in terms of like, how do you approach the round if X happens, or how do you approach the round if C happens? So it was clear to me to see that VP.Prodigy were miles ahead of FURIA Academy in this game, and this could easily have been a 16-2, 16-3, depending on whether or not VP would have started on that CT side.
And we can see that Delusion, unfortunately, is in the bottom when it comes to the scoreline, but in the end of the day, like, if he has like those rifles like Resalt and Cheerful and like maybe like some Lomik, just going in, getting those kills, like even if you have a knob, like you don't really care, like you don't really need that.
There's nothing really to be ashamed about with Delusion in that scoreline, because they won by such a heavy margin. You know, obviously you want to get some more kills, you want to pad your stats out a little bit, but with how good Resalt did and Cheerful did, there's only so much you can do. There's really not too much more to be done. And Resalt, I mean, 4 entry kills, that's a very solid performance right there. 115 ADR. I mean, what was great is that he carried over his T side performance to the CT side. So many players in this league seem to have trouble keeping things going from one half to the next, but not only was he doing such a great job on T side, finding openings for VP.Prodigy on the T side, but when he was defending B, he was doing a really solid job playing around smokes, making sure that anytime FURIA wanted to go for those fast B hits, he was getting 1, 2 kills or staying alive. Like, he was doing pretty much exactly what you want from a player in his position on that B side.
Yeah, and before the series, you mentioned that ZMB is the lowest AWPer when it comes like to his rating, and like we know, like Result is also not the guy who is usually like his like top fragging and stuff like that. I would kind of want to be the person who kind of maybe defends Rufire a tiny bit, because I kind of feel like he's often like sacrificing himself. We often see him like running out at first, like being the guy who's just causing some chaos, jumping out, while like his guys are just following him, getting the kills. He feels like he's like 26 years old. Like he doesn't feel like he needs to, you know, pad his stats like to get that confidence. He helps out his kids, and we can see like that's like really helping out.
There's no doubt that definitely affect his stat and his scoreline, of course. But the only reason he's putting himself into that position is because he also realizes that in any other position he wouldn't be as efficient as some of these young guys. So yeah, you can argue that that's the reason why his rating is sometimes 0.1 lower than it normally would be, or in certain games it just looks really, really bad, whereas he's in fact creating a lot of space for his teammates. But it's a misconception, I feel, in general, that these in-game leaders or these players are like sacrificing because they feel like, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to sacrifice. They are in that position because they realize they're not good enough to be in any other position. They become often, and that's what we see, in-game leaders often become in-game leaders because they're not good enough to be the star player, the star rifle, or the AWP player who's going to dictate the game, and then they have to find another way of being useful, and they end up as an in-game leader. So it's more like a strength of him knowing that, okay, if I want to get the best out of this team, if I want to get the best out of my position on this team, then I have to sacrifice. And that's something you can compliment him for, but not to take away from the fact that he would have had a 1.1 or 1.2 rating if he weren't doing that. There's a reason he's in that position. Same goes for the supportive element in most teams. Supnix is a great example in Astralis. He used to be a star rifler, in the early days in fnatic when he was playing, but then he slowly but surely went into a role where he couldn't have the same impact, and he then found his home being a supportive element in Astralis, and then I guess he defined what a support role is today, right? So it often happened like that, and that's why Rufire is putting himself into those positions.
Yeah, well, while Mirage was pretty close, then Vertigo was pretty one-sided, we are going to have Nuke right now, and I personally don't know what to expect from their teams, because they did not play Nuke during this season. They did play like in the previous ones, but in this one, so it will be really hard to compare, because, like if you look at Big Omen Academy and maybe like Young Ninjas, you can kind of grasp like, okay, like maybe you have like a good CD side, a decent T side. Here right now, I feel like we barely have any information.
We see that FURIA has played the map 4 times in the past few months. The only problem with that stat is that I think they've made a couple of changes since then. Bruinho was brought into the roster, so we don't exactly know what position he's going to be playing. This is the first official they're going to be playing with this 5-man lineup in general on the map, and when they were playing it prior to this, it was in a lot of domestic Brazilian competition, which is, I wouldn't say it's just like worse or anything compared to the Academy League necessarily, but given that they had a different roster, they even played against Bruinho actually in one of the games, if I'm not mistaken, on Nuke. So there's a lot that we just have to speculate on in terms of that. I think right now, if I'm just judging team versus team, VP.Prodigy is the better team for me. And I also think that right now they have more people that can step up round to round and not like cause an error. Like they make less mistakes right now. I think that's going to be really important for a game like this, because we just watched that Astralis versus fnatic series, and there were a lot of mistakes because this is a high pressure game. This is all the marbles are on the line. Everybody right now knows that if they lose this, they're going home. And so you need those players that are just going to make the least mistakes, that are going to maybe make the occasional hero play, but you don't want too many either. And I feel like right now FURIA still has the problem in mid rounds where they don't know which player is taking initiative. That's why you see a lot of just weird dry facing from them. Like there's not always set up for the plays that they're going for in the mid round. And on Nuke, that's going to cost you a lot, because if two teams are stagnant against each other, it's oftentimes the team that makes a bad move first that actually gets punished. Because if you just let them make a mistake, then you're just actually digging your own grave.
So glad you tied it into the map of Nuke, because I agree FURIA is the team that right now makes the most mistakes on the server. And as you said, one of the things we've been very critical towards when it comes to FURIA is that too many players or too many people within the team wants too much at the same time. So it doesn't make sense to push ramp if you're also trying to take secret control in Yard, for example, at the same time, right? There's a hierarchy and there's a way you do that. And that's an example of a mistake, right, that FURIA can't allow to do. I will say Nuke as a map, it is a map that if you make those mistakes, mistakes, if you don't communicate properly, if you don't play in tandem with each other, if you don't have that synergy, Nuke is one of the easiest map, I feel like, to punish your opponents on. Question is, and that's my only question mark, I guess, going into this one, because I agree, VP.Prodigy are supposed to be the better team. I think they have the better players, and I think FURIA right now are making way too many mistakes to justify saying that they could win this. But are VP good enough to actually punish those mistakes? Because you also need an opponent who, I guess, are aware of how to utilize the openings, are aware of how to utilize the fact that FURIA may not understand the concept of Nuke as well as they should. So that's my question mark. Are VP good enough to do that, or do we go into a map on Nuke that is going to be the Wild West, where it's just about whoever gets momentum, whoever wins the key round, whoever wins the round where the other team has to eco, etc., etc. So I don't know whether we're going to see a pretty game or a bad game, but I think it's going to be much, much closer, at least, than what we saw in Vertigo.
Yeah, VP.Prodigy were the favorites in map 1, in map 2, and again 135 when it comes to the third map, 305 for FURIA Academy. Again, when it comes to these teams, we didn't see them play this map yet, so most likely it's really important who actually wins the knife round.
That's true. We've actually seen, I don't usually care that much about knife rounds for tier 1 teams, in all honesty. I just think that the teams are usually good at resetting at the half mentally. They're going to come back. It's fine. If they're the better team, they're going to win. But with these academy teams, that momentum really matters. They're able to carry that from one half to the other. And it's actually very important to try to win the knife round, because we see how much better these teams are on CT side. And we've seen so many games where a team just has 11 rounds on CT side, and then the other team just kind of rolls over in the second half. They almost don't even try as hard. So I'm hoping that when their backs are against the wall, when it's an elimination game, no one just stops trying. But I have seen that kind of thing happen so far, especially in the group stage. So I really do hope that, I want to see actually FURIA win the knife round, because I think we'll get a closer game because of that. Because I think VP.Prodigy are the favorites. They were the Perry match odd favorites. And I think that the only way to make this a little more spicy, more competitive, is if FURIA win the knife.
Yeah, and how about you, Pim? Do you want FURIA Academy to win the knife round?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I agree. I think we can get a double-digit game if that's the case. I think FURIA have shown us that the CT sides are okay. It's not been horrendous throughout the entire tournament. So if FURIA can win the knife round, get off to a good start, I think we can have a close game. And in all honesty, as we've spoken about a couple of times so far, VP.Prodigy have not looked like the VP.Prodigy just 5 days ago. They're still making mistakes. Delusional didn't have a great game on Vertigo either, and he's going to be very important on a map like Nuke. So curious to see how he's going to bounce back. So there are some silver linings for FURIA Academy, but starting on the CT side is definitely one of the biggest.
Yeah, well, the winner of this map will keep on playing in the Gauntlet. The loser, unfortunately for them, the season will be already done. Let's move on to Nuke with Hugo and Harry.
Oh yes, a double Nuke surprise today, Hugo. My favorite, personally. I'm really excited for this one. You know, I'm kind of sharing the desk's opinions on knife rounds. Normally, I don't weight them at all, and yet I find myself going, yeah, whoever starts CT side, gonna have a huge advantage here in building up that early momentum, and honestly, probably going on to close it out if they're able to hit the ground running.
I feel like the points made about pressure are definitely one to draw in as well. I think we saw that earlier in the fnatic Rising v Astralis Talent game where the underdog came out on top. At this point in the series, I think we're more leaning to the favorites now after what we've seen from VP. We're still heading into unknown waters, but I think just knowing that one more map lost, 16 rounds gone, and you're out again in last place, no one wants to be there, but someone's got to lose, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty hard one to predict for my money, just because I think when a team is so dependent on, you know, one or two individuals having a good game, it's really hard to gauge it. Like, for all we know, Cowes could come in here, be the best damn Nuke player you've ever seen, look incredible, you know, have decently popping off alongside him, and suddenly, oh my god, you know, they beat VP. Yeah. With VP, I feel a lot safer in, like, my predictions. I know the players we should be keeping an eye on. I think, honestly, like, Delusion had a pretty quiet Vertigo, really quiet Vertigo by his standards. And so, you know, like, he's maybe in a bit of a spot where you can look at it and go, oh, how's he going to fare? But for the other guys, you know, for folks like Lomic, normally a safe pair of hands, Cheerful, always someone who like can don that secondary AWP to a really good degree, normally pretty consistent in the numbers front as well. So, and then obviously like Resalt is that third guy, that third player who is normally a very consistent rifler. And I think that's why Mirage actually slipped away from them, was because he fell so quiet.
Yeah, I think touching on that Delusion point as well, like considering most of that game was just T-side ramp takes rounds, and we never really had any need for an AWP. I think that would play in here. I think on Nuke, regardless of where you start, if you're CT, you're a happy AWPer. If you're T, we can see rounds where they just play around Delusion and he can pop off with that AWP. And even just getting opening picks on a map like Nuke where it's so rotation heavy, where there's so many moving parts on that CT side, I think if Delusion's getting you a 5-on-4, you're just closing rounds because VP are so good at trading. They all believe in the system, as opposed to FURIA, who can be very loose and just take these drive fights and go out on a limb on their own. It's a lot more dangerous, and we've seen both sides of that in this series. We've seen the side where, yeah, they're just flashing cows into crazy angles. He's re-peeking top mid 3 rounds in a row, and he kills everyone. And then we've seen, you know, the jumping through smokes of FURIA back on the previous map. So who do we get? What do we get? And where do we start? It's time to find out here for the final map of the day. For elimination, it's Nuke.
Yeah, VP.Prodigy win 9th as well.
I actually kind of like that as well, because I want to see, you know, I think VP are still going to have slow T rounds. I want to see if FURIA bring a pace into this, because all their T strats, and this is a map they do play, it's one that we haven't seen from VP, right? All their T strats on other maps are very fast. Think back to what we just saw on Vertigo. Think back to, you know, Mirage, and some of them are really nice. Like Furia's BX on Mirage, where they can just throw it out of spawn and go really quick. I think it's super enjoyable to watch, and it caught VP off guard a bunch when they start solo B. So yeah, if Furia have, you know, good util and nice protocols in place to run fast T rounds, I think it could be exciting. But it's just how prepped are they? Because there's so many question marks coming into a map that we haven't seen from either of these teams in this tournament so far.
I will say, you know, I would love to see FURIA Academy borrow some strats from teams like the main FURIA squad, but also, you know, Godsend, I think, caught a lot of people's eyes with some of their pistols that they've come up with here on Nuke. So let's see what we get. Straight out main. And in towards this site, the Dual Berettas are on for 2.
Churned up.
And now they're left. The Walking Wounded still at vent. Kawes on for the double. Running out of ammo now. Also wants to grab this bomb. This has opened up some possibilities. Could look to vent drop, but instead he's looking for this fight while he's got it. Rufire's already down on B and is waiting at the bottom of the vents here. Now coming up as that bomb gets tapped in. Kawes chance at the 1v2. Ooh. And there's the first man dealt with. Kawes is on with 4. And that's the pistol for FURIA Academy as he clutches it out, holds his nerve, and finds them that first round. This is the X factor of this guy in the team.
It's a Kawes we know and love, right? And it's the hype up. Maybe that can push FURIA to start running away with rounds in the early game, and that would be lovely to see. I already like the pace set. Just fast out into the A site, no dilly-dally, no messing around for FURIA Academy on their T-halves. VP favored on power match odds, of course, but this one is up in the air. This one is up for the taking, and you can get a 100% win bonus if you just click the banner below. 18 plus, of course. 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit, that is. Ooh, little scout for Delusion. And Rifle's running down to B. They don't even have cross smokes. It's crazy. They have one garage and one blue towards Hell, but laying in wait are these Deagles. And look at that, the bomb again, as it did in the pistol, which didn't matter because everyone was going. The bomb goes first, you lose it, and now you're smoked off.
VP kind of buy into the madness as well. They're like, screw it, play around the bomb. A lot of teams would elect here to maybe, you know, give it up.
Play map control.
Let them here. Don't know everyone's here.
Yeah, this is so scary because it's not like FURIA even flanking, right? VP are checking their back, but it's all through this hallway, and the scout can just pick players apart. ZMB's already low. Delusion loves a headshot with a scout. He has to give it up though. Result might need to come and help out. Delusion go ahead through the Molotov. Crazy play. Rufire, oh my god, he's lit them up, chasing his Result with another MP9, and it's a done deal. Result, Rufire, you name it, they got it. VP steal a second away, and that is simply 100% completely only because the bomb went first. Alternatively, they could have bailed after 1.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and you wouldn't have had to worry about literally everyone being there when you try to face them.
Crazy. Reforce for FURIA, but only because it's their best option in a round like this. And Yeah, hear that one coming from a mile away. Oh, it's Delusion. The scout, dude, it gets me feeling some kind of way. There's no one else in this league can scout like Delusion. He is just a headshot machine with that gun. There's a gap in the door. VP are in no hurry.
Lomic knows better than to go facing that, right? Just smokes it off. Delusion's been spotted, but he's kind of the bait to the switch of Roofire. Even though he's gone to HPS's dig. Okay. They do follow up with another. This could still get weird, but they're both so low, man. That's the problem. They try to get into B, but Lomic's here ahead of time. He's going to go creeping out, and with them both tagged up, he's going to get the double. So there's the 2-1. Now just pistols, you know, vanilla pistols, I mean, for FURIA Academy. And this should be a nice little cushy 3-1 lead.
Delicious stuff. No problemo. And not much to buy in this one either, if anything. You could get a Zeus here. Oh, I thought he got it. Got a flash instead, damn. Might just be a little A-pop then. Get those Glocks out, try and overwhelm a player. Maybe catch someone with nades out. But realistically, low chance. ZMB has got that flash. They are in the door. But
do double setup for this, and with the main player, that is brutal.
HPS killed his teammate as well. Poor Brunino. Just get it over quick, say FURIA, and give us our guns. Here they are. First class delivery.
Yeah, ZMB won't be able to field an AWP just yet, but Delusion brings his to the table right away.
Yeah, they even upgrade the MP9. Full send. That's quite a mash of stickers.
Yeah, clearly not trying to create the sickest pattern possible. Just covering it in whatever's spare in the inventory. Oh, Delusion. What a way to play with this AWP. They haven't even really had to meet it yet, and now they will in the lobby. He gets out of there with the opener. And I mean, that's just brutal. Like, you know, never even given a chance to play this first rifle round was decenty.
Look at the boost. Send him back up into heaven. Meanwhile, there was a pick back. I'll make dead outside. A lot of space getting taken by Cowards as a result. Are they going to realize this? Delusion's taken up ramp, and Roofire's just gone back up heaven, but no one seems to be aware of this possibility. Oh, timing. Oh, timing's not good for Roofire, just hidden behind the box on this heaven split. Not the bomb first. Not the bomb first. It will get traded at least, but that's again, like, the bomb first isn't just about it getting dropped. It's about telegraphing the play. VP now know exactly where this one's going. Luckily enough, they are kind of cut out for the moment. Resalt's going to go through the smoke because there's no cover, and the AWP is rerouting lobby.
Yeah, should still be a really hard round to get back into, right? This Molotov is pretty big for Resalt. If he expels this towards the back of the site, that could force a double peek, but instead, this boost up over default finds the kill, and Delusion's going to be left saving. Just getting out of there with the AWP. You'd love to deny it, but it's not really worth hunting at this point in time if you're FURIA. Money still very established for VP. You'd have more to lose than gain hunting this down.
Yeah. Both these rounds won by Cowards, right? The 4K and the pistol, and then that hell wrap. It kills Lomic, takes down Roofire in heaven, comes in on a perfect split. Bomb was for him as well. That's why he's not like covering and how Resalt gets out through main, because you know, you may as well just play the bomb. You may as well just win the round. You don't want your one insurance policy to die, even if it means getting a kill. It's too risky. Play for the round, not for the frags. And so FURIA do exactly that. 3-2. And a rebuy now for VP.Prodigy.
So much util early on. It's just chaos. Oh,
I love
ZMB!
That. I love it.
Right up in their face. They weren't ready for that.
Wow.
Still, it's traded out after one, and now with Kowes dead outside, we're going to look elsewhere for answers. Rufire is here to give Lomik support, be that with the gun or with these flashes to try and bail him out. Delusion even moving in as well. This is a nasty little turn towards the outside for VP.Prodigy. A lot of eyes looking at you here. FURIA, considering if this is the right choice, they're going to start to go back, and that decision just might keep them in this one.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a play, like, was that what ZMB wanted to do in that round? Or was that just, you know what, he's going to reload, I'm going to chase? Because I've never seen anyone do that before. It's a really cool idea. You know, I think in Tier 1 CS, you wouldn't even get to CT vent in time. You would die, but yeah, it's a cool plan. Shame it gets traded. And, you know, if you did get down vent, if that was the original plan, it probably would have helped FURIA on this yard cross, but instead they're kind of screwed now. They lost another man. They're in a 3-on-5, and it's Kowes dead as well, of all people. CT vent Molly, and out they come through the door. Lomik gonna get that first contact. Hard spot to clear. It's not where they're looking. There's a trade, but that bomb is out in the open. Decent T surely dead, and VP will make that so. 4-2. Bonkers play from ZMB, but I admire it. Something different, something new. But you can't catch VP sleeping.
Does make me a little nervous how often this bomb is going in first.
Yes. Even the little details can make the biggest of differences. Dude, the door and vent spam has been abusive, and that's even more annoying. Kowes, oh, is the gun reloaded? Don't even know, never find out. Resol got the headshot too quick to count. And behind the vent, they're boosting up. Resmoke's going to cut off that bomb, at least it's last this time, but the nade! And Rufire shoots through the smoke to find that kill. Brunino looking for a gap, but it's only a clock. Come on. It's all a matter of time. Unless he goes ramp and finds that gap, in which case maybe there's a plant at B to be found. They don't know he's glocking it. And Rufire's not going ramp yet, so, you know, not that Brunino is going to expect this much space being given, but he could just drop B. He could start running now and he would plant before they're there. But, of course, he's going to instead try and be weird, try and be wild. Now VP at this point have to consider everything. But I like how they're turtling down. They know when they're around like this, without a gun, there's no way he can win. They just go, if he wants to plant B, he can plant B, and we'll just retake in a 3-on-1. Make sure we have A on lock. Make sure there's no way he can split behind us. And so Brunino, presuming he doesn't get in his head and fake the bomb, this is a free bit of money for FURIA. They'll take that every day.
Yeah, I hope he just full sticks.
Yeah.
Like, faking with a Glock is optimistic at best. So I'm assuming he just sticks it first time, and here he is.
Run.
Yeah, guarantees the bomb plant. And, you know, that's a little victory here for FURIA Academy. Probably not going to win the 1v3. I hate to spoil it for you all.
Whoa, really?
There he is.
That's nice, though. Nothing wrong with that at all. Now, if you're really sweaty, Delusion would go back up vent and get the kit. But, you know, that's micromanaging to a level I don't expect. And probably isn't necessary. But 5-2, and VP shut down the eco. FURIA with all the money in the world, though, they can run that AWP if they want. Someone can buy it for ZMB. Although, actually, I say that. It would mean they'd have to buy with no helmet and no nades. So, just going to sit back and relax on rifles for now.
Let's listen in. Vibe check with FURIA.
Vem HP, padrão lento.
Rolou casa.
Colocou B aqui.
12 rolou A.
Tô de flash.
Quebrou a porta.
Pagou casa, pagou casa.
Cuidado da AWP picando.
Ó, Alpental, tira a cara, Alpental. Passei A.
Entra na frente.
Não, paredão.
Não, dá pra fazer aquela que eu falei de smocar fora, mano.
É você.
Menos rampa, guys.
Tá, vai lá.
Decente, pode amassar a porta.
Desceu duto.
Vou smocar
Cuidado
BB.
da porta, decente.
Aqui BB.
Guys, consegue voltar, véi?
BB abriu.
Vidro morto.
Tá no...
Já tá abrindo BB.
Fala,
Ele mexe.
Vamos lá, dupla.
Ó, planta água que eu dou cover.
Tá.
Planta embaixo de mim aqui.
Nossa, eu vou ganhar o Rod,
Nossa, mano.
Só planta segura,
Eles achou que eu tava lurkando, seu decente.
Double.
Morto.
Tinha cara agora.
Mata bebê, calma.
Morto.
Bebê último. Mata, fecha.
Mostrou lei. Aí. Deixei.
Nice! Boa, ó o cara pulando igual.
Terrifying round, but there is one detail I want to draw attention to there for FURIA I really like. ZMB got through that ramp smoke, and his teammate behind him spams it, shooting through. RuFire then thinks, okay, they're just shooting the smoke. They're not here. They're not through. He pulls a nade, and then he gets rushed. Bomb first, of course, into the B site. Bit of a danger, but 1.2 odds to VP.Prodigy, despite FURIA starting to show some T-side finesse. VP is still favored. That was scary. Lomic could have got that final kill. Double AWP now for VP. Big money, big investment. Needs big results.
Ooh. All right. RuFire, you cheeky
RuFire
devil
AWP?
with the second AWP.
All right, he's like 4th in line for that gun, by the way. It's usually Cheerful, and then prior to that was Lomic. I've even seen Result AWP. Oh, talking of which, Lomic is beamed outside to the AWP through the smoke. It's just an AWP server right now, AWP India. Delusion's pushed lobby, he's got the bomb. Even when the bomb's last, Harry, it's still the first to fall.
in a way.
Oh my god, what is happening? Trade out main. Decent T. They don't know he's here. They've cleared most of the lobby. He's got a gap. He's got a timing. He's got a chance. And he had to hit it. He did. Delusion stopped that outside split. Decent T, hut bound. Double AWP to stop him. And they have bomb behind.
Yeah, you can hear the footsteps though. Delusion had him hop down. Missed shot on the pre-fire. Goes back and will nail it the third time around. 3 kills from the man, including getting control of lobby and taking the bomb away. And VP.Prodigy, just like that, back onto a 6th, building once again.
I can't say I'm shocked to see Delusion just freestyling with his AWP, right? Like, first round he had it, he pushed hut. He's now getting aggressive in door in mid-rounds, like, it's crazy. But, yeah, just because he had a bad, if you want to say bad map, a quiet map last game, I just don't think there was any, he didn't really have it on T-side, and there wasn't really any opportunity to play it with the rounds that VP were running. So this is more like it, that CT freedom you get on Nuke, where the best can do it. Delusion certainly seems to be living up to the hype. A-pop.
Oh, mate, they are churned up. They don't even make it through the door. HPS will. I don't really know how he's gotten here, but it's brought to its knees very, very quickly. And so there's the 7-3. It's quick, it's clean, it's exactly what you want if you're a VP fan. FURIA now coming back in with the buy. Don't have the money once again to bring out this AWP. It's just never been an option for this this FURIA Academy squad.
They had it last buy round, but yeah, I mean, otherwise, it got a pick outside and that was it. Fell on dead ears, Delusion held him, walking into main. And then, yeah, like, what's this? Resalt's so crazy. Just pushes door with a MP9. The pressure in lobby right now is crazy, and we need to see FURIA run a slower default, do some outside smokes early. Oh, there they are. Instantly over 3 smokes. Someone lurking lobby to make sure these CTs can't continue to get space and information. And the question is, information in this round, are FURIA lower? Because VP have already sent players down.
Delusion holding for a smoke walk, and
oh yeah,
it actually looks like it is going to come through.
Feels obvious though that.
Yeah, with the main smoke, right? That almost kind of signals the idea that they are going to try and push you here. Delusion still forced off the angle, getting himself up into heaven, spots out Cowes. There is certainly easier players to fight, but he still manages to make it happen. Delusion. Can he get any more? Brought to an end after a double. However, RuFire has moved in. You just dealt with one AWP here. You're not expecting a second. Still, he's paranoid about someone walking up or having hit this timing. Bro, they're still outside. Oh, RuFire. Just dead in the open, dead in the water.
Bubble, bubble, bubble. Bomb, which did go first, is retrieved. 3-on-3. Brunino not spotted, hit a timing. Lomic goes back. He saw a barrel. He knows. Lomic's got all the info in the world in this grimy little angle. He's going to give it up, knowing hell timings are being worked on right now. 20 seconds. May as well just concede, fall back to B. They fall into his crosshair. Bruninho pulls nades on the drop. I don't know about this one for FURIA. You get ramp for free, you've got to expect something down there. And ZMB gets flanked because he was trying to save. So, crazy round.
Truthfully, one thing I am happy about, not happy about the nade pull at ramp, but I'm glad they went ramp. I just wish they'd committed with guns out. Like, the big danger for me was like if bomb goes heaven, it gets lost, you can't win the round. You know, losing it at ramp in the 2v1 just as bad, but at least it gave them more of a chance.
FURIA look a little bit out of their depth right now on this T side. VP are very comfortable, may not have shown this map, but don't doubt for a second that they have put the time in. And I'm sure their T side is just as grimy as it was back on Vertigo. I always like it when teams, when they do outside smokes, they do it early in the game and they set that precedent. Like FURIA pull their first outside smoke round in number 11 and they don't even commit behind them. I just don't think VP are going to be worried about smokes anymore if FURIA have them in the repertoire. You've got to at least set the precedent. So VP are going to start dropping rotates and panicking when they see them. Instead, VP just keep players on upper and it's no problem. Decide, oh, we'll deal with it when we get to it. If they plant B, that's when we retake. Fast out ramp. Now they hit a timing here. Roofire was, leading hell, so there was no way to stop FURIA from getting this B control. And that nade is even sent Result further back, allowing you to take this double door. I really like that nade in combo with the window take. FURIA have a lot of room, and the Molly's going to stall VP out as much as it will FURIA, and the time is in their favor.
Yeah, someone's got to make the play to kickstart this, but every single peak runs the risk of getting traded. These crossfires are really nice. Smoke to try and cut off some of these angles. Oh, they've seen the man up close, and all the kills are coming in time. It's becoming a bit of a problem, but Result is tapping them out. Someone's on the bomb. It's Delusion sticking it. And Bruninho never even given a chance to play at the unfair ground.
Unfair ground indeed. Yeah, I mean, you can't really expect a different result from FURIA there. Often those rounds come down to whoever gets a first kill, but even so, you're just so underwhelmed in weaponry. What FURIA did nice in that round was when they got B and they did that nade, they used every single bit of util they had in that double haul just to stop VP for as long as they could, knowing if we can just bleed the clock out with a flash, another flash, a molly, a nade, maybe we can win it. But they had Deeg no armor. It was always going to be a VP retake, and nice and clean at that. So 9-3, and Rufi's back on the orb. It's solely position based. It's just because he's up ramp close. Oh, dude, gnarly molly. Goes so deep. Lomig, he's found an opener though. Man doesn't need Norp himself. Picking outside and then falling out. Back to hell. Could even swap with Delusion if he wants, especially now that FURIA think there's Norp out, but they don't care. They're going A.
They have all this utility, but it looks like it's just going to be a contact play. Oh, yeah. I mean, they show their hand at the door, and now they show it in an even bigger way. That's the bomb spotted on ZMB and dropped on the door side. Decently dead to Rufire's flank. And I mean, it's always a shame, like, you can justify going for the contact A play, even though you have utility in certain circumstances, but there, the Rufire looks so happy.
That was the happiest I've seen him. Yeah.
That was a really happy Rufire, man. I've never seen him like that.
Flip it.
Sorry, that kind of caught me off guard, bro. That was actually a really nice moment.
Yeah, that was real.
And we all share with Rufire.
Oh.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen anything like when you're sitting on I think it was like 3 Molotovs still in play, and then the hot roof player just decimates you on the push. It's like, oh, you had the resources to deal with him. Now you come in with this buy.
Yeah, you're wishing you had nades.
Oh, the irony.
Well, they've done outside smokes, but which way do they go with them? Creeping behind, Lomit going down. FURIA just throwing some A util to keep the attention there, but it seems one-dimensional when VP don't see anyone push off the back of it. Lomig is that early warning system, and I love how he's playing it. He's not fighting. He just wants to get that info. Now he's seen one. Nades going in. Beautiful utility. And, oh, he's even going to go for the fight. Would have been easy to back up to the bomb site, anchor down. Instead, he wants to kill them where they stand, and it won't be that easy. This is now FURIA. They have to win this round. It's a double AWP on the retake. Rufire's here before they even are.
Oh, that was the chance. That was the opportunity to equal the playing field. They're still not committed. They're still not going in. Both the AWPs set up on the ramp side. Oh, they're given a lot of chances to even the odds here. They're so paranoid. Decency swinging out of the control room. No one was ready for that.
Massive.
VP will end up feeding FURIA down on B. And so this is a 4. This is a save call for VP. They back out. You could even justify going for it, really. You've got money. It's the last round next. But you just know you're probably not going to win it. You can get out with an AK here.
Surprised they don't just get exits, right? Like you said, literally cannot spend all your money in this position. So I would love to see them try and kill 3. You know, that would have actually had impact. It would have made sure that FURIA can't get an AWP. Instead, now if they want an AWP, they're all over ramp, mate. Grab them. Dime a dozen nowadays. But they don't take the AWP. FURIA want to keep quick rifle rounds going. And yeah, I think this is the first domino in that round, right? If Lomic doesn't, oh dear, if Lomic doesn't die there, if he just plays as an anchor usually does and like spots, uses all those nades, maybe baits, plays with the door, goes back into the site, I think FURIA have a much harder time getting out ramp, and you know, he can cover window while his AWPs cover the 2 doors. So many more options, especially considering those AWPs dropped very quickly. It's a nitpick. It's the first round FURIA have gone lower, and I doubt he'd do it again if it happened. Let's see, last round of the half, still a chance of 5, and that's not embarrassing. It's not a bad half. It's just, is it even going to materialize?
They've gone back to crossing with the outside smokes. Key difference this time, though, is Rufire is actually pushing over towards lobby. Now, if he gets this information soon, that no one is to be spotted back there in this lobby position, that should lead to a lower rotate. Delusion is also the man this time. Scoped up on Secret, playing for that opener, and now just going through the motions on this AWP. They're getting closer, and it's only a tag to Cowes. I don't know how. Felt like he had the whole man in his crosshair, but
he's got the whole world in his pocket.
Yeah, finds to the legs somehow, some way. Almost more impressive to have legged him in that situation than to have got the kill.
Into the shot. Okay, well, last round VP have to go for it, so that's a nice feeling at least. Feeling of relief. But we saw how FURIA really utilized util very well in past rounds in the B site, so let's see if they can get this molly out, get these flashes out, just buy time, or flash themselves into fights. Spot, I think they know. Oh, but the AWP's covering, and HPS peeks off the back of it. That's a lovely little bait and switch there for FURIA, and time has ticked to the point where this round probably can't be won. Nade right in the face, and there's no time to get on that defuse. It's 5 at the end of the half. Play for kills, play for style, and play for your pistol, because it's 5 for FURIA. They figure it out right at the end. B was the answer all along, but that's why you want that early smoke to be in your first volley, which FURIA never did. They never knew how easy that lower site was.
Yeah, I mean, you know, part of you even wonders if it all kind of, you know, the cogs started turning on the back of that little pistol round. If you remember, that ends up coming down to the wire. Maybe that spurs them on to go, all right, hang on, I think we found our in here.
Yeah.
Because it was after that when, you know, we had the rifles come through. We started to get those set nades outside. It felt like finally they'd found a winning formula. And, you know, those AWPs that were bequeathed to them in the end of that last round end up playing a bit of an impact with Cowes nailing 3 on it. The odds shrunk on down somewhat, 1.2 to 4.2, still leaning in favor of VP.Prodigy. But at least FURIA have put themselves in a recoverable spot, right? 5 to 10, it's not great. No one's going to be celebrating at the end of that, but there is a chance if your CT side is really looking good, that you can pull this back from the brink of defeat.
Yeah, FURIA also, you know, all boot camping up in Europe, in our hotel right now, and, you know, on some lovely PCs, I'm sure, because we have the same ones. We've been gaming all week, Harry. You know, if I were to guess, I would guess that FURIA have SSDs provided by our latest sponsor here at the Academy League. That is Western Digital, and those are the WD SN850 SSDs. Pretty damn fast, if you ask me. So shout out Western Digital as always. But this second half, it's going to be pretty rough for FURIA.
Going to be the digital Wild West almost, right?
That's a good one, yeah. No revolvers hopefully in play. But we're going to hear what FURIA have in store for us in the second half by jumping into their TeamSpeak.
Rampa full. Pode ser pra ainda.
4 rampa, velho. Fica 2A, fica 2A.
Desceu. Aham.
Comeu vidro ainda.
Comendo pela esquerda os caras aí. Vou ficar na A aqui. Não comeu B. Cat,
Vai ser
um cat só, viu?
Não posso viduto?
Aí, dentro do bomb já, entrou. Paredão
Não
embaixo
posso viduto não. Também não duto.
Aqui.
Guarda esse colete aí. Próximo round a gente dá pra ganhar.
Eu queria pegar peguete, viu? Mira aí. Metal. Passo metal 1. Peguete, né?
10 gás.
Morto catch.
Considerado.
VP fishing for rounds, and FURIA full hook, line, and sinker right down the ramp with the opening kill, and everyone dives vent to that B bomb site. VP run a classic, the round the world, the backup heaven, and FURIA, dear oh dear, trial by fire. They fall right for it as VP split that A site. When you try and get ahead of the rotates, that you actually get behind them, and that's a rough round to lose. FAMAS scout and pistols out as FURIA try to hold on to their lifeline here in the tournament.
Maybe a little vent pop, yep. Lomik gonna make it down. They heard him, they know about him, and ZMB's even giving chase. Now, I don't think Lomik's considering this. I don't think he's ready for it. And he might just get shot in the back. There's the tag, there's the dink, and ZMB will finish the job. I like that. However, now that they've seen it, right, they go, all right, they know that we were going to go B. What about if we go A? And so they very, very quickly, in the blink of an eye, change their mind. Beautiful bit of cooling there from Rufire to have completely, you know, a situation that should have been great for FURIA now turns against them. I don't know where that tag came from.
Was that from main? Because now Brunio heard the tag. He knows to play it back lobby. Oh my goodness, what if they lost the round off of that main tag? It might not matter, it might not happen, but it's getting awfully scary. Rufire now in the 1v1. He's got a gun, and he's got the bomb open for him. No kit. ZMB's going to try and force it, but if you're not sticking, you're giving it up. You're surrendering the round. It's a done deal. Rufire's brain is just too big, and he's won the battle of the in-game leaders. 12-5. He waits for ZMB to deliver the kill. And I agree with what you just said about the calling. Like, what a decisive decision, as clues in the name, to go back to A, because not only was ZMB B, which is already one player off of the A site down vent, but also 3 other players had dropped from heaven, or 1 ramp and then 2 from heaven, to go and reinforce ramp. So everyone was on the ramp side.
Yeah, I feel like Rufire's really on the money as well with calling against ZMB, because it feels like FURIA almost kind of run this like hive mind mentality where everyone's fighting together. It's all about having as many numbers. You know, you're just going to beat them on numbers alone. Or at least that's how it's been throughout this game, right?
I love this as well.
Rufire makes it down vents. And this silent. I don't think they know about it. He did it silently.
No. Oh, what? What? Double boost. Look at the Yang, man. But it might not matter, because even though you got that smoke down, you're wondering, why is no one going door? Well, you're too late. Rufire just, what he does, he just walks up secret, clears it, goes back down, like, yep, I am down B. And FURIA, it's a good protocol to clear lobby, but by the time they get silo, if that's their game plan, maybe they see Result, they don't see anyone else. Everyone's down lower. Oh, that's a bit of info, and Result killing 1 is impressive enough, but it's not going to change anything here for FURIA having that info, because VP are planting B. Uh-oh. Rufire came back up there. Naughty boy.
First guy to be, and also the first one backstabbing.
Oh.
Nice little bait to get him to play into decency. But all you're doing is damage in this round. That's really the extent of it. 13-5. And the buy round is about to come in for FURIA. This is their one opportunity to turn the game around. They are not going to really have any other chances if this one doesn't go their way. You imagine they lose this, they go 14-5 down, they're faced with that horrible decision of either, ecoing and trying to play for the 10-round consecutive comeback, or forcing for what could be their final 2 rounds. So, yeah, this next one weighted very heavily for FURIA Academy.
ZMB's got his AWP out. Cows has had a decent game here. But as you can see on those power match odds. Oh, nice beat, yeah. Yeah. Pretty good, better than Donda. 1.03 to 10 on those power match odds. Sheesh.
Yeah, click the banner below for any more info on the deposit bonus as well. Right.
They're right down B and they sneak it as well. And you really probably don't expect a heavy B setup after getting that kill. That'll be good timing on that peak. He's going to hit the shot and the bomb just runs away. See ya.
Oh, that's a little ugly. They will get the trade eventually, but still, a 2-for-1. You're hoping is enough.
This, yeah.
You're hoping is enough, but Roofire has hit this timing to get out hot. Oh, this is so weird. Cowes is dead. Roofire reads him like a book. And now, 2v2 from a 2-on-5, if I'm not mistaken, for these two guys. They've given VP.Prodigy a fighting chance. Now, the bomb is still stuck in Garage, but FURIA, they're paranoid. They're looking over their shoulder every step of the way. Roofire, if he goes down the vent, he is a madman. Instead, he's going to go join this bomb outside. This is where Bruninho could win the whole damn round. The swing from Roofire, and Cheerful trades it out. 1-for-1, leaves ZMB versus Cheerful. He's scoped, and now Cheerful knows where he is. Faking the footsteps back. He's trying to bait ZMB, and ZMB's fallen for it. Cheerful with the clutch. 4 in the round. Him and Roofire play them like a fiddle. 14-5, and a round that they had no business winning. This might be done.
Yeah, get him out. Absolutely. They're done. After that round, 14-5. If that's not shattered you, it should have, because unbelievably well played from VP. Every single fight they took, you know their comms are so clean in that round. They know where everyone is. Just by guessing alone, they work it out from what they have. And then the scope. ZMB. Oh no, baby. What are you doing? That's hurting. That's leaving a mark. I love the double peek Heaven as well. Coming out to get Cheerful out of Garage. He was stuck with a bomb. They knew he was stuck with a bomb. And Roofire just dies for him, bails him out. And they win the round. Just working out from like who you killed, where other players are going to be. Because, oh, I killed the A player. Next player is ramp player. And we know the AWP was lower. Ramp player is going to go Heaven. Let's trade him. Yeah, despicable. We didn't have any rounds like that for FURIA in the first half. Where they could slow it down and where they could just cut out those one-on-ones.
Yeah, I mean, bro, even from listening to the comms, FURIA, I get the vibe that they have this urgency that like things need to happen immediately.
Yeah.
It has to happen now, or else it's not going to happen at all. And I think that hurts them a hell of a lot. This is a brutal round to get dealt, a double opener right away.
I think the best evidence of what you just said is like that anti-eco after they win the pistol and Vertigo, where they just, they can just chill sometimes. They just jump through all these smokes into VP stack in the A site. It's just, sometimes just pull the brakes and chill. You're going to get given frags. People want frags. And A is clear, but lobby is not. Now it is. And I think, judging by what we're seeing this round, FURIA are feeling as done as they look. VP.Prodigy, couple of rounds away from eliminating FURIA for once and for all here in Season 3.
double save down on lower for FURIA. I mean, these guns, you know, at least holding on to them. These guys could drop M4s over. You know, you come in with one last hurrah, but that really is feeling like that's all it's going to be. You know, you said it. I think if losing that 5-on-2 didn't destroy you in the mental sense, then I don't know what will.
VP will.
And yeah, I mean, it's not looking great for it, is it?
Good luck. Yeah. I mean, this is more like the first map, FURIA, it's Mirage. Fast pace works, the T side was decent. Cowers had a massive CT half where he was just going through smokes, getting flash into plays. He looked incredible, but since that game, both Vertigo and Nuke now, VP have just looked like the better team. They look like the VP we've been hyping up all event long that maybe we didn't get in the last few games, but we definitely got the start of the league in the early games of the group. And a team that, you know, versus Eternal Fire, certainly could cut it out there. Spirit Academy, they're the ones waiting in the third round of Group B.
I mean, you know, like the main FURIA squad, these guys always have a reputation for being this like hyper-aggressive team, but I think the nature goes far deeper than that. I think in reality, they're more like masters of pacing, right? And even though they like to be very, you know, aggro and kind of high-stakes gameplay, they know when to slow it down. Art is a real master of the pacing of Counter-Strike. And that's what's always made him so deadly. Whereas it feels like this FURIA squad is just always at a level 10. Like it's like we are just cranking the volume to max, and it's staying there the whole damn time.
Yeah, that comes
and
with
when
experience.
It works, you know, it looks cool. It looks fun as well. But oh, hello.
No, oh, they're gonna run boost main roof. That would have been sick. Maybe still try it. It's 15-5. At least get some style points. Go on, do it. Yes, do it. Quick, do it quick. Oh my goodness.
Go, yeah.
Is this really gonna work?
Go on.
I've never seen this. Whoa! Insane.
You are not looking up here. You are not looking up here. And they're like, how the hell is he there? How is he main roof?
Unbelievable.
2-on-4.
Not again.
2-on-4.
Not again.
Oh, now 2-on-3. Don't. Not after they do something as cool as the main roof run. At least let the gimmick find something, because it was cool. It got the double opener. Don't say it all falls apart again. 2 versus 4 at the beginning of this one. Cheerful. He was one of the guys who committed that daylight robbery last time around. Well, he's back. He's on the streets again, and he's looking to make it happen.
Give me your purse. Love. Oh, they creep into A, and I like how FURIA, you know, they're not hunting these kills after they got a second chance at living in main. Cowers will back up to the door. They're double set up together. Brunino on B, but this has to be a top hit unless you're going to drop vent right now. Oh god, they could drop vent right now, but realistically, you're committed to this top hit, and the spam through the smoke gives you some information at least. Cover hut, ollie vent, and stick the bomb. That's another. This is a 2-on-4. Now a 2-on-2. He turns back around. Lomic can't finish the job. The bomb's dropped. And that is it for FURIA. Kill or not, they will win a round. They will hold on. Lomic signs a KST right there with a lack of cover, but he didn't know until it was already too late. 15-6. And I really did not know you could do that. Oh, all right. Let's go out with a bang, shall we?
Maui Snake, Surf champion of Counter-Strike.
It may be cool, but FURIA did better surfing last round, I think. Right on top of that main roof. I didn't know you could do that.
No, it's very, very cool, isn't it? And I'm definitely going to be pocketing that one.
Yeah. No, you'll be getting dry swung to red outside every round within the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, there's always a silo player as well. Normally a beta, but that round he'll get me first, won't he? Me and you doing the run boost, feeding outside every round.
That's a play that only works in Pro CS when you get a respectful yard take and not just W holders. But that's fine. We'll get there one day. Save it for the show match, Aaron.
Auto shotgun for HPS, going to take that top hut, I imagine.
Let's go.
ZMB, I mean, at this point, there's nothing to lose. And the scariest team, especially...
Oh, your vision.
Especially, well,
poor guy. He had 2 kills right there.
Yeah, that's
flashed out.
brutal.
That one hurts.
Also, what is that flash that Delusion throws, man? Like, I can't believe it. I can't believe that they throw a flash that wrecks NMV on that much aggro. Well, it's a really good start here for VP.Prodigy. Without that little main double up from last round, it all gets pretty tricky indeed. Just 2 kills away from sending FURIA home. VP.Prodigy looking to make it so.
Yeah, shouldn't be anyone or anything standing in their way, not even the shotgun. Result. The only guy patrolling the bomb, or at least near it, but Cheerful is pushed in on ramp, and even now VP holding a 5-on-2. They're just cool guys. They are feeling it more than we are. They are sweating. They are going to push. And if they don't, well, we have more than enough time to group for this ace play. VP are not playing the bomb. They're just playing for kills, and I don't even blame them because it might just work out. Shotgun in heart. M4 at the back of the site. That's all the info VP need to run down these guns. And ooh, Result does drop the shotgun, and Delusion will close and eliminate FURIA Academy from Season 3 of WePlay Academy League. Down out in last place alongside fnatic Rising. Feels bad, man, for FURIA. But VP, we hyped them up a lot this early season, and it was a shame to see them lose form over time. So to pick up a couple of dominant maps in a row after they lose Mirage, I'm happy for VP.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, for FURIA, it's a case of like back to the drawing board. I think they got a lot that they're going to go away and work on and learn from this. But some promising additions and guys like Cowes, you know, decently alongside him. If those guys can find consistency in their form, you know, maybe Season 4, maybe that's their time to shine. But yeah, the analyst desk, they're going to want to talk about all this stuff. They'll be coming up in just a moment.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
Go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
VP.Prodigy won the 9th round, and they ended up winning the whole match, the whole series, 2-1. The 3rd map was 16-6. Again, 2 maps in a row, like they dominate. There was some kind of hiccup, maybe like on the 1st map, which they lost in a really close series. But when it comes to here, like a nuke, they got 10 rounds on the city side, and FURIA, like, they had nothing. Like, they could do nothing here.
Frankly, I'm very glad that VP.Prodigy were able to win those last 2 maps in the fashion that they did. Going into this series, I thought they were the better team. That Mirage one, like you said, Heku, I mean, hiccup, choke, just some errors. I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe just Cowes, honestly. I might call it a Cowes round, a Cowes map. That's kind of what we're excited about, though, with WePlay Academy level players. The fact that they can take over games, cause upsets on their own. But VP.Prodigy, by far and away the better team in this series. I have no doubts about that at this point. Even after maybe second guessing after map 1, they clearly knew what they were doing here on Nuke. They led FURIA into a lot of situations where FURIA were very uncomfortable, and FURIA just simply didn't have all the reactions and protocols necessary to even keep up.
Fully agree. No doubt the VP.Prodigy were the better team, and I agree. The first map on Mirage, it's a couple of hours ago now for those who didn't watch it, but it was a bit of a hiccup from VP.Prodigy. That could have gone OT as well. They ended up losing a 3v2 clutch, I believe, in the very last round on Mirage to lose 16-14. Had it gone to overtime, I'm sure VP.Prodigy would have won, because as we saw in map 2, especially on map 3 as well, they were just better, you know, individually speaking, understanding the map as well, understanding how to play with each other and off each other. They were just miles ahead. We saw it in the 2v5 round where Rufire and his teammate ended up clutching it 2v5 against FURIA. They outplayed them. You know, they simply just one by one took them down in a fashion where it was just like watching a FACEIT game when you have 5 players running around, not really sure what to do when they're up 5 against 2. And that's sort of like a point I made on map 2 as well. FURIA are not a bad team. They're not bad individuals, because we saw in Vertigo as well that they could get the first kill, but when they have the 5v4, they have no idea what to do from that point and onwards. There's no plan after the first initial duel. There's no plan when they go up 5v4, 5v3, 5v2. It seems like they lack that understanding and that second level and that deeper layer of playing Counter-Strike, and that's something they only will get by playing more and more and more and gain more and more experience. The problem is we are at the WePlay Academy League, and there's a certain level in this league right now. I think it's every season getting higher and higher and higher. The teams are progressing, the players are progressing, and FURIA are still stuck in that, you know, same old pattern where it seems like they're good the first 30 seconds of every round, but as soon as we get into the deep stages of the round, they can simply not follow their opponents. And this was exemplified a lot of times here in Nuke, but also on Vertigo, and to some degree also on the map they even won, thanks to Chaos on Mirage.
Yeah, usually VP.Prodigy would rely on players like Result, Lomik, Cheerful, but actually on this map, Mr. Rufire managed to get a positive Kyrie, and I'm really happy for him because I feel that he's actually giving a lot to this team.
I could almost say with certainty that anytime that Rufire gets maybe 80 plus ADR, they're just going to win. Because he's actually putting himself in incredibly impactful situations a lot of the time where he's supposed to be a selfless entry fragger in most situations. And so if he's running out first and he's getting a kill or almost getting a kill frequently, then they're going to just thrive. They're going to do incredibly well. You can see that the scoreboard represents that 16-6, and Rufire had 89 ADR. He's frequently just putting himself out there. He's acting like bait. He's supposed to get traded. He's supposed, like you said, Heku, it's supposed to be the other guys on the server that are supposed to step up because they can bait Rufire as he's the selfless leader that's ready to charge in. So when he's actually killing people, not only does it show that FURIA is not keeping up in the firepower department, but they probably don't even understand some of the plays that Rufire wants to run at them. And if that is the case, then Rufire is not only beating them in terms of firepower, but tactics. And at that point, that's when pretty much people like Cheerful can just kind of relax and just say, oh, Rufire, we're in a 2v5. Rufire kills 2, and then Cheerful kills 3. Like, that's not how these rounds are supposed to break down on paper. There's supposed to be a little bit more fight from some of the other teams. And I'm sure that some of the teams later in the gauntlet will give VP that fight. So congrats to Rufire. I'm really happy that he performed like this, because it's nice when he does well, because honestly, this guy's just being a pretty selfless in-game leader. He knows he's not going to be the guy that's picked up to those higher tier rosters, but he's able to teach these guys and he's able to lead them by example sometimes. It puts a smile on my face.
Yeah, well, the good news is that Rufire is actually on a call with us, and I hope you actually heard all of the amazing things that you said about him. Rufire, did you hear what MOUZ said?
Yes, hello guys.
Hi Rufire, how are you doing? So Rufire,
Awesome,
you managed to now qualify further. You still played the gauntlet. You had a pretty dominant performance like in the second map, in the third one, but I would like to ask about Mirage, because you had like a really good start. The city side was amazing, 10 rounds, but then you switched, and you had some problems on the T side. What happened?
Just got good preparation for us. They know everything. When we do our scripts, and they wait to us, and we need to change a little bit, improvisation a little bit, and after that we got a little bit nervous and lose some clutches, some good situation for us. But after Mirage, we just stayed unlucky. Now we're gonna do our stuff, and we were very confident when we play Vertigo and Nuke. And how does it?
Yeah, Rufire, you managed to turn it around. Me and Mario was wondering a little bit, because you guys got off to a very good start, and then you ended up losing the last 4 games in the group stage. Why do you think that was? Was it just a bad couple of games, or do you think you lost some confidence in the last couple of group stage matches?
No. I missed a little bit with game plan, so we don't play our game. We just want to counter some teams, maybe Eternal Fire. We want to control them. We want to take easy position, but we don't play our game. So this is the reason why we're losing. Now we're playing our game, don't care about enemy, and we are better.
Rufire, I want to know what your guys' expectations are for this season. You guys just beat FURIA in dominant fashion on maps 2 and 3. Moving forward, you're going to play against Eternal Fire. Resalt said at the beginning of this that he thinks you guys are really strong this season. We saw that in the beginning of the season, but do you think you can continue this performance? How deep do you guys think your run's going to go? Can you make it to the LAN, you think?
Yes. But we can even win one, but we need to take it. All what we need, just qualify for LAN, and after this, we will be next level team because we like to play LAN. I really want to play LAN. We play a lot of LAN with my mates in local LANs in St. Petersburg, and now we are playing on LAN, and we are better than home. And all we need just qualify for that, and I think we can do it. We can do it. It's all we need, just win Eternal Fire and Spirit Academy. We lost a little bit in group stage, but now we are ready to best of 3, and I think it's better for us because we are playing a lot of time together, and other teams just maybe a little bit not ready for best of 3, and we'll see what happens.
One more question. You guys brought in Delusion for this season. Delusion during the group stage had a very good performance. He had a very high rating overall. What can you say about him? Because I'm sure people are not maybe as familiar with him as a player, but what are some of his big strengths so that he can be what are some of his bigger strengths?
Good player. He nervous a little bit, but when he's nervous, he's playing much better. So he's flicking, and after that, he just said, "I can feel my heart and what's happening." And it's good. Some players, when nervous, playing bad, but it's his opportunity. So I think he will play better and better. And he's good young sniper, and he's very hungry because he wants to play in team a lot of years, and no one just get him chance because everyone in CIS got bad feedback about him personality, but he's good guy, and now he's with us. We are together, and he's very good sniper. I think he will be a good player in future.
Rufai, I have a question regarding Result. I would like to know, because in the first series, when you guys were winning, we saw him wearing the unicorn hat. Then he stopped wearing it. You started losing. Now the hat is back, and the wins are back. Are you going to wear the hat tomorrow?
Yes, indeed. When we woke up together today, I said we need this hat because we are losing without it, and now. Everything okay. He will wear it every game.
Yeah, I guess
I will control that.
You'll control that. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, that's what an IGL does.
Yeah. He was it would be imagine Result he would sit down. He was like, no, you can't sit down without the hat. Bring back the hat, right, Result? Oh,
yes. This.
Okay, Rufai, I will not delay you any longer because you actually have an important match tomorrow. You probably want to relax or maybe already start preparing. But again, congratulations on surviving the gauntlet, and see you back again tomorrow.
We will fight. Thank you. See you.
Nice. I'm telling you, it's the hat.
He knew it. He knew it was the hat. I mean, yeah, Result's hat seemed to have a very obvious correlation with their performance. I don't know how this happens. I don't know what superstitions this team has, but apparently it takes the form of Result's hats. Yeah. That's all. There's no more analysis for this. I don't know how you can keep spinning the hat thing, but good for them. They found a way to win.
I need to make this
whatever it takes.
I need to make some stats regarding the hat. When they won with it, when they lost without it, and stuff like that.
Surely it's a 100% win rate, right? Because they played one game before they 2-0'd it or something, and now they wore the hat. They won another series. So is there any others?
They lost a series when he had a hat and a happy octopus.
So it's the hat that matters, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so you got to work with production to make a graphic tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. I hope we'll make that one. But let's just make a summary of actually what happened today, because we first had our series of the gauntlet for Group A, and we were actually incredibly surprised by the fact that Fnatic Rising lost to Astralis Talent. I mean, it's great for Astralis Talent because those guys, they kept on finishing every season either on the bottom or close to the bottom, but I think that's like bad news for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, definitely bad news for Fnatic Rising. It's hard to argue against that. Finishing last in Season 3 is definitely not what they would have hoped for, considering they were the team to keep the roster together. They had a disappointing Season 2 where they were super close qualifying to the LAN finals, but unfortunately for them, threw away 2 games against Big, where they were leading 14-8 and 14-7, I think, on the 2 maps. And now coming into Season 3, this is the result. It's been a disappointing couple of seasons for Fnatic Rising. Of course, Astralis the big winners in Group A, but if anyone else is the winner here as well, it'd be NAVI Junior and Young Ninjas. I think they are, with all due respect to Astralis Talent, they're happy that they don't have to deal with Fnatic Rising anymore. I think both Young Ninjas and NAVI, they feared Fnatic more than they're going to fear Astralis.
Agree. And now looking at the B side of the bracket, this was a little bit more expected in terms of the result. I don't think I actually think I did put 2-1 on my side of the bracket for VP over FURIA. And FURIA, you know, they had a decent showing in terms of sometimes their individual level, but it's just that they could never really put it together in terms of consistency in regards to their team. They had a lot of struggles in that regard. And for VP.Prodigy, I'm sure that they're looking forward to this rematch against Eternal Fire. The last time around, it did not feel like they came out with the same level that they had in some of the earlier matches earlier in this bracket, and so this is a rematch that they have wanted to run back, and I'm actually really excited for that matchup tomorrow because I think either team has a strong chance of winning.
I mean, if I had to guess, you probably both still think that it will be Spirit Academy that will get to the LAN through the group stage.
Yeah,
now,
agreed.
yeah, but now like that we like see that, for example, like Fnatic Rising is not going to play in the finals for the group. Like you're still thinking it's going to be Young Ninjas, right?
I'm even more sure now it's going to be.
Yes.
I don't think Young Ninjas is going to lose to either NAVI Junior or Astralis Talent. Whoever wins that match tomorrow, obviously that's a big win for both Astralis and NAVI Junior if they were to claim it. But against Young Ninjas, we're talking a team that has 3 players who played in the main squad in the NIP.
4, technically 4.
Technically 4. Rolf played a
charity tournament.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Boozy stood in doing the blast and did a fantastic job. LNT had impact doing a major. He got a major coin. So no, I don't see NAVI Junior or Astralis Talent being able to beat Young Ninjas. So tomorrow they play for a good placement, and I think especially for Astralis Talent, to be completely honest, that's a very important game. Imagine if they can finish just outside of the LAN finals. That would be a very impressive spot for them to be in, all things considered. You know, new roster has been a disappointing couple of seasons. If they can win tomorrow, that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, well, we are actually done for today. We still have 2 days of the gauntlet. We'll be back again tomorrow at 4 o'clock, so stay tuned. And just to find out who is actually going to the LAN, but make sure you come here at 4 o'clock. See you.